Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is the drive time. We're going to open up the panel. Good evening, Michael K.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
No, actually, my clock is working just fine. Apparently, you can't read the fact that I moved the it said 6:40, not 6:30. So my clock is kind of right, but I get the joke though. Real funny. Anyway, when we come back, we'll talk about Jaylen Ramsey still here, and I believe he's going to get cut before he gets traded, and we'll just talk about the Dolphin vibes. So when we come back, of course, I'm gonna drop the link. Welcome to the panel, and yeah, man, we'll be right back.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
What is up, everybody? Hope you are doing well. Happy birthday to you, Scott Jackson. Let's get that out the way. Michael K, what's up? And of course, Marino's GOAT. Hope everything is well with y'all, man. The Dolphins, I tell you, man, it is going to be definitely, I don't know. All I know is let's talk about Jaylen Ramsey for a second. I don't think he's gonna be traded. I think he's gonna get cut. Teams know that you know what are you babbling about? Here you go, fella. Here's your trophy before we even play the first game. I mean, listen, the like button isn't about um being a participation trophy. It's about getting the algorithm up. You know what I mean? So if you don't want to hit the like button, by all means, don't hit the like button. But if you're inclined, hit the like button. And I'm gonna keep saying it. You could keep posting however you feel. So either way, yeah, you don't have to hit the like button. I'm just saying hit the like button. And thank you. It's not out of the norm for a YouTuber to say hit the like button. So helps the algorithm apparently. So either way, yeah. But at any rate, or don't, whatever. I guess it's all how you look at things. And that's how you see it. That's how you see it. I'm not gonna argue about your opinion on the like button. You said this many times, and I guess you're gonna say it many more times because I'm not gonna stop and say hit the like button. I'm not gonna stop saying hit the like button. So make sure, with that being said, make sure you're hitting the like button. Oh man. Or the exit button. You know what? Hit the exit button if you don't, if you're not enjoying what you're listening to or seeing, instead of hitting the like button, you could hit the exit button. I think that'll be a good move. Just like Jaylen Ramsey, he can't hit the exit button because he signed a contract to the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins got to give him the exit button, not the other way around. And like I was saying, yeah, I think that let's be honest, there's two scenarios I see happening. Either they're waiting to see if cornerbacks get injured during training camp, and there's going to be a team that's going to be desperate to get a valuable cornerback, a viable cornerback, or teams are waiting. Like, hey, listen, this guy wants nothing to do with the team. The relationship is severed. There's no coming back. Why am I going to give you something for eventually you're going to end up cutting him? He's going to come to us because he already said, according to TD Fence Talk, that he wants to play for a West Coast team. So that team that wants him, wants his services, say we could hold off, take the chance that they're going to cut him. He's going to come to us, and we don't have to part with compensation. We don't have to draft. We don't have to part with draft picks. He's not showing up to training camp, and they're excusing him from training camp because they don't want him in the building, obviously. And that's pretty much how I feel. They're not gonna trade for him because. And secondly, if a team wants to trade for him and he doesn't want to play there, he's going to probably do the same thing to the Dolphins that he's going to do. I mean, to the team that say he gets traded to Washington or a team he doesn't want to play for. He could do the same thing that he's doing to us. Well, I got a sore knee or something like that. So you wasted a draft pick and the player doesn't want to play for you. I think it's gotten to that point where it's starting to be where the players slowly but surely are starting to dictate what they want to do. It's not like yesterday where the team I think the team still has a bit of leverage on the players, but as the years go by, I think you're starting to see teams let go of that leverage. And the other thing I want to bring up is the fact that, hey, look, who's our, in your guys' opinion, if you're still in the chat, you got a few of you watching, 9 people watching on, let me know in the chat, who do you think are, what's up, Joe Riss? What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, Shake?
So what I was going to say is, who do you think our best cornerback is? Who is our number 1 cornerback so far? What's up, Armando? Make sure you let me know who you know. No, let me show you.
I think best is. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
I said, who do you think is the number 1 cornerback on our team right now? Who's our number 1 DB? Who's the start?
Well, I think our best corner plays nickel. But I think as far as like the boundary corners, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I got some Storm Ducks, Cater Cole.
Yeah.
Marina's Goat says Cam Smith, and sadly Cater is the slot. So no reason I'm bringing this up is because when training camp happens, you know, when people start going to training camp in July, I believe, right? I think I want to see the you know, the wide receivers go off because we don't have Javon Holland, we don't have Xavier Howard, we don't have these good cornerbacks that we used to have. You know, a lot of these cornerbacks, let's face it, would be on the third string, wouldn't even be starting cornerbacks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so my thing is, let me ask you this. I've asked this to a lot of people. If the wide receivers are struggling, right? Is it a sign that the offense is taking a step back, or the actual players are the defensive backs that we have are actually talented? And I'm not going with the second option. If that's
more. I mean, it's more than likely that our offense is struggling. I mean, it definitely depends on the types of issues they're having, but it's like you said, it's more than likely going to be the first one you said, being that the offense struggles. But I was just saying, like on Pete's show, like I think we ought to bring back Kendall Fuller.
Is he still a free agent?
Yeah. I mean, unless they're really just trying to see what we got with Cam and Duck, and if they get cooked, they get cooked. But if they're trying to compete this year, like I think he would be a great option because I think we cut him when we cut him or just not re-sign him. Anyway, it was when I think we didn't bring him back because we thought we had Ramsey.
Yeah. Oh man, Cat for life. What's going on, my brother?
What's up, Cat for Life?
Not much, man. Do you think that we're gonna be like stuck on that 3 million range where we're not gonna budge from that range? You think guys are gonna want to like play for that for 1 year? I mean, it's been working out so far with mid-tier guys that might produce, but do you think like a Fuller would come back for like a 3 million for 1 year?
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Well, it might even be more than 3, but yeah. And it depends on what the team wants to do. If they want to test out new guys or if they're trying to, win now.
Because my thing is, like, with Alexander, it was like, 4 to 6 mil. It's because, he took a discount to go play for a contender? Or is that the mid-range point of a contract that we might have to deal with around that price?
Is it Jair Alexander?
Like around the 4 to 6 range. Like, I mean, because right now, if it's John who wants 4 more, we're not even budging on that. So I'm thinking like,
Well, I'm assuming.
Know, like,
I'm making this assumption as a move after we move on from Ramsey and maybe have a little bit more space.
Because they're talking about the space we do have, we're going to roll it over for next season, which I don't know.
That would pretty much be or save it for down the road when there's injuries and we need to fill in
trade deadline. Yeah,
we need to fill in roster spots.
I mean, I'm sold out on. I don't think the team's going anywhere this season, so I'm just kind of anticipating the chaos. I hate being a fan like that. This is probably the first time I've ever done it, but
well, I'm sure you've done it in 2019 because come on, we were
right. Well, I was actually really excited about Fitzpatrick. That was when we had Fitz, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but just really because I thought he was a goofball. That was really all the
But here's the thing though. What really gave me that 2019 season, what really made me shake my head was players were offensive linemen were introducing themselves to the other football players the fucking day of the game.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And this was like every week a new player would be like, hey, they want to meet in practice. They will meet the day of the game. Hey, how you doing? My name is such and such. All right, let's line up.
2019 doesn't sound that long ago, but it was.
Yeah, it was.
COVID. That's when everything was,
Well, that was before everything went upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like it's like a milestone in my timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Like 9/11, like pre 9/11, post 9/11. Pre 9/11 was our last playoff win.
Yeah, damn.
I know.
Wasn't that when Fiedler was on the cover of Sports Illustrated?
Hey, how'd the week turn out for you guys? I'm fucking exhausted.
Oh man, they're partying down here, man. I mean, Sunday they're gonna have the parade, but it's been nonstop partying down here.
Oh yeah, because of the Panthers.
Yeah, man. You know what's funny is I was telling Chef Jew today. Actually, I said this to Cat for Life on his show In the Blender. I show up a graphic that we're the worst team, not only in Miami, but the whole state of Florida. You look at Orlando Magic has been to a few championships. Tampa Bay Rays have been to a couple of World Series. And even the Jaguars have been to a few AFC championships. So yeah, we are at the bottom of the state. The firstborn, if you will. We're like that. Cat for Life. Let me know if you know someone that, like, there's this mom who has 5 kids, right? One's a doctor, one's a lawyer, One's a school teacher. The other is a plumber, and then there's another kid who refuses to leave the nest, doesn't do nothing with himself, and that's mom's favorite because it was the firstborn. That's the Miami Dolphins right now.
We were the earliest Florida sports team.
Yeah, we were the firstborn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he showed me yesterday. It was like a pyramid. We were like at the bottom of the pyramid.
I don't really have any association to the Marlins because they're not the Florida Marlins anymore. So if Orlando goes and gets a team, I'm going to support that Orlando team.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, man. Florida, it should be the Florida Marlins, not the Miami Marlins. It should go, and they should go back to the Hard Rock.
It is the Miami Marlins. They changed their name.
It should be the Florida Marlins. Florida.
No, bro, they changed it to the Miami Marlins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an M now.
I like the old one.
Yeah, the old logo was, I like it. It was like, nostalgic.
We're Patriots right here. The Dolphins is the black sheep of the family.
Damn.
It was 2012 that they changed it.
Yeah, the Florida Marlins was. That's when they won their 2 championships too. They never won anything. They made a couple of playoff appearances, but and that was because they expanded the playoffs. Those 2 times they made the playoffs. They didn't legitly get in there.
You saw the NBA Finals game yesterday with the Siakam.
Tony, what's up, Tony? Shout out to my man Tony H in the building. My dog gifting memberships over at TD Fans Talk, man.
Someone's
hey, listen, I am glad we are here to accommodate you, Big Nick. So you fan how you want to fan. I'm a fan how I want to fan, like you to use your phrase. But there's a link if you want to click on it. Matter of fact, here you go. Yes, yes, Tony, please start your show so that way Michael K could exit right. Please and thank you. And take Michael K with you.
It's actually pretty funny.
So yeah. I know. That's why I'm highlighting it.
The troll is strong in him.
Hey, listen, not all the time, but every once in a while he'll throw out a funny line. You know, it's kind of like that. What's that? That like the slow kid that gets a math problem right once in a while. That's my buddy there.
Man.
Yes, Tony, please start.
In the math class with Michael K.
Please start it soon. As a matter of fact, start it now. Fuck it. I seen you start. I listen. You don't need. I mean, as much as I like Tony and of course the newest member, Jess. Yeah. Start if it's gonna take him away from us, please start it now. Thank you. But what were we saying?
Oh, I don't know. Shake, you getting anything tonight? Any wine? Any drinks?
Oh yeah. Actually,
Just walked away.
right here, Chateau Saint Michelle.
Oh, nice.
I'm bringing that tomorrow. I'm like I said, I'm going in August. I'm going to I'm going to Washington. So, and I'm going to Washington, so I'm starting to drink a lot of the Chateau Saint Michelle wines. And the thing I like about Chateau Saint Michelle is a lot of all their white wines are pretty much under $10, and they're pretty good.
That's awesome. I still got this bottle here for you.
Okay, perfect.
Let me know if you're ever up in the area, or I can just hold it till a game.
Yeah, I'm not that far from you, so
Yeah. I don't drive shit south too often.
yeah.
Trying to figure out what I'm gonna get. I'm not gonna crack it open yet, but are you guys doing a what are they called? The club? What is Ollie's club?
Yeah, we're gonna me and El Capitan.
You're just gonna run it without him?
Yeah. Hey, damn! Look at Tony, always trying to blame the Cuban for starting late. Damn, that's some bullshit, Tony. With the stereotypes.
I didn't know he was Cuban.
Oh, Lewis, yeah, he's Cuban.
Yeah.
Blame the Cuban.
You ever been to Cuba?
No, my brother has.
I'd like to go there.
No, you'll be fine. You're a tourist.
Yeah. I'm actually going to Puerto Rico for the first time this summer and Labor Day.
Okay, okay. Listen, that okay. You got me on that one. Yes. Okay. I can't say nothing there. You got me. So yeah, man. Back to the offense. I mean, look, when the pads are on, when the pads are off, whatever, Tua usually is good. I think it's when the pad comes on, is when usually the offense starts to struggle a little bit. You know what I mean?
You think there's going to be any surprise cuts this year, or people that don't make the 53?
As a matter of fact, let's discuss that because
like Alec Ingold or someone like that, has been here forever.
yeah, Alec Ingold, yeah.
We say,
hey, I could see them cutting Alec Ingold, and instead of Alec Ingold, they're going to use the running back that we got.
Yeah, keep 4 running backs and 3 tight ends instead of having Ingold in that mix.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like on one hand, I could see him almost being a captain, and on the other hand, I could see him getting cut. That's how awkward the fullback position is.
Well, yeah, and we already know that. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if Tyreek Hill became a captain, but how the way he's talking, I don't think there's a chance that he might become a captain this year. You know?
Yeah. He may even tell him, like, don't give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Or say, like, give it to Waddle or something.
Waddle. Man, listen. Waddle, at least Waddle, one thing I liked about Waddle is the fact that, okay, you have I'll never forget when he was a rookie. He's like, hey, you broke the record in receptions. He goes, yeah, but we lost. What difference does it make? You know what I mean? He wasn't thrilled about you could see he generally rolled his eyes when he said, oh, I broke he broke the record. And which, by the way, he legitly broke the record because he had to miss a game for COVID. So he didn't play an extra game.
Yeah.
So
A lot of people haven't really seen him as a captain just because he's like, honestly, I think it's his voice. He's got like a little kid voice.
Yeah, he's very. I'm gonna say he's not aggressive. He's just, you know what I mean.
Well, that's
I wouldn't
people's
say
perceptions of him, I think, but you never know. Like, I think it's based on things that people just kind of make assumptions by, like I said, like his voice. But like, yeah, I mean, like, another thing is like people like say like, oh, can I imagine him yelling at someone? But there's definitely more to being a captain than yelling. You have to be emotional,
no doubt. Jerry Rice was a captain. He really wasn't much of a yeller.
right? I think Hines Ward was as well.
Yeah, Hines Ward wasn't a yeller. Joe Montana wasn't like that.
Yeah,
You know. I mean, there's a laundry list of players that were captains and weren't really in your face. You know. So.
Yeah, as long as there's someone that motivates the people around you to do their best or better, that's really what you need out of a captain.
And you know what? I'm glad we brought this up because there's something that Miami Dolphin fans have been using to kind of like, I don't know, and football fans in general. When they signed an old like an old aging veteran, and I guess they're to try to make light of the situation. They're like, well, damn, well, at least our players could learn. You know, it's good because even though he's old, Waddle could learn under him, or this guy could learn under him. I'm like, isn't that what we're paying the coaches for?
Right. Like bringing OBJ into the wide receiver room.
Yeah.
When you've got who was our wide receiver coach?
Wes Welker.
Was that Wes Welker? That
yeah, we had Wes Welker. Remember they just fired him this year. Right.
And McDaniel, who's I think specialty before he even got in with San Francisco was
he was a wide receiver in I think it was Harvard or Yale.
Yale, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what is OBJ really going to come in and tell these guys, right? Like he's not even showing up for practices or anything. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. Just because it's a veteran doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be a coach.
Yeah.
That is why you want to be hiring the coaches to reach the players that you bring on the field.
Not to mention when these older players come in, they're not gonna be like, hey, let me teach you how to steal my job.
Right.
You know?
Right. Let me give you the shortcuts that I had to go through just so I can lose my roster spot to you.
Exactly. And I think that's and you know what? I think that's the defense mechanism to kind of see like that glass half full type of bullshit, you know?
Yeah. I think it depends on where you are in your career too and what you plan to do after it. Like some of those guys that plan to get into coaching, they may see that as a great transition.
What's up, Greg? Hey, like for instance,
Greg.
And Crypto, I know you could I don't know if you agree with me or not, but look at Jordan Love. Okay. Everybody was saying that, God damn, you got more fucking icons than fucking, I don't know. How many icons do you have, Greg? Holy shit, you changed like 3. Anyway, so real quick, take Jordan Love. Everybody like, oh, the reason he's having success because he learned under Brett Favre. Well, you know how many other quarterbacks learned under Brett Favre and didn't do? I mean, not Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers and didn't do shit with themselves. So you know what I'm saying? I don't think his success has anything to do. I mean, he of course he may have picked up a thing or two from him, but at the same time, I don't think
he still had to go out and do it on your own. Yeah, the biblical cord was cut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it depends on the player.
Has to walk. You know,
if you're in a QB room with someone like Fitz, it's probably great for you because Fitz has been that clipboard guy for the longest time. And he's kind of like in the mode of educating. He knows he's not like a starter that's Well, he didn't. He didn't think
he's
he
gonna
could lose
teach
the
the
job.
books.
All right, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. All right. Now you have two singers. You have Mariah Carey and you have Whoopi Goldberg. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If Whitney Houston coaches Mariah Carey and she probably take Mariah Carey to another level. But Mariah Carey already has the vocal talent. You know what I'm saying? However, she could show Whoopi Goldberg even more tips. But I guarantee you, she ain't gonna go anywhere with her singing.
Wait, did Whoopi Goldberg ever sing?
Yeah, but I mean, she's not gonna do as well as Mariah Carey. I can tell you that. I mean,
yeah, was she like an artist?
Right.
I didn't know.
I'm sure she's a good singer, but yeah, she's not gonna be. She's no Mariah Carey. I can tell you that.
I had no idea. It shows how much I know about Whoopi.
So Whoopi never going to turn into Mariah.
In years.
She's a Broadway. She's a Broadway singer.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, mostly a performer, actor. But
yeah, remember on Sister Act, she was singing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like even while she was in her prime of movie. Didn't realize that.
But she's never gonna. Whitney Houston could show her every trick in the book, and she still wouldn't get her to where Mariah Carey is. You got to have the talent, and that's how I'm saying with Jordan Love. He already, there's tricks that he could show Jordan Love, but Jordan Love already possessed the talents for him to get to the next level.
Right. You already had a certain starting point.
Mm-hmm. He could say, because Aaron Rodgers could show the same thing to Skylar Thompson, and we know we ain't gonna have the same success as
right, exactly. If Skylar Thompson was in that room, are we arguing Skylar is gonna be like right.
Might as well put Whoopi Goldberg in our QB.
They'll be at a different starting blocks.
Now you got me thinking about Whoopi. Remember the movie Rat Race?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
They used to crack me up.
Yeah, she's a very good actor, very good comedian.
I don't know, man. Yeah, but I think I have if we don't do anything at corner and we just lose Ramsey, don't bring anyone else in, I would not be shocked if we see a few cuts of people that we didn't think that we thought were for sure going to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of as sign. I mean, I think we're so far into this offseason now that if they bent their knees and said, "Yeah, we're going to prep for the following year," I don't think many Dolphins fans would bat an eye. Maybe that's my pessimistic opinion, but I feel like so many people are on board with either wanting to tank, the team not being able to function, or just low expectations in general. Mm-hmm. I think if I was Ross and with Greer on board and McDaniel on board, I'd say, okay, let's reshuffle here. Make it with what you guys are good at and what you've been able to find success in. Let's kind of reshuffle the team around that and try again with a new passer, new QB.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where all the money's going after this. Hill and Tua is going to be like, what, a third of our salary cap?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
not to mention
amount of it.
For the most part, you can't legitimately get a whole fan base to agree on one topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The Bills aren't slowing down. So, like, if anything, like, now is the right time to try and, like, rebuild again. Like, try it again.
Yeah.
No,
what's funny is the other misconception is when people say, "Oh, the Dolphins didn't win anything. What are they rebuilding?" This is when I have to educate people. Okay, let's say you build a shitty house, right?
Yeah, that's what we did.
And is it made out of sand or is it made out of concrete?
Yeah, so the house that you built is shitty, right? You're not gonna build on top of that shitty house. No, you got to destroy it and rebuild another one, and that's pretty much what the team is.
Yeah,
we built a bunch of shitty houses for the last 25 years.
So you throwing away all your sandcastles, Shake?
Shit. I'm throwing away the sand.
Yeah, getting new sand,
Uh-huh.
something that could solidify into something.
We've had every kind of fragile.
You know
house.
what? I just thought about something. I don't know if I told you this before, Shake. If if large skyscrapers are made out of glass and concrete, how come they're not just called large sandcastles?
Because glass is made of sand, and so is concrete.
Exactly.
But don't they have steels? Don't they have steel beams?
They got some steel too for the structure, but yeah, that only gives it the structure. But yeah, they could be called large sandcastles technically. You know,
It's pretty funny.
with the glass and concrete, because a lot of it's covered by it. I live in the 80th floor of my sandcastle. I have a large condo. Man,
Hey, Greg, you out there?
Yeah, I'm driving right now.
Oh,
Greg's on the
What's up?
road. Greg, you going to the Patriots game? You gonna watch us play the Patriots or the Browns?
I don't think I'm as right. I would hope to go to Miami, maybe Cleveland, maybe New England, but I don't think I'm going anywhere. To be honest with you, it's my final semester of college this upcoming fall, and I'm gonna be hopefully
Final semester.
Yeah, I gotta finish paying off this college thing. So I don't know what my plans are yet. We'll see what my dad wants to do. He's talking about going to Pittsburgh for the Monday night game, but we'll see what happens.
Damn.
Monday night?
Yeah, Monday night Pittsburgh.
Oh, I didn't realize that was Monday night.
So
It might not be Monday night. They could flex it.
Well, by the way, what are your by the way, I'm gonna say OKC, Aquavision, and Seattle's gonna be pissed because the team that they should have had is gonna have a winter championship.
Seattle will be mad, but you're right. That's why they root for Indiana quietly.
I think Seattle will be cheering because I think Indiana's going to be winning.
Mm-hmm.
This is Game 7, right?
Yeah.
Yep. The final day.
Then
you got the NBA draft coming up.
Yeah. What do you guys do during the big break when hockey's done, basketball's done, football's not doing shit? Baseball's not really.
Yeah, baseball, America's pastime.
Yes,
I'll be going to the baseball game.
Hey, but let me ask you a question, Crypto.
Yeah.
If you're invisible and you close your eyes, do you still see, or is it dark?
If I'm invisible,
yeah,
it's still dark.
But how? You're invisible. Your eyelids are clear. How can you close your eyes?
Well, you're saying you're translucent. Yeah, if you're invisible, you still permanently your eyes are open, so it's not shielding you. What I'm thinking, you can close your eyes.
That just fucked me up.
Eyelids, if it's not translucent. Yeah, that's a good point. Because you figure your skin, which would be your eyelids, is transparent. You'll be able to see through them.
Yeah.
You're saying I'm invisible to others, but what if I could still cloak myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting question. That means you're permanently seeing things. That's like the
light is bending
the
around
byproduct. Yeah, you can't close your eyes without still seeing because your eyelids is now transparent because of you invisible. But invisibility Is it translucency, or you know what I'm saying, or
Right. There's different types of ways of being.
invisibilities, right? Of being invisible.
It could be like
Right.
a cloak, like the Harry Potter movies. You could just be like see-through, or you could be like bending light.
Bending light just to cloak yourself on that type of ability.
And if you ever watch,
camouflage.
if you ever watch It's a Different World, you can use those masks that Whitley used to sleep with.
Now, who used to sleep with?
Whitley. Remember Whitley, the bougie girl? The one who ended up marrying Dwayne Wayne?
Oh, with you talking about Gabriel
Jasmine Guy.
Union? Gabriel Union?
Yeah, no, Jasmine Guy. That was her name, Jasmine Guy.
No, Dwayne Wade is married to Union.
No, I'm talking about Dwayne Wayne. That was the character from A Different
Oh,
World.
Dwayne Wayne. Oh, I thought you said Dwayne Wade.
No, Dwayne Wayne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wayne. Oh, okay.
She used to sleep with her sleep masks.
Yeah, those little masks. Yeah, I'll try one of those blindfolds, sleeping with a blindfold on, to see if that makes any difference to me getting to sleep. It's all right, you know. The thing is, waking up is when you wake up with it back on. It's like, oh, I gotta take this off.
I remember for a little bit, TD used to do TD was doing commercials for
the blindfold thing. Yeah, the sleep fold. Yeah, he was. I remember that commercial too. It was funny.
He was in bed. Hey, damn, I gotta go to sleep. And
Yep. I gotta go to sleep. He said, "Oh,
man.
I know what," and he grabbed the blindfold and put it on. They keep the lights on. You can sleep with the lights on. Maybe I can give Grumpy some lights and a blindfold. See, Grumpy wanted the lights because he's burning out all his bulbs because he's spooked out. So I'm gonna give him some lights and a blindfold to make him a little bit more comfortable.
So
let's get Grumpy some blindfold.
Is soccer in playoffs right now, or baseball's not playoffs until October?
We got the Club World Cup going on.
The what?
The Club World Cup. Inter Miami's in it, and they're a win or a draw away from advancing. They can still advance with a loss, but a win or a draw guarantees it.
Is that like a tournament of clubs across all continents or something?
Yep, the 32 best clubs in the world have arrived, and I was talking to Ali about this. Europe, excuse me, the European clubs are overrated, bro. Dude, the freaking Brazilian clubs and the South American clubs are dominating.
They're probably better, yeah. Better now.
Yeah,
South American clubs are better.
I've watched every game.
How many countries are represented?
Shout out to Grumpy in the building.
Brazil,
no, there's no countries. It's like Asia clubs, African clubs.
I know, but like how out of how many different countries?
There's only 2 teams per country, I think.
So they have a limit, so it's not like a bunch of it wouldn't be U.S. teams, but
U.S. made it. There's England. 3. There's L.A., Seattle, and Miami.
Who's from the Premier League?
Just Chelsea and Man City.
By the way, Grumpy, real quick, Grumpy, Crypto says if you don't hit that link, you're soft as fuck. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, the qualification process is stupid.
And I'm not giving you any extra light bulbs.
No. Who do they have from South America? Like Boca?
There's Boca Juniors. They play tonight against Bayern, 9:00. There's Flamengo that beat Chelsea today. There's Palmeiras, who Miami plays Monday at the Hard Rock.
Nice.
There's Botafogo, who just beat the European champions.
Any Chilean teams?
Any what?
Chilean?
I don't think so. I think it's just Argentina and Brazil.
By the way, Chilean sea bass is delicious.
Yeah. What about Chilean haddock?
I don't think they make Chilean haddock. I think that's only a thing in Northeast, the Northeast.
Yeah, I
What's
know.
that? Dude,
No,
I'm
because that's
confused
what
now. What do you
Michael
mean,
K.
Greg?
That's what Michael K's always talking about is haddock.
I never heard of that fish.
Oh,
But then again, there's
never heard of
like
that
a million fish.
I
in the
heard
sea.
halibut before. I've had halibut and mackerel, but
Yeah,
never haddock.
It's like I think it's similar. I think it's similar to a halibut.
Is it like okay? If I say halibut, yeah, I've had that. The halibut and mackerel is real good as well.
I'll be
I
open to
love
eat some haddock.
mackerel. Yeah, it's one of those river fishes. I would say like a one of those stream fishes.
It's what they say in the Northeast when they actually mean tilapia.
Yeah, I heard tilapia was farmed.
It's
100%
tilapia is like
farmed.
a bottom feeder.
That's like a
Dude,
yeah, it's like a
tilapia is
bottom
the
feed.
most
Those are farmed.
disgusting fish on the planet.
Or no, tilapia. Yeah, they're kind of like.
I
they're
mean,
like,
you can make it non-disgusting if you cook it right, but yeah,
Oh,
you got to make sure it's thoroughly
isn't
cooked.
Isn't shrimp and lobster
Yeah,
bottom
shrimp
feeders
is
too?
too. Yeah, shrimp and lobster are bottom feeders. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I go
but
shrimp.
they're
over-
good. Those are good bottom feeders. I love shrimp and lobster. I ain't gonna try. And crab.
Yeah, crypto. You ever had shit? What's it called? Now I can't remember the fish. Sheep's head.
Chickens are.
It's like-
Hey, trust me, chickens are.
Sheep's head?
No.
Sheep's head?
No, I never
Yeah,
had
the
that. I
fish.
never
It's a
had
fish. It's they call it the
Yeah.
poor man's lobster.
Yeah,
See,
but
that
Oh,
isn't that the
that's
one
a
that has
sheep's
human
head are
crustacean.
lips?
all over the place in
Hey,
Florida.
which is
Yeah.
that fish that has like human lips? It looks like human lips. Is that sheep? Isn't that sheep?
It's
Yeah.
got like
No,
human,
that's
no, it's got like the teeth
yeah,
are like
that's a puffer fish, I think.
No, you're thinking of the one that's got like puffed up lips.
It is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
sheep's
looks
head.
like- looks
Yeah.
like a
Puffer
dude
fish
with a
are
fucked up
smaller with the
grill.
bigger
Looks like-
belly. Yeah,
Dude, it looks like a human mouth.
those are
That fish.
poisonous. You can't eat a puffer fish. Those will kill you. You got to be real careful with the puffer fish.
I own a puffer fish.
Yeah, never poisonous.
By the way, Winn
You-
Dixie, goddamn man, I'm depressed now, man, because the Winn Dixie by my house just closed down, and they used to do tilapia and beer batter, man. I used to love getting tilapia.
Shake
It's-
You're talking about the trigger fish, by the way. That's got the human lips.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
triggerfish. That was
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The sheep's head has similar teeth, though. It's got like very human-looking teeth. Crushed shells with.
Yeah, because they eat shells and what are those things? Barnacles.
Yeah, but if you catch them and clean them, it's the meat is like lobster when you cook it. So they call it the poor man's lobster.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was
That's what it got, the
armadillo.
same texture.
Armadillo, you know what I'm saying? You could run over it and eat it.
Yeah, them armadillos, man.
Armadillo.
Last time I ate an armadillo, they were called giant armadillo.
I've never had armadillo.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't even want to know what it tastes like.
Same
It
thing with
probably tastes
possum.
like squirrels.
It tastes like rubber.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They probably taste like skunk or damn.
Have you ever
So-
ate possum?
I never had skunk before. I can imagine.
No, it just had possum milk.
Possum milk. Hell yeah, good stuff.
Straight from the possum.
I can't eat milk from another mammal no more.
Or
Never
if you
knew
want,
that.
you could jump into a kangaroo's pouch and have kangaroo milk.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a video of a kangaroo
They'll
pouch.
kick
the
you
other day.
out.
I didn't realize
yeah,
how.
I did too, man. That shit look nasty, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably saw the same videos. I didn't realize how giant those pouches are and like how much they give.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
it's
Pretty
like
large.
it's a
They're
fleshy.
real
It's like a pink fleshy sack too. It's not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
there's no fur inside.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's where they develop the baby. It crawls in from outside and makes it into the pouch. And then once the survivors who make it into the pouch, it gets the chance to survive.
Is that where they get the milk too? It's a mammal? Yeah.
No, it's a
Yeah.
marsupial,
Yes.
but yeah, that's where
Marsupial.
that's where the milk is.
Right.
Marsupial's like a rodent.
Thing is-
That's technically a
Yeah.
mammal.
They have to crawl on the outside of the kangaroo
The
just to
only
make it to the
the
pouch.
only marsupial in
That's
the
the
United
thing.
States is a possum.
Possums. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, is that why they make such good videos?
That's why.
Look at Grumpy. What the fuck did I just get into? Come on up and let's talk.
We're talking about kangaroo pouches, Grumpy.
And drinking
Listen,
milk.
we're trying. Listen, we're here trying to give you guys in Texas some a good some good eats. You know what I'm saying? For summertime, and you know what I'm saying, and
He's
this
in
is the things
Texas.
we get.
Good eats and good beats, like DJ.
I don't even think you can kill a kangaroo in Australia and feed them. I think that's a protected species down there.
Yeah, well,
I
kind of
don't
like the
think you can
manatee
hunt
here.
them neither.
Like, let me ask you
Yeah.
this: if manatee
think you
were
can hunt
protected,
them.
would you eat manatee?
Yeah, it's probably
Oh,
good
no.
as hell.
I
No.
don't know.
It's
No,
probably
I couldn't
how
do
much
that.
fat
No.
is in there.
No.
It's
All right,
probably
That's like
Jake,
eating
if you eat the
walrus.
all right, if you
No,
eat the
I can't do
tail,
that.
if you eat the tail of
beef.
a manatee, I'll eat something else. You got to
It's
start with
beef.
the
That's
tail.
That's like eating a walrus or a seal.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
It's probably like
I'm not doing it.
really nicely marbled beef with maybe some
I'm not eating a
extra
walrus.
tender because
No.
they don't
The
exercise
first time I ever had an encounter with a manatee, I was out there Fort DeSoto in St. Petersburg, and like I saw this big, like I was real close to to the beach. I was just in the water, maybe like 4 foot deep, 5 foot deep, and I saw this giant shadow approaching me, and I thought I was gonna die. Like this thing, I had no idea what it was. It was massive and it was going slow, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die!"
Was that Michael
Real
Caine?
slow,
And
yeah.
this thing,
Hey,
it came by, and I
Yeah.
was like,
Frank.
"Oh shit, that's a manatee!"
I was gonna say, was that
They are
Michael Caine?
huge and they real slow.
Was it Michael Caine?
It could have been Shake.
He's like, he got, hey, Donk, don't be afraid, it's me.
he's like, "Hey, Donk, if you touch me, it's a felony."
They say it's manatee is similar to beef or pork.
Oh shit.
Ew, I don't know.
I don't think it's neither one.
Because
It's gonna be
it might be
similar
similar
to
to
no.
shark
It's gonna
meat
be.
or
It's gonna
something.
taste like a whale or yeah.
Oh yeah,
you-
something with blubber, yeah, like a whale.
You use it in
I
the
would say it
same
might be like
recipes for steak. It cooks and behaves the same way as steak, with fat is weaved into
Oh
it.
man, that's gonna be some
Yeah.
good marble.
That's what. That's what
crazy.
people from Spain and shit thought those were fucking mermaids. They're like, what the hell are those things?
Mermaids? Damn.
Yeah, they thought they were mermaids.
Damn.
That's like a fat mermaid.
Well, because when they
Hold on,
when
I'm
they
sorry.
first pop up, they got like a face and a fin, and they kind of look like.
Damn.
They're more timid than Tua. Damn.
Damn. See.
More timid than Tua.
The monsters that he's worried about them. They are timid. He's right. They're very timid.
Yeah, dude, they don't
just
even.
real
If
docile.
a shark,
They like.
if a shark
Yeah.
starts attacking their young, they just swim away.
Yeah, and you basically have to tiptoe.
They don't even take. They can't even fight off anything. They just swim away.
Yeah.
They're like, sorry, youngin, there's nothing I can do.
Hey, listen, I'm teaching you your
It's a
first
beef
life
dinner
lesson.
for the shark.
I saw this video. I don't know if it was AI. It was a bunch of alligators running away from another docile animal that was out there. It wasn't a beaver. It was something else, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Might have
It's
been
like
an otter. Might have been
one thing
an otter.
just. It was like there, and the alligator just left him alone. You thought the alligator would munch on him, and he was just walking by all these alligators, and they just left him alone. It looked like a beaver or something. It was a small rodent-like animal.
It might have been an otter.
It's like no, it was a rodent-like animal. I could tell it was a rodent, but it was a big one, like a water type river type rodent. But it wasn't a beater of all otter. It wasn't a beaver neither. It was something else. Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. They got a hairy, and it's like real docile.
A pig,
capybara.
A capybara.
Yeah, capybara. That's exactly what it was. A capybara.
Yeah.
They left him alone. I'm like, what the hell? What they put him under a spell or a trance or something?
But dude,
I'm like, what the hell is a capybara going to do to an alligator?
Because everything in South America wants to eat those snakes.
Yeah, freaking
jaguars,
anacondas want to eat them, but now fucking alligators will leave them alone. I'm like, how does that work?
He's like, bro, I'm from South America. This ain't shit up here.
He's just walking by. He wasn't even afraid. He wasn't trying to get away or nothing. I'm like, this has got to be fake.
So,
it might have been.
Hey, Grumpy, what's going on, man? Did you get your Zach Wilson jersey yet?
Nah, man. I ain't getting no Zach Wilson jersey, but what the hell did drinking milk from a kangaroo patch and then pouch and then eating possum and then I mean what the hell?
Happy Friday.
It's
Happy Friday, man. Happy Friday.
Grumpy, we're trying to get your menu ready.
Oh, man, I'm like, what the hell did I just walk into, bro? I'm like, I thought we were bad, bro. Mexicans would be eating intestines and shit. You know what I mean? But golly, boy.
No, what intestines? Y'all eat intestines?
Yeah, they call them tripas. They call them tripas.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know which animal intestines. I only eat one animal intestine.
It's from a pig. From a pig.
Yeah, they call them chitlins. What you call them? Yeah.
No, that's what chitlins are?
It's tripas.
It's
intestines, bro.
I never knew that.
Well, you got to clean them first, though, Tom.
You know what I mean?
What animal?
You sterilize them and clean them.
What animal?
That's a
from
pig.
From a pig.
I mean, it's
okay.
hot dogs.
Oh, interesting.
It's the pig. It's the pig guts.
And then you make chicharrones, and I mean it's good stuff, bro. But
we were literally eating guts out.
But when y'all are talking about drinking milk from a kangaroo's pouch, bro, come on.
I thought chicharrones was pork skin.
First off, Jake is the first ever one to say that, trying to make fun of me. It was when I was gonna do a sustainability topic, and he said he said possum milk.
Shit.
No, I swear it's a true story. Like 2 episodes ago.
Oh my god! Hey, that mayonnaise. I don't know how you guys eat it, but
I hate mayonnaise, dude. I hate mayonnaise.
Bro, that is good stuff, bro. If you mix it with vegetables,
disgusting thing ever invented.
Are you kidding me?
No, not pig intestine. That's the best.
I will starve to death. I will never eat ever again for the rest of my life.
Wow.
It tastes like mayonnaise, sour cream, or cabbage cheese. Nope.
Cottage cheese.
Yeah, cabbage cheese. Yeah, I'm with you.
Exactly.
I think I know what it is. It's the white substances you don't want to eat. Or never.
I don't know.
He's lactose intolerant. That's what he is.
I don't know. People try to sneak. No, I don't like mustard.
No, it's such a weird way to say that. There's got to be a better way to say that. But
I don't like mustard either.
I'm with you on mayo, but you know what? Mayo is great in things like as a mix.
Oh no way, dude! I'll die.
As a topping or a condiment, I don't fuck with it.
Yeah, people will try to sneak it in mashed potatoes, and I could smell it as soon as I walk in the house.
Ew, mashed potatoes.
Oh yeah, dude, they be trying to sneak that shit in.
Hey, what is that fish you guys are talking about that has the big lips or whatever? What is that?
Triggerfish.
Grumpy's gonna go get him one.
Yeah. I need another pet, brother.
You'll see them around coral reefs because they eat.
Grumpy's gonna buy one.
They eat shells and they eat things like they scrape the coral. They'll eat I think sometimes they eat barnacles too. But yeah, them fish are funny as hell looking. Because I used to go down to the Keys growing up. I'd go down to the Keys and go to all the reefs out there, and man, there was all sorts of fish that look like that. And you would hear them, but like what's cool is if you were swimming down there, you could hear them chewing on the coral. You would hear them actually. You would hear the biting because like sound travels really crazy through water, so you can hear something from real far away. So like when you're swimming down there, you can hear all the fish chewing on the freaking coral. It literally sounds like just like just picture your teeth because the teeth basically are the same thing. Just picture that like chewing on concrete. That's what it sounds like. I was like, damn, these motherfuckers just go like.
Hey, that kind of looks like crypto.
Damn, shots fired.
What?
I'm gonna stay away from that one.
That's cap.
Hey, Crypto's got your
No,
smile,
that's Michael
Crypto.
K. That's Michael K. That's Michael K.
Nah,
at
that's
the
speak for yourself. That's
at
yours.
the fish grill. What was he at? He was at the fish fry. That's Michael K. pulling up to the fish
My
fry.
God, that's so fucking funny.
Damn.
Yeah, there's some fish with really strong jaws. I have a fish you can hear.
He's like,
it.
that
You
fish
will
rolls
bite
up.
you.
He's like, that fish rolls up. He's like, tell your mama I miss her cooking.
Oh boy, that's some funny stuff, bro.
Fish
God.
eating.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but it was cool though.
That
Like
looks
hearing
like
the
the
fish
fish they put
actually
on the
chew
wall.
on the coral. Like it was like, whoa, that's crazy. I'd see like in one time, you'd see sea turtles, barracuda, sharks, nurse sharks, like all right there. It was
You
like
gotta
it was
come
like
back to
swimming.
Florida, man.
It was like swimming in an
Yeah,
aquarium.
barracudas.
Crypto, you
Real
want to
live
put
fish.
that fish on the wall, Crypto?
That's the kind of that old commercial, Pretty Fishy. Be singing and dancing on the wall. You hang it up.
Oh,
That's
the
the type
bass.
of fish.
The
The
singing
bass,
bass.
yeah. The
Oh
singing
my
bass.
God, man.
Pretty fishy
Hey, I don't
walking
know.
down the street.
Hey, so a
Billy
few
Put it
years
Bass.
on the
back,
wall.
a few
Yeah, that
years
was the
back,
little
I went to
singing
the
bass.
Keys. A few years back, I went to the Keys, right? And my wife convinced me to do snorkeling, and so we went snorkeling. There was like some I guess it's a coral, right? But out of nowhere, I don't know what you call those. I guess it's a big fish, but it comes with it's a big mouth, bro. It's a huge mouth.
Oh, a tarpon?
Yeah, bro. So it came out of nowhere and it's right in front of my face, bro. Hey, I swam away so fast, bro. Like you never see the Mexican swim, bro. I booked it. I booked it, and the instructor was like, "What's wrong?" I said, "Man, that was a big ass fish with a big mouth." He goes, "Oh man, yeah, they're kind of feisty, man. They come at you." I was like, "Man, I'm not." And after that, I have never done snorkeling again, man. I won't do that no more.
Man.
People feed them. That's why.
I went snorkeling recently. I got second-degree burns all over my body because I was a dumbass and was drinking sunscreen. So I'm not snorkeling for a while.
Yeah, I'm not doing that never again, dude. No way.
Yeah.
And especially when I decided everybody was snorkeling, right? And this happened the same day. I just decided to jump in because I was hot, so I jumped in the ocean, right? I jumped in there, and I was just floating around. Then my wife puts her head up. She goes, "There's a shark underneath you, boy." Man, you should have seen me. I jumped out of that water, dude, so quick, man. She goes, "You didn't let me finish. It was a baby shark." I was like, "Dude, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that no more. The snorkeling stuff is not. I'm done. I'm done."
They got some of the sharks that like aren't aggressive and like don't bite or anything. The nurse sharks.
Yeah.
When I went snorkeling, I jumped in. Like one of the stops was to swim with these sharks. I jumped in, and even though they're not dangerous, like they're not going to bite you, still jumping into the ocean and you're surrounded by sharks is such a
no, bro. Yeah, no, bro. I'm not doing that. No way. But yeah, man. Oh man. Hey, so what you guys are y'all going to training camp? Any days going to training camp or no?
I'm not. I'm too far away.
Okay.
I think we're all long distance fans here.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be going August 1st, and then I'll be there the weekend, August 1st and 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I'll be out there. And, I'll go for a couple of days, but the reason we're going is, well, my wife wants to go get that 40 bag at the garage sale that they have, and she made out, man. She bought last year. She bought a bag, that 40 bag. You feel it's a big, huge bag. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you heard Tony talk about it, but it's a big blue, huge bag.
Paul talked about it too.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I've seen him Papa Paul back there too, in there too. Also last season, I saw him there. Well, actually, last 2 seats I've seen them there. But yeah, it's a big blue bag, man. You fill it all the way to the top, dude. And man, my wife made over $400 on that on a $40 bag.
What is that? What do you mean? What is it?
You get all kinds of Dolphin merchandise, man, like shirts, hats, sweaters, sweats, anything you can get your hands on. Joe, it's pretty good, man. It's a
they hand it out or
Just fill up your
no,
bag.
you pick it out. It's like like if you go to a garage sale and they got a bunch of tables there. So so you pick out whatever you want and you just fill it all the way up to the top.
Is it for season ticket holders or something?
No. It's for everybody. It's open. It's for everybody.
I thought it was Members Day. Any Members
No,
Day?
no. For the garage sale, it's for everybody.
You just pay a certain amount to get in or something?
Or? No, it's free. It's free.
How do you? Oh, what is it like? First come, first serve?
Yeah, well, you got to get in line. It's like if you're going into the stadium, right? The practice facility bit, and you park and then first come, first serve. You make a line and you go in there and you fill up your bag, but it's free.
Oh,
yeah,
That members day is when they practice at the stadium. Only the season ticket holders can see them practice at the stadium. That's member day.
Yeah, member day. They usually have the garage sale there as well, but they have the garage sale. They had it this past year at the preseason game, the first one at home.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, and when I went there, they had the 30 or I think it's like $40. You can pay $40 for a clear bag. And as much stuff as you can stuff in your bag that's under that tent, it's $40 no matter what.
Okay. So is it like quality stuff or is it kind of like
it's bro, hold on, let me get this real quick. Joe Wrist. It's actually player worn stuff. Like they have jerseys that were worn by the players. They're usually it's not just that. It's not just that. It's also like hats and stuff that are from the last year, and stuff like that. They have I got myself the military sweat. When we have the salute to service sweatshirts and stuff like that. I got the jacket and sweatshirt and everything for all. Anything I could put in that bag for $40, bro.
Yep.
Got it. So
and that's like $100. That's $80 sweatshirts that they're selling. Yeah, even if you just buy that one thing, it's much cheaper. I got an $800 helmet with the everything, the cushion and everything that the player has. Right? I got an $800 helmet for $75.
Whose helmet?
I did too, Ali. Yep.
It doesn't have a name on it, so I don't know who it belongs to, but you can tell it was worn and everything. And the one I have is the same helmet that Tyreek wears. So I went and priced it out. If I were to buy that helmet just straight up without being from the Dolphins, it's like $600 some.
Hey, Michael K wants to know if they sell cups too. Like
yes, they also sell jock straps that you can put on your face too, Michael K. So no worries.
They got some old tape. You can find some old tape that they used.
Most of the stuff is just to be clear. Hold on a second. Just to be clear, most of the stuff that they have that's not like the player worn jerseys or the helmets that they're used. It's brand new stuff that they just didn't give to a player. So like for example, there's some undrafted free agents out there that have gone on Twitter and showed all the cool gear that they've gotten from the team, just being at the OTAs and stuff. A lot of that stuff is what they're giving you brand new. They're just selling at a cheaper price.
Right. I see. But what about like, do people know what's going to be there? Do they say like, hey, we've got like Tyreek Hill worn jerseys or this or that? Are there like things people
usually most of the time the player worn jerseys are not necessarily the current players. It'll be like, for example, last year I got an Xavier Howard jersey, for example.
That's fucking crazy.
Throw that. I've seen what's his name, Jake Long. I've seen like Jarvis Landry. Some of the older players that may not be on the team any longer, but they were on the team. So
I got Brandon Marshall's one, Ali.
You got a Brandon Marshall one? That's awesome.
I got a Brandon Marshall one. Yeah.
I had what's his face? The God, let me find it. Actually, I have it in my closet. Give me a
And,
second.
Joe. So Ali's right on that helmet, right? But I got the Patrick Paul one, and then but I changed the face mask on it. The one it's a wicked face mask on it, bro. And I put a visor on it too, dude. I try to sell it. They're asking $350, and I bought it for $75.
Do they
Damn.
have like sales there as well, like certain items for sale, or is it just the bag, like the $40?
No, they have. You can buy individual stuff if you want for a much discounted price, but it's just a better deal to get the bag because you can get everything for that one low price.
Hey, Ali, so this year and Joe, and for everybody listening, my wife is going deep, bro. I'm getting 2 full bags, and now who's gonna help you? You are. You're getting 1 bag, and I'm getting the other one.
So you're gonna be there, bro? I'm gonna get to see you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there, bro. I'll be there that weekend, the whole weekend. I'll be down there.
That sounds amazing. I've never heard of any team doing this for their fans.
Yeah, bro, it's awesome, dude. That's a great deal right there, man. Yeah, but I'll be down there, brother. I'll be down there.
Yeah, I've been a season ticket holder of other sports franchises, and they've never done anything like this, to be honest. So
so much like people could get all the merch that they would have bought throughout the year. They could just get it there.
Yeah,
you wonder how people have all this merch and everything, or you see these other content creators that have like 50 helmets. This is how they do it. I remember seeing the first time I met Big E. For people that don't know who Big E is, he's a big time fan, and he was fan of the year previously, right? I actually met him, and I met him in line, and he was holding like 4 helmets, walking to check out.
Yeah. I believe it. I've seen it. I've seen it too, Ali.
yeah. So they have everything. I got myself a couple pairs of socks that were pretty dope. They always have that kind of stuff, bro. I definitely recommend it. If you haven't been, definitely check it out.
Hell yeah.
Well, now I got to figure out how to get to Miami and
Joe's like, what the hell? What am I missing?
that would be worth the 3-hour drive just to get $100 worth of gear.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. And believe me, when I was making line, it was actually Batman was like maybe 5 cars ahead of me. But anyways, when we were driving in, guess who I saw walking out already with 2 bags? Guess who I saw?
Batman.
Tony coming out with 2. Tony came out with 2 bags. I go, Tony, how the hell you go? I got, hey, when you're VIP, Grumpy. I was like, what? He was already
Grumpy. You're saying that Tony has gone from Tony 2 phones to Tony 2 bags.
Oh yeah, 22 bags, man. I like that one.
I mean, how many people flood this thing? Like how long is the line?
Lot of people that are in the know really flood it, but a lot of people there last year. The one day that I got to go to it, which was the preseason game, they had like these metal fences, those fences that they put up to kind of guide people and stuff. They had it set up like a maze to go around a few times till you got. So it depends. Sometimes it's super slam busy. Sometimes it's not. It's for people that really know what it is. That's basically when it gets busy.
Really advertise it, right? It's just
when they advertise it, it's usually like the day before.
Right.
So you kind of have to like you start hearing word of mouth and stuff about it. I will say I do expect it to be at the preseason game again. I do expect that. They usually have it member day, and they'll have it one other day during training camp.
Yeah, and Ali. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
I was just gonna say I met someone that works for the team, so I could get an inside scoop.
If you can, let me know because I need to know.
Yeah, me too, Joe. For real. Because I'm gonna be down there, man.
The people that walk in the game day fits or whatever, like all the marketing photos they do. She's probably got some involvement with that.
Hey, Ali. I don't know if last year you got because they gave me 2 shirts where it says members. Did you get a shirt like that, Ali? I don't know if you can hear me. Oh well, they gave me 2 shirts, Joe. A white one, a nice shirt, bro. Like maybe like what the coaches wear. Like it's like a polo, and it says members of with the Dolphin logo on it. Man, it's real nice, man. But
That's cool. You get to choose your size and stuff, or are they just kind of
Grumpy.
like tossing them out?
yeah, I choose my size. On that, I choose my size.
Nice.
Hey, Grumpy, I got a question. Did it
Go ahead.
did it come with the picture of a GE light bulb on the front?
Yeah. I was still paranoid with that movie, Crypto. Damn it.
I know.
Gotta watch every step, Crypto.
Yeah, you gotta watch every step, man.
Especially when you go outside and the wind starts blowing the other way, Crypto. Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys filling me in on that. That's
me
really cool
spooked
to
out.
learn.
Yeah, man. It's so I never went to the preseason one, Joe, where
Grumpy.
they do the
Grumpy,
go
real
ahead.
quick. Did you get your team gift?
Not yet.
So check this out. I didn't even know they were doing team gift again. It got
Okay.
sent to my junk folder, so I never looked at it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Is it
I was so pissed, bro.
I gotta look at that then.
Hey, is your team gift another letter to upgrade?
No. Last year, I don't know if you guys know, because they didn't give out gifts like they did, and people were complaining. They allowed you later on to select an item. It was like 4 different items. They did the same thing as the team gift this year.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I got last year I got the folding chair, Ali.
Yeah, I saw the
they
new
doing the
chair. The
folding
new
chairs?
chair looks nice. I got the Yeti can, to be honest, is what I got.
Oh, okay.
Is this for ticket holders?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Grumpy, you're in Texas, right? But you're a season ticket holder.
Yeah, well, I'm not this year, Joe, but I was, for the last 2-3 years. The 3 years I was.
You just fly over for most of the games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Nice.
Johnny O, the guy who's the on the West Coast Dolphin fan. He's the guy with the big beard, long beard.
Yeah.
He lives in New Jersey, and he flies to all he comes to all the home games.
Yeah, he did. That guy's always on the move. He might travel more than me.
So there was the season ticket holders that sat next to me last year. They live in Atlanta. They flew down every home game from Atlanta.
Our fans are really sprawled out.
Yeah. So it was crazy because they were always like almost late to the game because they're like, yeah, we just got off the plane and we took the trolley straight here, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, you flew in the same day? Shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I do the night before though, Ali.
Do you guys know how many flights get delayed from Atlanta? It's ridiculous.
I'm flying into Atlanta in the morning now.
That's the busiest airport in the country.
I fly those Delta flights like clockwork for work. I go. I can get there by like 8 o'clock. So
getting on Delta next Friday.
Yeah, is Delta a good airline?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
A little bit expensive,
Got
but
Delta airline. I got a membership with Delta.
Shake, living where you do, you should be doing Delta too.
Yeah.
To be honest, Delta is the only U.S. airline that's actually worth a damn anymore. To be honest,
you get free movies, free massages.
Crypto, you don't get no Delta. You're on Spirit. You're on Spirit, Crypto.
I started flying Delta
One. I fly Southwest a lot.
Has anyone flown Alaska here?
No.
I heard Alaska is good. That's what someone told me.
Hey, Ali, Crypto flies Spirit because he gets free massages there.
Yeah, he's there in spirit, definitely.
I wish I still had Hooters. Remember when Hooters had an airline?
Damn.
Who?
Hooters.
Oh,
you guys don't remember that?
Damn, Hooters got their own airline.
Hell yeah, I want to go on that one.
Yeah, Virgin had an airline too, but I couldn't fly that one anymore because I wasn't qualified anymore.
Oh, you weren't a virgin, okay.
It was, it was 2003 to
I caught that one quick.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny though. I've never flown Virgin though. That'd be funny.
And so if you do fly, does that mean you lost your virginity?
I don't know. Imagine you were mile high on on a Virgin airline. Just gonna point that out.
Oh shit, man. Oh. Hey, Ali, I don't know if you were hearing earlier, Ali, but you missed out on the National Geographic of what Tonk was talking about big lip fishes and drinking milk out of kangaroo pouches and yeah, you missed all that, bro.
I can't remember. I can't believe you guys don't remember Hooters Air.
No, man.
I
don't remember that.
They were out of Myrtle Beach. Yeah, they had it was like 2005. They only lasted a few years, but they basically had Hooters waitresses as the flight attendants.
What? Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Actually, no, I was not there for that. Sorry, Grumpy, I missed it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know he was back there. Bryson, what's going on? Hope you're
What's up, Shank? No, you're good. I was only back there a couple seconds.
What's up, Bryson?
How's it going, guys? How's everyone doing?
What up? What up, B?
Hey, what's up?
B?
What's your favorite
What up,
airline?
man? My favorite airline? As a passenger, I would probably say Delta.
Listen, let me ask y'all a question real quick. I brought this question up. I brought this question up earlier to Joe Riss, but now that we have a panel here, let me ask you all this. And I was thinking about this last week, and I was thinking that if you think about who our top cornerbacks are, do you think I think it's easy to expect that the offense at training camp should look like the next greatest show on turf. You know what I'm saying? Because of the cornerbacks, Waddle, Hill, and these guys, other guys are Gordon against. And if they don't, do you think it's either A, the defense is stepping up, or B, the offense is taking a step back?
So I think, can I go first, if you guys don't mind?
Yeah, go, Ali.
So
yeah, go ahead, Ali. Go ahead.
I personally think that that is a good question to ask because we really don't know. The reality is they really, invested heavily with draft capital and bringing last year with Chop to improve that defensive line, right? So now we have some people there that we feel comfortable with, and we feel that the defensive line is going to be upgraded. They definitely re-signed some guys and brought in some guys in the linebacking core. So to be honest, the pass rush and even the rushing, the rush defense should look decent based on what we brought in. The question mark for me, mostly on the offensive side, is the offensive line. Is Daniels going to be the guy that we hope that he is? Are we finally going to sign our second rounder eventually, even though he hasn't signed yet, which I think is ridiculous? Are we going to really sign him? And is he going to fix this offensive line? And can they stay healthy? That's like the biggest question, because the reality is, if you really look what's on paper, we really don't have any depth behind, our two guards that we brought in, let alone our tackles. We really don't have any depth on that offensive line. So I hope they perform. They might perform early just to start, but we'll see how well it ends up lasting. That's going to be like the biggest question.
Our depth is Borum and Eichenberg.
Yeah, that's the depth on the offensive line, and I don't even know if that's trustworthy.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Ali. I think on 7-on-7, if because that happens a lot in camp. If they don't torch them on 7-on-7, that's a big, major problem for the offense. I think they will torch them just because it's mainly DBs, wide receivers, tight ends, the whole nine. I do think I got a second on Ali's point. I think when it's 11-on-11, I do think this defense is going to actually produce, and the offense is going to actually struggle in my mind, because I look at this offensive line and you cannot convince me with how it's currently constructed on who's played so far that it's better than last year. Sure, on paper it might be, but Austin Jackson, he has an injury other than his knee injury that's pretty well reported so far on the little reporting the reporters are allowed to do. I just said reporting way too many times. You got on the left side, a borderline rookie. Yeah, it's not his rookie year; it's his second year. But we didn't really get to see a significant amount of snaps from our left tackle that's taken Teron Armstead's spot. And then you got to look at the guards. What's up?
I was going to say you might want to go back. Patrick Paul did play a good amount, to be honest.
Sure, but like in my
he
opinion,
did show some good and he showed some bad. You're right. I do understand.
Yeah, that's why I give
point.
him like a soft. I don't think he's had a full amount of time. And sure, he actually did practice a lot, so you might be right there because Teron Armstead hasn't practiced in however many years. Because and I'm not saying that's a knock at the guy. The guy was injured for the last 4 or 5 years of his career, and he was still starting more games than he probably should have been starting, even though he wasn't there every week. But that's besides the point. You look at our guards, James Daniels. I like the guy, or I might be messing his name up. The guy from Pittsburgh with the Achilles injury. He hasn't been practicing, and that's fine. He's coming off a hard injury, but I want to see him at some point during training camp because everything about O-line is, consistency and chemistry, right? It's being able to read the defense quick on the line, make adjustments to quarterback or center is calling out, and be able to execute that. I love Aaron Brewer, but then that you got that question mark at the other guard position with the second rounder that you have a rookie coming in. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be ready to go hit the ground running. This is a very hard offense to learn, especially for a young guy. And you guys could probably help me here. I don't know if he's run outside zone scheme before. That is challenging to learn. Even if he
what they
in
told
college,
us he has, but I don't know about that.
So even if he has at this level, guys are a lot faster, guys are a lot bigger, and guys are more fresh because there's better rotation of guys. That all being said, I do think the defense, you know me, Ali, and all the other guys up here. I've been very hard on this team. I do think the defense is going to surprise us this year with the additions if they stay healthy. That is a big if, right? Because we have a lot of guys on that front seven that are injury prone. But they're very talented. This whole roster, in my mind, is a very, very talented roster when healthy. The problem is we have a lot of guys at these top positions that have shown a history of not being able to stay healthy. It's long-winded, but what's up, Joe?
I was going to say, just on what the point you were making, you think those guys are back at full health? You think they're coming back full steam?
We'll see. I think Chubb, in my opinion, probably could have played last year. I have no idea, right? I don't know his injury
Chubb
history
could
from
have
last
definitely
year.
played last year.
I think Chubb could have played if they were really confident. But in my opinion, I think what the Dolphins are going to do is I think they wanted him to be 100%. He probably was like 80 to 90%, which is still playable. They want him 100% so that they can debut him. Not that he needs debuting, but they can show the league that he's still got it. He's still productive. And I think they're going to try to trade him before week 8. I think a lot of players are going to be on the trade block, whether they get traded or not. Another thing I want to bring up is this tight end position, without Jonnu Smith, might be one of the worst tight end positions in the league.
Unless
Jonnu
those
Smith
UDFA's got something.
Sure, yes. But Jonnu Smith carries this, tight end room. And this is a tight end useful. I mean, every West Coast system, you look at all the top tight ends, majority of them playing a West Coast offense. George Kittle, you got Travis Kelce, obviously. I'm pretty sure, the Raiders, they run a little bit of a West Coast. They got Brock Bowers and the other guy, which I know he hasn't done crazy stuff, but he's still solid. Yeah. And so I'm a little concerned with the tight end position.
What about the new guy, Pharaoh Brown?
Yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know.
That's the thing that I get. Like, you're worried about the tight end position, right? But if you really look at it, up until last year, this offense didn't really use the tight ends, to be honest, even when we had them.
Yeah,
sure, but I think that's a problem.
I was gonna say, Jonah Smith, having a lot those yards weren't by design, but they didn't go into the year thinking, hey, Jonah Smith, you're gonna get 900 yards. I think it was out of necessity more than design.
And even if you look at Jonah Smith and what he didn't do that until the second half of the season. The first half of the season, it didn't look very well.
They did it more out of necessity.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
I mean, my thing is just what I've always wanted. I like, and maybe it's just because I grew up watching big body receivers. No Diddy, but I do prefer. I like a big body receiver. Like, and I know you guys might not know the name. Maybe you do. The guy Armstrong out of Armstrong, I think it is, out of Arkansas. Listen, I live in Little Rock, so we have a ton of Arkansas
the guy's
fans.
gonna be the shit. I know he was the
That's
SEC's
the
leading
guy.
receiver.
Yes, that's the guy that I really am going to be watching in the training camp because I think we got a steal for undrafted free agent out of him. Now it was a deep class, but I really think that kid can be something. That kid is a solid receiver.
This is one of those years that I could see maybe 3 or 4 guys that are undrafted actually make this team. You got Armstrong, which I have him as a lock on this roster, to be honest. You got guys like BJ Adams. You got Conyers, the tight end.
With the UDFA.
And
Some Big Ten linemen.
Say that again?
We got some Big Ten linemen too, UDFAs.
Yeah, I mean, we got some guys. So it's going to be really interesting what we do. I'm very, intrigued by some of these guys, but we just have to see when they actually get on the field and see what they do.
Yeah, and listen, also, this is probably the most negative I normally am during the off-season, season, whatever, just because to me there's a lot of question marks and I've been burnt too many times. So I'm going to be harder on them because I'd rather be shocked than, surprised than let down kind of thing. And I just see a lot of question marks, but that doesn't mean question mark doesn't mean it's going to be negative. It's just like we got to see how this plays out. And I really do think we have a very strong conference. Everyone says we have an easy schedule. I personally don't see it. I get it. The NFC South is kind of a weak division, but we're playing the AFC North, the best division in football, if you ask me, just next to the NFC North. And, we're playing the Chargers. We're playing the Commanders. We have a lot of teams, in my opinion, the Patriots that are up and coming, that are trying to make a name for themselves. I know it's the Jets, but I really like their coach. I think it's going to take some time, but they're going to smack some people in the mouth. They're going to shock some people. I'm not saying they're going to be that great of a team. I still think we'll be ahead of the Jets on the win total. But they're going to win some games you don't expect them to win.
On paper, Bryson, what do you have us winning? 8, 9 games?
I see 8 tops, and I honestly would be kind of, I wouldn't say shocked, but I would be almost overwhelmed if they had 8 wins. Not in the fact of like I'm happy, but I see 6 to 7 would be my good, kind of window personally.
So for me, Grumpy, and I'm gonna stay on this until they do something at this corner position that I have, and the offensive line, to be honest. But I've said that I don't see us winning more than 8 games, right? As of right now, how our roster sit, if everybody stays healthy for the entire season, I have us winning 8 games. Once they do something with the corner position and something with the depth of the offensive line, then maybe I might willing to move that needle. That's where I'm at.
And Ali, and to everybody on the panel, right? I had a question. So say we're not in the playoff hunt as you guys are saying, no more than 8 games, 6, 7 maybe. So would you consider start selling players to other teams that can go somewhere to help other teams for the playoff run? Would you start doing that and start building?
1,000%. I want to do.
Let me start this off. Yeah, I would, because of all the 1-year contracts he signed.
Yeah, I personally would have a fire sale. It's just, how are you going to convince, if we are in that situation, I don't know necessarily if Chris Greer's job is safe or not. Maybe it is. I don't think McDaniel's job is safe in that scenario. How do you convince a GM or potentially a head coach to trade guys, and it's like you're basically telling them you're done at the end of the year? That's one thing, is like,
right.
How do you convince Chris Greer to sell the roster?
Yeah,
and then You know,
Ross has fired people mid-season, so
yeah, that's true. Maybe he does that. That is true.
I have a hot. This isn't a hot take here, but on other panels, this would be a hot take. If Tua doesn't stay healthy and doesn't perform this year, I'm telling you right now, I would start. You might see a fire sale because at that point, I think they're really moving off of him, and you want to get all the draft capital you possibly can get.
Good point.
If that happens, then Tonk's charity of choice gets $100.
I think Ross would actually have the confidence in Greer to take another shot at rebuilding, just because of like some of the players he's been able to pull in and things he's been able to put together. I mean, we're just 2 years removed from having the crazy offense like we had. So I could see Ross also saying, "Hey, let's take another stab at this with the right QB this time."
And see, I actually 100% agree with you, and I think that's why Greer's acting like he's not on the hot seat at all.
Right.
That's all the moves they made.
That,
Look at
He
it this
can
way,
act like
Bryce.
he's not on
I'm
the
sorry.
hot seat. He's on the hot seat, Ali.
Hold on, real quick, Crypto. Hold on. Look at the moves they made, though. All the moves, we didn't overpay for anybody, right? We had a chance to actually fix the corner position, and we didn't up our offer to beat out the Ravens, which we could have very well did, and we didn't do it, right? All of the moves that we made tells me that they're basically playing a game that they don't want to overpay, because if it doesn't work, they can get right out of it. And that tells me that this is a you do it or you don't do it year Tua. That's basically where I'm at. That's what I think is the deal. So,
yeah, I could agree with that.
And as a GM, if I'm making moves like that, that means I've already been told do whatever you can to be competitive, but don't necessarily sell the house, and you'll still be here the next year. I bet you someone's had that conversation with him.
Hey, by the way, what's up, Pete, man? Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you for entertaining my work week, man. Because
what up, Pete?
I love tuning into your.
Damn, it's the entertainment.
I appreciate
Was
that.
it like
Shake,
Ringley? Was it like Ringley Brothers Shake? That kind of entertainment.
No. But I was hearing. I just stopped
Is
by.
he funny to you, Shake?
And I wanted to ask this question to everybody. Let's say it is like a 7-11 season, right? But Tua has a good statistical season, but it's just a losing season. But Tua stays healthy and he's good. He has 34 touchdown passes, 12 interceptions, 4,400 passing. He has a really solid season. What are we doing?
In other words, you're saying like Aaron Rodgers.
Pete,
are you saying he have an Aaron Rodgers season? But basically what Aaron Rodgers had last year.
Real quick, I think he's doing a scenario where it's like Justin Herbert's rookie year, where he was scoring all those touchdowns, but his defenses kept giving up the touchdowns. You know what I'm saying?
Joe Burrow's season. Listen, my response to that: fuck the stats. I'm sick and tired of people, and I know you're not, Pete. I'm just saying, I'm sick and tired of half this fan base talking about stats, thinking like we won shit, saying Tua's better. Tua's on pace to be Drew Brees or whatever the fuck's going on in our fan base. Fuck the stats. If you don't win a playoff game, you didn't do shit. That's my opinion.
So in other words, Tua is going to be like Aaron Rodgers last year. Rodgers had, I think, almost 30 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
Yeah. Burrow balled out last year. I don't see that happening. I think if this offense is scoring points, they're winning. Because, listen, you can say all you want about this defense. You can't name me more than 5 wins in the Greer era, the Flores and McDaniel era. I don't think you can name 5 wins where the defense single-handedly lost us the game. In my opinion, this defense has carried us or gotten us close enough to win the game, and the offense just doesn't do it. And this is supposed to be an offensive team.
Regime. Definitely in the Flores regime, the defense didn't cost us no game.
And even in the McDaniel, I'm just saying. So this whole rebuild,
maybe one game in this whole Flores era, maybe one.
Well,
game.
and in the McDaniel area, I wouldn't say there's more than 3.
So it's a wild card. So Bryson, a wild card loss, and you're good with that, or it has to.
No. You got to win. You got to win a playoff game. I said. I might have mistaken.
If we go 10-7, we make the playoffs again. We lose to, let's say, the Chiefs again. Tua loses again. He has a good game.
Did he win the wild card? Did he win the wild card?
It's a 28-24 game. We lose by 4. The
Nah, fuck
last
that.
drive, we were in
You
field
gotta-
goal range, but we needed a touchdown. And
We
Tua
do that
had a
every
good
year
game.
versus.
Yeah,
bro,
no, we need
Pete,
we've
hold
done
on.
that
Last drive,
multiple
we had the
times.
ball or they
Pete,
had the
we
ball.
do that
Pete.
every year against the Bills, bro. I'm sick and tired of that.
No,
and we
we
just
need
saw
a playoff
us
win.
lose. I just saw us lose against the Chiefs that way, not in the playoffs, but in Germany that way as well. So I don't want to.
The
I don't want
last play
to.
of the game, yeah. And the
Yeah,
last
I don't
drive,
want to
yeah.
play like that anymore, bro. And here's
Playoff
the
win.
reality. Here's the other part of it. The one part you didn't mention. You can have a good season, right? But my question, and still, I'm sorry, have a good turnout with your stats and everything, and have like Tua with however, like you said, 3,800 yards or something, or whatever you said, right? If that were to happen, my question to you would be, well, why didn't we win the additional games? Why didn't we get to the playoffs? What really happened? Because you can't tell me it's defense, bro. It can't be It can't be defense 100%
Ali, what if
of the time.
Eichenberg has an all-pro
I
season,
just
Ali? What if
told you,
Eichenberg
Ali,
has
a
an all-pro season?
28-24 loss in the wild
No,
card to the Chiefs.
Crypto, it ain't
Tua
what if.
threw
Okay?
3
Thank you.
touchdowns, 1 field goal.
What's that?
Yeah,
No,
but
but
Pete,
you
this
just
is what I'm
said,
saying.
hold on. But hold on. You said in the scenario you proposed at the beginning of this conversation was a 7-11 season. There's no way we're a wild card team being 7-11. There's
Well, it's
no
7
way.
and 10, by the way, Pete. just
7
so you
and
know.
10. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
7 and 10.
No,
but
he
then-
said
but-
7-11.
But
He did
then
say
Bryce,
7-11.
Bryce said it has to be playoffs, and that's when I came back and said, does it have
No,
to
Pete,
be
I said we have to win a
playoff
playoff game.
win?
We have to win playoff
Yeah,
games.
Yeah, not
But
make it
that's
because
why
we
I
made it
brought
And
before
honestly, Pete,
already.
I
like
think
Mike
it's
was
we have a
saying.
good
Pete,
playoff game.
I think it's a
So we have to
mistake that
win a playoff game.
Like that, like it
for
can't
Mike
be
McDaniel to be
like if
survivor.
Tua makes it to the playoffs this year. Do you guys not agree that that means Tua would have made it to the playoffs 3 years in a row now? If he would have been healthy
No.
all season last season, that's a playoff team.
I don't
And then
care, but he
upcoming
wasn't.
season,
But he
that's
wasn't.
3 in a row.
We keep doing the what
That's
if
still
game.
his
That's
fault.
why we haven't had a playoff win in
He has to be
24
blamed
years.
for not appearing for showing. If you're absent, then you're part of the reason.
We've been
So you
saying
get
what if for
credit for
25
losses.
years.
Yeah, actually, we've been doing that for longer than 25 years. Been playing what ifs. I'm sick and tired of living in the what ifs. Let's live in the
That's
now.
what I'm saying. I mean, I'm
You have to be present to be accounted for.
Bro, this new Pete is wild, bro. I love it. I love
really
this
high
new
on this
Pete.
season. I'm really high on this season.
I hope you're right, Pete, and you're typically not, which is
No,
fine.
he's high for a deceptive reason.
No, for
He's
sure.
high on this. He's high on this season because he thinks Penix Jr. is going to lead his team to the Super Bowl. That's why.
Right. Right.
Oh, man.
Hey, what if? Hey, Pete.
Penix will be starting.
What do you have us winning, Pete? How many games?
I have us minimum 9 with a ceiling of 13.
Damn.
Damn, I can't get on board with that, man. Not yet, at least. Fix the corner position, and then we'll talk.
I don't get it. With an
I
easier schedule, with an easier,
They
with
did.
an
They
easier
drafted a
schedule,
corner.
You got to fix
with
the
an
depth,
easier
the corners,
schedule in front of us, right?
the
This
depth
year
in the quarterback
compared to
room.
last
You
year,
got to.
with a
We
better
need at least
roster.
5 quarterbacks on this roster
With a
in
better
order to win.
offensive line. Y'all telling me this team got worse?
First of all,
Yes.
we have a better
line?
unproven offensive
better
line.
defensive
Unproven,
line?
first of all. All right.
You don't
And
go
second,
from
Our
Armstead to 2
defensive
rookies and
line
expect to
got
get better.
yeah,
Never
and
happened.
then on top of it, Crypto, correct me if I'm wrong. This is still a passing league, right? I know
Yes.
the rushing is starting to become a thing, but it's definitely a passing league. And I'm
Still a
sorry,
passing league
with
to
who
further
our
notice.
projected
passing
starters
offense.
are outside of Ramsey, because we think he's going to be traded soon, right? If that is the case, I'm sorry, I cannot confidently go in this season thinking we're going to win 9 games with Cam Smith and who knows who, which will end up probably being Eli Apple on the other side.
Ali,
Apple.
I don't care if it's Ethan Bonner starting at our
He's in-
secondary. Our secondary is going to be light years ahead of what it was last year based on what the defensive front is going to produce, the pressure, the hits, the
assuming
chaos.
defensive
You're
front.
assuming you're
turnover.
playing the
Almost
what ifs,
people.
man. You're
No,
playing the what
those
ifs.
those go hand in hand.
We were supposed to get that last year
You don't
from Chubb
remember,
and all
bro?
the
We had
the no
pressure with
shows.
Flores starting Nick Needham. Nobody knew who that was. Ended up having one of the
Nick
best
Needham was
turnover
good.
defenses in the league. Nick
Yeah,
Needham wasn't good at all.
Nick Needham would be the
That's
best
because of the
cornerback on
zero
this
blitz.
roster.
Nobody understood how to
And that's
defend
what
it.
we're
Nick
doing,
Needham would
Cristo.
literally be the best cornerback on this
It's
roster
been
if he was
figured
still
out.
on
The
here.
zero blitz has been figured out.
Our defense is going to be a switch and scheme. It's going to be sending hits, sending blitz like never before seen. I feel it. That's what we're going to do. We're sending 6 every time, 5 and 6 every time.
It's not going to work. You're going to give up 40 points in the first quarter.
You know
How is it
what?
not gonna
5
work?
and 6. Hey, you know what happens when you send 5 or 6? You're asking your DBs
I know exactly
to do
what
more.
happens when we
No,
sell
you're
when we
asking your
blitz 5 and
DBs
6.
to do
No, I'm gonna tell
more.
that's not true, Bryson.
Yes, it
You're
is.
telling the offense to block with more people.
You need them.
And
Yeah,
people know how to do that. Just
No,
like
you're
Lions.
not.
They block
Now
with
we're
7
not
every
worried
down,
about the
and they
tight end
still
anymore because he's
score
asked
30
to
a
stay
game.
back and block. Now we're not worried about the running back catching it against these non.
And then what happens when you
he
have
has to stay back and block?
what happens when you play a vet quarterback, which we're playing plenty of this year, and
Name
he
'em.
audibles
Week
out
one-
and
week
he
one,
gets
you're-
quick routes,
Oh,
and you
Daniel
got
Jones?
DBs that
Daniel-
can't even care. That can't even.
No. Week 1, we play Daniel Jones. Week 2, Drake May. Week 3, Josh Allen. Week 4, Justin Fields. Week 5, Bryce Young. Week 6, Justin Herbert.
Okay.
I just gave you 6 weeks, and there's only 2 quarterbacks you're worried about right now.
Oh, I'd say Bryce.
All of
Bryce
them.
Young's on the
With
up
all
and
of
up.
them
I would say
control.
he can switch out inaudible. It doesn't make a high IQ
Bryce-
quarterback to call an audible and read a defense. Now, not all of them can do it, but
we need one of those.
Yeah, we do need one of those. But
you know what the
it's
best
not
part about
hard
it
to
is?
be able to
You know
tell.
what the best part about? You know what the best part about it is? When he does call that audible, and Bryce Young is changing guys at the line of scrimmage, he's setting the tight end to block, setting the running back to block. He's switching the audibles because he sees the blitz and he snaps that ball, and all these guys drop back. Now 2 guys stay back to block. We got
What is
3
Brian
people
Flores
rushing.
back
We
in
got
town?
8.
Guys, I didn't get the memo. I didn't know Brian
This is
Flores
what-
was
I didn't know
back in
Brian
town.
Flores was the head coach.
Our defensive line last year was so bad, fellas. It didn't allow us to do anything
They
creative.
did.
Like
They had
this.
like 6 sacks in one
Okay?
game before.
This year, our defensive line is back and
And they
they're
still didn't
intact
do
and they're
nothing.
ready to attack.
This guy's crazy, bro. I love it though. I don't think we have.
What
I
they'll
don't think we
do,
have an easy schedule.
and then
Listen,
one game,
listen.
they'll get
let me
like
say this.
12 sacks
Crypto.
against a bad quarterback, and it'll skew the
We do
numbers.
this
And
every
everybody
year.
think
We
our
do
defense
this.
is good.
We
That's
do
what's
this
going to
every
happen.
year.
I'm telling you.
We look at this schedule in May, June, July, and we say this guy's got the easiest
Right.
schedule. This guy's got the hardest schedule. And by week 8, it's all bullshit anyways because all these teams are trying to get better. Some teams are getting worse. We have no idea what kind of schedule we have. In my opinion, I think
I'm
we do
telling you
not
how the
have an
numbers
easy
are going to
schedule
get
by
skewed,
any means.
Bryson.
I love how other teams got better, but we got worse.
I'm telling
Through the
you how,
eyes of
right?
everybody.
They don't have
I
to.
love
Them standing still, by definition, moves ahead of us. They could be just literally standing still, but we go backwards.
And to
Automatically, they
answer your
push them
question,
up.
Pete,
we would have been
I don't
a
necessarily
3
That's the
think
years in
law
a
we
of
row
got
a
physics.
that much
playoff
better.
team.
No. I think we got better at certain positions, but I think we got worse at others. I don't necessarily see a convincing theme to me that this is a better, well-built team than it was last year. It's just a different team, in my opinion.
The Eagles had to
And
turn around and get 5 new starters on defense.
well,
They
you
lost
call
5
me.
starters on defense.
That's because they
You
got the
call
best farm
me.
system in the world called
Here
Georgia.
we go. Now
You
they
We
got
don't
call
have
the
a
best
me.
farm
farm
system.
system.
You call me
Oh,
when we get a quarterback that you don't have to say if we're healthy we'll get this many wins. When we get that guy, then I'll get on board. But until then, we ain't shit until we can get a quarterback that can consistently stay healthy. And listen, I think Tua is great quarterback when he's healthy. But the problem is you
hold
can't.
on. What did you just say?
I think he's a
You
great
think
quarterback when healthy.
So I asked you, if Tua stays healthy all year, what would be the record? You think a quarterback that you think is
Well, you
great
didn't
staying
ask me
healthy?
that.
Because of
You said,
competition.
will we, if he has a good, no, that's not the
If
question you
he's
asked.
healthy,
You said if he's
and you think
healthy and he has good stats and we finish 7-11, which doesn't exist, do you think they'll keep him or whatever your
what do you
question
mean it
was?
doesn't exist? But Joe
7
Burrow
11 is
last year went
impossible. You
8.
can't have 7-11.
Last year Joe Burrow
There's
went
only
8 and
17
9.
games.
7-10. 7-10, my bad.
Yeah,
But
no,
Joe
you're
Burrow
fine.
went 8 and 9
I was
last year.
trolling you there, Pete. It's all good.
Hmm.
I know what you meant. Yeah,
Well, maybe he was thinking
the
about
Joe Burrow.
he wants
The Joe Burrow is a
You know what? You could
completely.
go 7-11 if you want to be technical. You make it
and
to the
maybe
playoffs at 7-10
maybe Pete wants a
and lose the
Slurpee.
wild
That's why
card.
maybe Pete wants a Slurpee. That's why 7-11.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you
I
know,
corrected
yeah.
myself. I know why now, Shake. We
It's
made
a
it
hot
to the
day. I
wild
get
card
it.
at 7-10. At 7-10, we
That's
made the wild card.
impossible. I don't think that's ever happened, actually.
I mean, the rest of the NFL got
You
to be
have like
so
a
bad.
you have like a
The rest of your conference got to
10%.
be so bad
I think you
in
have
order
like.
for
Let
a
me look it up.
7-win team to make it. That means everybody in the conference is bad if a 7-win team makes it.
The Cardinals made it the playoffs one time, 7-9 or some shit like that.
Cardinals.
Yeah, that
Cardinals
means
and
everybody's the Seahawks too.
Yeah,
But that's because
At the
that's only
AFC,
because they won a division.
Crypto,
So it's
remember last
possible.
season,
It's possible.
everyone was predicting the top teams to all have high records. And to go to the playoffs, you had to have 10, 11 wins. Some were even saying you might have to have 11 wins to make it in the AFC playoffs. This was last
And it
year.
turned out that was the NFC. You needed 11 wins.
You have
to make
listen. I got the
They got the
stats.
wrong conference wrong. That's the problem, Pete. I was trying to tell them the
Stats
NFC
here.
is not a bad conference that everybody thought they was.
You have a 1 to 2% chance of making the playoffs with the 8-9 record. I just looked it up. 8-9, 1 to 2% chance of making the playoffs.
It's whoever needs that last final wild card spot. If there's a
Well, we
bunch of
got the
teams
last
loaded
final
with
one.
8 wins, that's it. That's all it takes. That last,
Yeah, I
it
don't
doesn't
see it.
matter.
Yeah,
We have a
everybody
good
in the middle of the
conference.
pack got to have an average record or a bad record to make it at 7 wins.
Yep.
We got a good conference. And
Or
I'm
if
telling you,
your division is so bad and you the 7-win division winner,
there's going to
that's
be at
another
least
way how to
3
get in.
teams that are 9-8 or better. 3
I don't
teams
know
that are
if
going to be 9 or 8
so many,
or
having
10
so
and 7.
many
12
loaded
games.
teams in the AFC is the reason why it's all going to compile that way. They're all going to beat up on each other.
I would be willing to bet probably $100,000 there won't
They're
be
not.
a
There's
Miami
gonna be more
Dolphins
than 6
team
teams win
that
at
is
least 10
7 and
games.
10 and makes the playoffs.
There's a low percentage chance that it'll happen, but it's not far fetched either.
1 to 2% is pretty far spent, and that's for 8-9. It's a less than 1% for a 7 and 10 team to make the playoffs.
The same,
Well,
But that's
now,
besides the
back
point.
in the
Who
day, it
cares
was
about that?
because they won it.
The same 8 and 9
Unless
team
you
could
think
easily
Buffalo's
be
going
the
to win
same
6
7 and 10
games,
team.
that's the only way the Dolphins make it at 7.
But
Yeah,
here's
that's
something
true.
else I wanted. Is any other
Buffalo
Dolphin
and
fans out
Patriots
here in
and
this room?
the Jets got to win 6 games too.
Got to win 6 games too, right? Exactly. All 3 of them have to win 6 games.
Patriots
Then
will
you
win
can
more
make
than
it at
6
7.
games.
Is any other Dolphin fan in the world right now feeling the same right now, that you're starting to get a little feeling that nobody might get traded at all now?
No.
See,
No,
this
that's
is
going to
what
happen in
Pete does.
July.
This is what Pete does.
No,
He
they're going to
gets
get
in
traded
here,
soon.
he sees what everyone's saying, and he hops on and says the opposite. I love it. But I see you, Pete.
Right.
I see you, Pete.
Bryce
what
is
do you
catching
mean?
on.
I'm catching on, man.
Are you
There
trying to
you
say
go.
that Pete? Are you accusing Pete, our beloved Pete, as a contrarian?
I might be, Shane.
Say it
I
isn't
cannot
so, Bryson.
confirm nor deny.
Crypto calls me that. He thinks I'm a contrarian. Now Bryson. This is unexplainable.
Listen, that's why we love you, Pete. That's what you keep us honest. You ask us the
Say
tough
it isn't so,
questions.
Shake.
So I didn't
We're
hear
going to
what
have
you
this
guys
on
said, so I
Insomnia
wanna-
episode. Pete's contrarian. We're going to make that an episode.
Hell, isn't that what Color accuses you of being too, Crypto?
Color.
Yeah, Color said that. It's about me.
Yeah, but Crypto has admitted to it. That's the difference. He admits.
Bro, it smells like
I
fireworks
never
out
admitted
here.
to
What the
anything.
fuck?
That man on Twitter said he was on my channel, and the only reason why he kept saying he was going to lose every team was because I said we were going to win those games. So he said, since he knew I said I was going to pick those games as wins, he chose them as losses.
Pete, should be the litmus test.
Yeah,
You're
I
really
was trying to
telling us.
be. I was challenging you.
You said
I
you
was
were being
challenging you.
contrarian.
What's the record going to be between
I
us
said
and the
I was
Bills?
doing it because of you.
What did you say, Bryson?
Pete, what's the record going to be between us and the Bills head to head?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. If you would have asked me this question yesterday, Bryson, I would have said we're getting swept by the Bills.
Okay.
But last night, I watched that.
But Josh
Buffalo
Allen got
game.
traded?
I don't know why. Let me tell you. I watched that Buffalo game last night. The one that we actually won with, the 21-19 game. And I says, you know what? with this defensive line, with this front that we have healthy,
Okay.
I think we might beat Buffalo. We might win the division this year if it comes out the way I'm actually forecasting it.
Okay,
If our
so
defense,
are you saying
I'm not
one and
afraid
one?
of
Buffalo
Buffalo
had
no more.
500 yards of
I'm not afraid.
offense
The
that
way
game.
we
They
harassed
just didn't score.
and let me tell you something, Bryson. Josh Allen had like 43 completions, almost 70 pass attempts in that game. He had 300 plus, 350 plus passing yards. He ate us at times. But it was the chaos. It was us continuing harassing him, hitting
No, I would
him
say he beat him
nonstop.
down.
We
He threw a
allowed,
ball in
yeah,
the dirt in the fourth quarter.
and it was all that beat down,
And what's
all
his
that
name
pressure,
dropped a
all that
touchdown
chaos.
pass.
That when you needed him to be clutch, he was gassed out, Bryson. I saw how
Yeah, okay.
gassed
No,
out
I
that
agree
guy
with all
was.
that. But
And
what's
you
Right,
the
know
but we're
record?
what?
not
1
playing
and
in the
one?
And you
sun
know
no
what?
more, Pete.
That was all because of the blitz and that defensive line that came to play that game.
So we saying
And
1 and 1?
I think we're splitting 1-1.
Okay.
That's
Oh, I
because
respect that.
of the sun. Beat them
And
down.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you, Brayson. I'm thinking more. We might even sweep Buffalo if you really want to be real.
Yeah, I want to
And
be real, Pete.
and I'm gonna tell you
I
why.
want to get
and
real.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm
Telling you,
gonna tell you
Mark.
Yo,
why.
I love Pete,
Bryson.
bro.
I'm
This
gonna
guy's
tell
a
you why.
legend.
Do we not play Buffalo on the road week 3 in primetime?
Yeah. Thursday night, baby. I think Thursday night, right?
in
Yeah.
prime time. You're talking about a team that's being looked at as a Super Bowl contender. They're being cheerleadered in. They're being pom-pommed and praised to come in, right? They're going to slack. They're going to not play as hard as the Dolphins. Week 3,
They always
Tua
get up for the
has to
Dolphins. What do you
come in
mean?
and prove it. This is his Super Bowl.
I know, but the Dolphins
This
never
is his
show up
Super
on
Bowl.
prime time. They
This is what
sleep.
I
this is
think it's only
Tua's
one
Super Bowl.
time
This is Mike McDaniel's
Josh
Super
Allen
Bowl.
scored less
I
than
wouldn't,
30 against
Bryson, I
his
wouldn't
whole
be
career.
shocked if we see 2 halfback passes, bro. I wouldn't be shocked if we see 2 flea flickers in that game, just because we
Yeah,
need to win
bro.
that game so bad.
Bro, this is
And
the
if we
Pete
steal,
we
and if we
deserve. We
steal
deserve
that
this,
game,
Pete.
let me tell you something. If we steal that game at Buffalo, week 3, and we start 3-0, we might go on a
Okay.
7-0 run. We might go on a 7-0 run.
Damn, Pete.
And if we go on a 7-0 run, let's say we lose to Buffalo, that next game is Buffalo. I mean, to the Ravens, we lose to the Ravens. Then that next game is Buffalo. That's at our home stadium. So I know Buffalo's going to want to
Don't
get their
matter.
get back, but there's a situation that
Crypto.
we were riding so
You got to
high
rein
on
your
that
boy
You
in,
7-0
it
Crypto.
sounds like a
that I feel
used
like
car
we'll get our
salesman
get
right
back.
now.
Crypto,
Do
you
they
got to
have
rein him
lemon
in,
laws in the
man.
state of Florida? Because you're selling us a
Crypto.
lemon right now.
Crypto, it ain't my fault. You guys got foggy goggles on. Okay? If you don't understand
sell
what this
grapefruit.
Yeah, you
defensive
accusing us of
line can
foggy
do,
goggles. Yours is
if y'all
really
don't
fog.
see
It's more
what
than
this
fog. It's
defensive line
smoke
can do,
filled.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I can't help y'all.
I'm
Y'all been
trying to
having
figure
these
out.
foggy goggles
Hey,
for a minute
bartender,
I'm
now.
I'll
trying to
take what
figure
he's
Throw
out.
them
having.
things out.
I'm trying to figure out the lemon laws in Florida is still in effect because he's selling us a big old lemon right now.
Yeah, I thought the recrecreational marijuana bill got
Hey, listen,
denied.
Crypto, don't worry. I got the sugar and we'll make some lemonade. There we go.
Bro, I thought the recreational bill got denied. What the hell's going on down there?
Some of y'all talking about drinking and others talking about smoking when I clearly stated y'all need some Windex for those goggles.
Hey,
Y'all got
that's
foggy
right,
vision.
Shake. You got to keep it low ingredient.
Exactly. One
Hey,
ingredient.
yo, Tom,
sugar.
you gotta get your boy Tom. I know you and him are par to par on this.
Tom, you got to come back
Our
to Florida,
defense
man.
is going to be top notch. I really feel it. Joe feels it too. He knows our defense is about to be top 5.
Yeah, I don't.
What's up, Bryson? What's going on?
What's up, Tom? How you doing,
What do I
man?
got to defend?
Hey,
What, who?
hold
No,
on.
I'm just saying I
He's
get your
coming to
boy
Florida
Pete
to
because
get him.
I know, and I know you actually believe it, and I actually respect you, Tom, because you have some good points on
Hey,
it.
but
you
hey, hold on
believe in
real
this
quick.
team. You got to. Pete does too now. You got to tone him down a little bit.
Tell him, Tongue. And guess who
Hey,
else
real
believes
quick.
in this team?
Hey, hold on real quick.
Zach Thomas.
If Tua is healthy,
Zach Thomas
if Tua is
is in the
healthy, we're
same.
going
I'll tell you
12
what,
and
I want a
5.
tall glass of
And
lemonade,
we're look, if
freshly
Tua's
chilled.
healthy, we're going 12 and 5, but we're probably going to have to see Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
put those
listen.
lemons in the freezer real quick.
Hey, real
That
quick. I
is
just gotta say
I
something,
hope we
man.
do see Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs.
Hey,
I'll tell you
go
that.
ahead,
Our
Shake.
defensive line will harass him and send them backpacking.
No,
We'll send
hey,
Aaron
Dude,
Rodgers to retirement.
man, he's going to be all hyped up on that Oswego, ready to roll.
hey,
That's what's
listen,
going to
man.
slow him down.
I've been Pete, I've known Pete since I met Pete on TD Finstock. So I've known him on the panel since 2019, right? And ever since I've known Pete, they always says, "Damn, Pete, you're always negative. You're always negative. Why can't you be more positive?" And now that he's more positive, they're complaining about that. I'm like, God
No,
damn,
I love it. I
Shake.
love it. I love it, Shake.
That's the way it goes, Shake.
I said a minute ago, this is the Pete we all deserved. We deserve this, all right?
Well, that's true.
But you're
Yeah,
right. You're right. I don't even want to
Bryson,
debate him anymore because I
and
love
For
it.
that, I'm going to give me a tall glass of
Bright-
lemonade.
To that,
I'm trying it.
If that's the case, then you
Should
guys
I
should be
use the
thanking
brown
Chris
sugar
Greer.
or should I use the
That's
sugar
a-
cane,
That's
the
a sign.
processed
That's
powdered
a
one?
sign. That's a sign that Chris Greer did a great job for all you Chris Greer
Dude, it's a
haters.
sign for sure. I don't know if it's a sign for that, but something's going on, bro. Jesus coming back or something. If Pete talking crazy talk like this, I love it though. You keep it up, Pete. I like it.
I love Aston Davis. I'm really high on that guy right now.
You know what? The sun is still shining and it's almost 9 o'clock. I love it.
Joe, what's your
Aston
record
Davis?
prediction?
Crypto says,
Joe,
hey,
what you
Crypto
got?
and hey, Bryson, Crypto
We're
and
winning.
Color said that we were going to start 2-9, bro.
We're going winless.
2-9.
I think.
All right, that's
I
a little
think we
crazy.
get.
No, that's what Color said.
No, and
I
you
don't
backed
think
it up, dude.
2-9.
I said I don't.
Two
I
will
don't
be
and
two will be bent
I
faster
said I
than.
wouldn't be
Don't
surprised,
backtrack
but it's
now.
not going to happen.
You
I
did
wouldn't be
not
surprised
say
It's
either,
that.
but
recorded.
You
maybe
did
a little
not
bit
say
actually.
that. You
But no, I
stood
want to
up
hear
there
from
on
Joe real
audio.
saying it
quick.
was 2-9.
It's on audio recording. I got a lot of audio out there, so it's really easy to find it.
I don't know why people like
I'm the
going
most
back on their
recorded
takes like
person
they didn't
in
say
Dolphins history. So stop
That's true.
Yeah, but
that.
that makes it
Me,
harder to
Crypto. I
find
don't
because
go
there's so much
nowhere unless
recording
it's
to go
recorded.
through.
That may be true, Tuck, but you should have it on like a AI where you can just say crypto
Yeah,
at
I'll have
minute
to feed.
6:35,
I'm scared
and
though, Crypto. If
it'll
I
bring it
feed
up.
my AI bot, just recordings of you, I don't know what I'm gonna get in return, bro. That's gonna be a scary AI bot, man. He's gonna make me pay my
Those
monthly
AI
subscription in
bots.
crypto. But
Yeah,
hey,
them
Joe, what
AI
did you
bots,
have?
man.
Joe, what did you have on the record prediction?
I think it's either 5 wins or 10 to 11. No in between.
Okay,
You just
I
put
got
on
you.
your fog.
It's either a disaster or a pretty solid season. I can
I
see
think we'll
that.
find out before the trade deadline which direction they want to go.
Joe,
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a
has
pretty
foggy
solid
goggles on.
prediction. I think that's pretty solid. You could have it both ways,
It's
but
best to
it's
give a
not in the middle.
range. You say 7 to 9, which is my range, and then you have a
No,
range.
mine's like exclusive. It's not going to be a range. It's going to be they're either 5 wins or they're 10 to 11 wins. Like they're actually making a run at it. I think they'll know.
Also, it's not going to be 5. It's not going to be 8 or nothing like that.
If we're at
It's
the
either
trade
bottom
deadline
out or top out.
and we've got like 2 wins, I think we sell and we only finish with no more than 5.
Then
right?
you
But
win
if we're at the
the
trade
5. Okay, I
deadline
see
and we've
that part.
got like 5 wins or 6 wins, I think they, go for it, right? I forget what the trade deadline is, but that's kind of my point. Is like I think they'll know early in the season to know if they sell or
yeah, I think it's week 8. It's
it's
week 8,
before the bye week. Yeah.
Yeah,
Bye
and
week is
listen, I think
That's why the only feeling I get that's similar to that, to me, it's either a 4-13 season, right, or whatever, or it's going to be a 13-4 season. There's no in between. Like Joe is basically saying, I don't see no in between.
I don't think it's
I
that
don't see us
extreme.
being.
I
don't see us
You
being.
don't see like a 7 to 10 wins.
No,
No,
we're
I
not
think we'll
going
do
to
everything
be
to
a
avoid
7.
that.
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that puts us at pick number what? 13 if we win 7 games.
We're either going to be picking in the top 5 or we're going to be picking in the bottom 5. That's the truth.
What's up, Michael K?
Hey, look at Michael K's picture after the fish fry tonight.
Yeah. After the fish fry.
Oh, is he back from the fish fry?
Honestly, Shake, these Buffalo fans, they're not even.
Special K.
But we already see how Buffalo fans do.
The majority of our L's are at the
fish
mid
fry?
to end
Is he
season.
eating barracuda?
Yeah. What's the haddock you were eating, Special K? Everybody doesn't know what that is.
What he's
when
eating
the Bills
barracuda?
lose week 3 in prime time, we won't hear from Michael K until next.
That's what he's eating, barracuda right now.
Is he there?
Dude, Michael K.
He's
dude,
eating
you gotta get
barracuda
these guys
tail.
in line, dude.
He's got barracuda tail.
Mark hasn't been back. He's probably mad.
Is Michael K even there?
I think it's a.
not working.
I think it's a phony. I think it's a phony.
What's his name?
No, it's a real Michael K.
It's
I
phony
think
K.
him and Dan Mitchell is having a little meeting right now. His favorite content creator from the Bills.
He's out buying another little cup to put ice cubes and water in.
Some ice cubes and water.
Oh yeah,
fish
right.
fries. Damn.
Barracuda.
You're gonna have Dan Mitchell invite him to the cookout.
Dan Mitchell. How you feel about Dan Mitchell, Crypto? Be honest. Tell us.
I think he's the best content creator in the AFC East.
Here we go. How about you, Grumpy? I haven't heard you. How you feel about Dan Mitchell, the Buffalo man? Grumpy popped off. He's scared of Dan Mitchell.
As soon as you said his name, Michael K dropped.
Michael K just dropped.
Hey, yo, I got to get out of here. I might be on later. I got to get back to work, boys. It was good having you guys, having me up. Thanks, Jake. You guys have a good night.
All right.
All right, Bryson.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I love TD, and I'm a big supporter of him. But I think the most talented creator of the AFC round table left, and that was Master at Work.
Master at Work. He is gone. He's officially retired.
I liked him the most.
I think Richie is actually really good.
Yeah, his videos is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. He be having some. The videos he be putting out that every Sunday, they'll be totally crazy.
You could tell. I like
Master
those
at Work,
videos
boy.
too. Master at Work.
The videos is
you could tell he puts
crazy.
work into those videos.
He does. He's good when he make those videos. I'm like, damn, why he had to be a Patriots fan?
It took work to
ever since he left the
produce
AFC East roundtable.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, it's different. It's kind of different when Cody's up there, man. It's different. It's not the same.
no shade at him, but he's the reason I started watching the AFC East roundtable.
Yeah, when him and TDs just go at it before Richie came. Yeah, before Richie got up there. Yeah. What's that? The other Jet guy that was gonna go up there before Richie? He be coming up there. He's always screaming. I forget his name. You know what I'm talking about, Shake. The one that comes on and he comes on there screaming at TD all the time.
Oh, Lowski.
Lowski, yeah, him. Yep. He was gonna do it, and then Richie, ended up doing it.
Hey, yo, P, what were you asking, P? I dropped off, bro. What was that?
Oh, Grumpy, you back? Good stuff. What was I asking you?
Something about Scott Mitchell or some shit? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Dan Mitchell, the Buffalo fan. How you feel about that?
Man. I really don't care about Buffalo Bill fans, P.
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, you're working.
Oh, yeah. Just so you know, I put in $100 on the Dolphins under 6.5 wins, and FanDuel already offered me a buyout for half the money.
You owe me $100. We talked about my
buyout. Stop it.
That's funny.
They offered me the buyout.
She's started.
Michael K, we're talking about your favorite content creator.
My phones are all fucked up. Hey, I just sent everybody in the Superbox group. I just sent everybody the invoice. I just got it. I'll send out the money tomorrow.
Yeah, but the paper mill. What's going on with the paper mill?
The paper
mill. God, that's you got a new
paper mill.
That's just my desk lamp. That's the color, you idiot.
Yeah, sure.
He's got him a new paper mill, Tonk. Don't worry. He's got a brand new. He's got a printing press.
He just got a new machine. It now. It uses 30% pre-recycled content.
No, that paper's fucking expensive.
Well, you got them ink dot
You
printers.
guys trusted a Buffalo guy and bought super boxes from a Buffalo guy, bro?
Yeah, Pete, you should get you a super box.
Yeah, Pete, this Buffalo guy
I got it for 90% off, Pete.
He probably went in and deleted every home Dolphin game. Y'all only gonna be able to watch Buffalo games now. He rigged it.
That would be great.
That would be great.
Deleted all the games. That'd be good.
Yeah,
That's wild. Go in there, tinker with the boxes.
Yeah, it comes pre-stocked with all the local channels.
The only channel we can watch is Buffalo games.
Well, if you want to watch a team win, then yeah, of course you're going to watch
Yeah,
Buffalo.
no, you should
No,
see it
actually, we're gonna
when
watch
they
Kansas
when they
City.
show all the
Kansas
Super
City
Bowls.
win.
My favorite
that's the
games
one
are
in
when
the
they show the
playoffs.
Super Bowls.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so if we're gonna watch a team win, we might as well watch Kansas City.
Mm.
They won in the playoffs.
Hey guys,
No, it's gonna be those mattress commercials with Josh Allen.
Oh, you know what? I finally saw it, Donk.
Oh, you got mattress commercials. Where y'all getting mattress commercials from?
It's not about a mattress commercial. It's about a sleep aid.
Was
Yeah, but it's a mattress.
Huh?
No, it's a sleep aid.
Okay, what?
Oh,
yeah,
like
it's a
What do you
okay.
mean sleep
That's
aid?
like saying no. It's a commercial about an automobile. No, it's a car.
It's about
He said a sleep aid.
It's about
He
a
said
supplement
sleep
you
aid.
drink to
What are you,
sleep.
fucking Barney Rubble?
It's about a supplement you
Damn,
drink
Barney Rubble. Shit.
to sleep. Where do you sleep?
More
Where do you
like
sleep?
Fred
And
Flintstone.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now exactly how I
Melatonin.
feel. But if the Dolphins win the division this year, I think Sean McDermott gets fired out of Buffalo.
Sean McDermott ain't going anywhere.
It can easily flip just like
You're
that.
stealing my take. I
If
said
ain't nobody stealing your take.
I
out here,
said
Crypto.
I said this about the
You
Patriots.
just
If the
said we were
Patriots,
gonna be trash. How the hell is a trash team gonna win the division,
I'm
bro?
telling you,
He's
yeah,
stealing my
because you
take.
win 7 games and everybody else wins 6. There you go. That's how you win. That's how a trash team win the division.
This
Hey,
man
T
said
Crypto.
he's stealing my
Hey, T
trash
Crypto.
man stealing my takes.
Hey,
I
T,
said that about the
they
Patriots.
take your
I
takes.
said if the Patriots win the division, every general manager in the East is getting fired. That's what I said.
So who took whose take?
What I said.
I'm telling you that if the Patriots
win the division,
rebuild their
Crypto is
team and win the
spot on.
division,
Everyone
every
is
general
fired.
manager is getting fired in
Crypto
the
is
East.
spot on. That's even bigger than mine. Because mine, I got us winning the division. The rest of them is just going to be Buffalo firing.
Right? No, if the Patriots win, oh, everybody's getting going in the East.
McDermott.
Because you let them totally rebuild their
Aaron Glenn
team
might be
in 1
Aaron
year
Glenn might
and win
be
the
safe,
division.
though.
Well, to
Aaron
be fair,
Glenn might be
the
safe,
Jets
though,
just hired
Crypto.
their guys, so they can't. The Jets
That's what
can't
I'm
fire
saying.
their guys yet.
Yeah, Aaron
Well,
Glenn
he
might
may
be safe.
be. Aaron Glenn is the general manager too, or no?
No, they got a new general manager and a new head coach in New York.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they
okay. Well, he might be
escaped.
safe, but definitely McDermott and Greer is out of there. They're going
Hey guys,
to
I'm
big
gonna
house organizations.
I'm gonna get out of here, but I don't know how late you're staying on, but I'm going to the gym, so if you're still on, I'll jump back
man.
up. But otherwise, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Have a good
Can you
one, Joe.
imagine that, Joe?
Appreciate you.
We win the division, Joe.
Later, Joe.
And we send Sean McDermott packing. Everyone is over here thinking
We're not
Mike
winning
McDaniel is on the hot seat, and that's how quick we can make Sean McDermott get on the hot seat.
Yep.
Easily overnight, because it's not like Sean McDermott hasn't been on the hot seat before.
Yeah, but Sean McDermott finds a way out of it every year, Pete. I mean,
Yeah,
God,
he
the guy
weasels his
talked
way out of
about
it for some
the
reason.
guy talked
know how
about
he
the
do it.
Taliban like it was nothing and made a comparison, and nobody cared. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, but I just don't buy into it.
You don't buy into it.
Yeah, he's
because
obsessed with the Taliban.
You're another guy with the foggy goggles on.
I tell you what, if
Don't act like I don't hear you, Ali.
McDermott will
You
be on
have
the hot
us
seat
winning a
is he
little
gets-
bit of games too.
I have us winning no more than 8 games. I just don't believe that. I don't believe Sean McDermott. If we beat Sean McDermott, it's going to put him on the hot seat. I don't see that.
All of these
McDermott's
foggy
not
goggle
going anywhere.
guys that have us missing the playoffs. You guys are just wearing foggy goggles.
He's not going anywhere. He's like Michael K's parking spot at the fish fry.
Damn right.
I'm not gonna lie. If we sweep the Bills, we're winning the division this year.
I think Stephen Ross is selling the team on April the 15th, on August 15th.
I will tell you this. If we hold on, I'll tell you this real quick. If we sweep the Bills, you better damn believe we better win the division. Because if we sweep the Bills and not win the division, I'll be pissed myself. To be
Everybody's
honest.
getting fired immediately, Ali.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
in that scenario,
that would be something if we sweep the Bills and they still win the division.
Yeah, they'll be jumping ship like the
That'll be crazy. We sweep the Bills and miss the playoffs still.
and still miss the playoffs. That would be so heartbreaking. Like
Well,
we did all this to beat the Bills and still miss the playoffs.
Well, remember if you
No,
guys
that'd be so
remember,
painful.
if you remember Brian Flores' last year, we swept the Patriots and they made the playoffs.
And the Patriots made it. Yeah, you're right, Shake. Because they won that. We
Mac
beat
Jones'
them in that
rookie
last
year.
game.
Oh, that was
And
with
Mac
that
Jones,
was with that was
we
with
beat them.
what's his name, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones' rookie season. Yeah, we swept them that last game. We beat them and we missed it, and they made it. They went to Buffalo and played.
That was one.
Yeah,
And
that was crazy.
And one of those Patriots game, Xavier Howard did one of my favorite ever Dolphin plays ever, man. When he picked Mac Jones off and told him to hold his nuts going into the end zone, that was like, that was like an epic. They don't blow it up because it's like a nasty look, but it was like, he was like, it was nasty, man. Nasty, like it was such a good play.
Like
it was such a good play.
X was there.
Yeah, but
Like
to
Janet
be
Jackson.
showing it off on ESPN top 10 plays or the Dolphins' best plays, they're not gonna put that up there because of the gesture he did with it. But every fan knows that's probably one of the biggest plays we've seen and one of the most exciting from one of our players, especially at that time.
Yeah, he was 1 year removed from almost getting defensive player of the year, which he was stolen from him.
Stole it from him.
They stole it from him. They knew each other. Who ended up getting it? Aaron Donald or something like that?
Yeah, Aaron Donald got it.
Man, it was crazy, man. X had a better year than him.
I want to know who's going to be the
that's a
first
ripoff.
cornerback. I want to know who's going to be the first cornerback in the NFL to get an interception every game. It's possible.
Never happened.
In every game?
Never happened.
One every game.
Yeah, that's going to be hard. Just to get double digits, that's tough now.
In a passing league, it has to happen.
Yeah, that means
That's why I've
everybody's
been
got to
shocked-
be
that's
thrown
why
in
I've
your
been
direction.
shocked it hasn't been more interceptions in this passing league.
See, the problem is
we
the
started with
NFL
the interception numbers were going to go up, and in fact, these quarterback numbers, interceptions are down.
The NFL circling back to a running league anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It definitely felt like it was heading that way last year for some weird reason.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
I think
they want to trend more running.
Fall back. They letting the Saquon thing fool everybody.
Well, no, because more teams are using running back by committee now, so they don't have to use one workhorse. So you look at the Bills; they got three guys that can run the ball. None of them get tired, and you can't stop the defense is out there almost every single play. You got six fresh legs essentially with the three running backs. Of course, they're going to run the ball.
Hey, Shake.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I gotta run, bro. But thanks for having me up here. Hey, nice talking to all you guys, man. Hey, much love to you guys, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't worry, I got the LED kind, Grumpy.
Grumpy, I'll see you, man. I'll see you.
Hey, by the way,
yes, sir.
By the way, that was Crypto that called you soft earlier, not me.
He said he's
Hey,
going to
nothing
go run.
but respect and love for you guys, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, your cooking folk apron coming soon too, right?
Yeah, I already ordered
Wait,
it.
at least
He's gonna
get one?
receive it probably soon.
Okay.
Man, never
I'll be looking for it. I'll be looking for it.
Hey man, send me a picture of. I want to see you wearing that apron too, bro.
Yeah. You got it, Shake, and I appreciate you, Shake, giving it to me, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, man. You know, much love.
All right, much love for you guys, man. Thank you.
He gave it to you because you felt bad, but he said you never cooked anybody out here in these streets.
I had to catch that, Pete, before I left, bro. But hey, Pete, nothing but love, bro.
Have a good night.
All right. What's up, Psycho Dolphin?
It was like 3 minutes away. I was going to turn him up.
Shake Money, Ali, Crypto, Michael K, Pete, Tonk, what's going on?
Yeah,
not much, man. How are you?
You another one, Mr. Paul. Let me ask you, Mr. Paul.
What's that?
If we win the division this year, you think Sean McDermott is getting fired?
I can't really see that happening.
It's not happening. Number one, Pagula hired a soccer coach to coach the Buffalo Sabres. And that guy had his job for almost 2 years. Didn't know what he was doing. He just doesn't want to fire people.
Sean McDermott, when
They
Leslie
own the
Frazier
same
got
team. They
fired,
own the
Michael
two
K
different franchises.
was on the hottest seat
Yeah, they own
ever.
both teams. They own
Did you
the
forget that?
Bandits too.
Did you not forget the Sean McDermott and Leslie Frazier fire? How
Right.
hot it was in Buffalo over that?
Sean McDermott. No, Leslie Frazier wasn't on the
They
hot seat
said
either.
Sean McDermott escaped that by a hair.
No. If you watch the play, Tremaine Edmonds lined up with the safeties, wasn't anywhere near it, which allowed Kelsey to catch the ball. That's number one. And then the next year, Tremaine Edmonds was gone. They exercised his fifth-year option and then let him walk because he sucked. So I don't even think you can put that on Frazier. Frazier's
Did he
not that
suck, or you
stupid.
guys just didn't want to pay him?
Bro, exactly, Ali. I'm glad. Put him out on blast, bro. That man got a big contract from Chicago, and Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago paid him like you can't refuse type of.
Do you think the Miami Dolphins is the only team that's going to overplay a mid-caliber linebacker?
I'm just saying he got paid, so it wasn't like he sucked,
if you look
bro.
at it,
I'm just saying.
Well, it's not like the Bills wanted him. The Bills could have paid him if they wanted to.
Okay.
Look at Wilkins. Well, look at Wilkins.
I understand, but that's okay.
Did Wilkins
clarify,
get paid?
hold on, Michael K.
Miami obviously didn't think highly of him.
Just to clarify what I said, just because you think he sucked doesn't mean he really sucked. You guys just may not wanted him. That's like what you just said. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think he sucked. That's the difference.
Well,
I just don't
he didn't suck. You know what? He didn't suck in the pass game, but as a run stopper, he was horrible. He always hit the wrong hole. He was brutal. If he didn't have Matt Milano there, if Matt Milano wasn't there, the Bills linebacking core would have been complete shit. And you just know the Bills will sign. The Bills will sign people. That's why they're not signing Cook. They're not signing Cook because Cook wants way too much money for what his production is.
Back? Who's going to be the running back?
If Cook comes to his senses, so I'll tell you, got Ty Johnson, you got Ray Davis, who's just an absolute bowling ball.
So they're going to go no season without Cook?
I like Ray Davis, to be honest. I like Ray Davis.
Cook will be there. Well, I'll tell you what, Ray Davis' story is it's just amazing. They just did it's called like Embedded Beyond Red and Blue or something. They just did the Ray Davis story about his upbringing.
Are you guys going to really pay Cook, by the way? Are you guys going to pay him that ridiculous amount of money he supposedly wants?
No. Number one, I don't think they can afford it. I don't think they can afford it.
Why is he putting his house up for sale?
They're trying to save all that money for Josh Allen. That's why they can't afford it, because they're going to give it to Allen.
Allen already got it. Allen took a pay cut for what he's worth.
What do you mean? I thought they were saying they was renegotiating his contract.
No, he signed a new contract over the summer.
Yeah, he already signed a new contract.
$330 million.
$330 million.
For 330? Oh, okay.
For another 6 years, and it was a lot less than what the going rate for quarterbacks are.
And let me tell you, y'all might not want to hear
over
this,
6 years.
To the foggy goggle Dolphin fans right now, y'all might not want to hear this, so close your ears. But if Tua does sweep the Bills and we make it to the playoffs, there's a possibility where we're talking about extending and giving Tua a new contract next offseason.
Pete, you got to come back to planet Earth, buddy. There's no way the Dolphins are sleeping.
If Tua wins the division,
I'm trying to figure, when did the alarm clock went off?
If Tua wins the division,
which phase of sleep?
And he
in Delta
sweeps the
phase,
Bills,
or we're in the
that man is
REM
going
sleep?
to demand the bag. I know what I'm
Which
telling you.
phase? Which phase are we in?
He can
right
demand the bag up, but the bag is going to have a hole in it.
Yeah, Mr. Polk.
Mr. Park, I'm with you guys. I feel the same way. But it's
The
this
bag is gonna
gullible
be a
owner.
hole in it.
This man hasn't had a home playoff game in how many years? If Tua delivers that to him, he's giving everything up to Tua. That's his man.
Yeah,
That's his guy.
Well,
He gave him a home playoff game.
I'm gonna be straight with you, Pete. I really don't think he's too much of the man anymore. Like I said before, I think they are slowly starting to move
Y'all
off.
gotta get out of these foggy
They
feelings.
are
he's
moving off
he's
If
not
he
going to be the
wasn't the
owner of
man
the team
anymore,
anyways by the end
if
of the
he
season.
wasn't the man anymore, they would not have addressed the offensive line they did for him. This is what they did for Tua. In
They
case y'all
addressed
don't
the
realize,
offensive line when they
they
drafted
addressed the offensive
Eichenberg
line for
and
him.
Austin Jackson.
They drafted running backs for him. They got him the best weapons. If Tua delivers,
no. Well, Pete, I'm gonna
his
say this:
service is done.
they was gonna draft the running back. They were gonna address the running back room anyway, regardless of Tua's situation or not. Because this running back room is just not for Tua. It's for any quarterback. You know, like I said, we got Zach Wilson, we have Cornelius, or any other quarterback that we bring onto our team.
Yeah.
These running backs are not just for Tua; it's for them also.
Yeah, it's for the
I hear
future
you.
quarterback.
All I'm
Because
saying, Mr. Pog, it still don't
Mhm.
change the way I'm feeling about any of this. If Tua wins that division and he gets a home playoff game, win or lose, I expect Tua to sit out here and be demanding a big contract because they're not going to restructure his contract. That's what they won't do next year. But they will extend him, which benefits the team
I,
long term more.
I'm going to
They
tell
would
you
have
right
done that
now,
already.
based on what has happened so far in Tua's career and where we're at now with the contract and what has happened with our team, they're not going to re-sign Tua, bro. Even if he plays out the rest of his contract, we ain't
Dude,
re-signing him. I'm telling you straight
dude,
up.
No,
dude,
they
It
gonna
if
they
won't
gonna
this
happen.
man if
they
this man takes us to the playoffs with a home playoff win, that guy's getting paid, bro.
but here's the thing. I'm gonna say this too, Pete. Even with McDaniels, I think McDaniels in his own mindset is moving off of Tua because I'm like I said, when we went and got Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers, I'm not saying that he's going to replace him and they're going to play on the level that Tua has been playing, but he went and grabbed those guys because those are guys that he like that he feels that he can develop. Now
And I'm
when
sorry,
no,
listen.
hold up, let me finish.
Oh wow.
Now, if he can develop them, I can't tell you that. But that to me shows that he's slowly starting to move off of Tua as well.
Mr. Polk, let me tell you something. The reality is, even though I like Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers more than Tua, if that guy stays healthy, we don't even see Zach Wilson ever. He will be like he was in Denver. He'll be a ghost, a backup. We'll never see him take a snap. Quinn Ewers will be the third quarterback emergency. We'll never see him wear a uniform. Tua
Right.
will be playing
Exactly what
every
I'm saying.
single game. If he takes us to a home playoff game, win or lose, I'm sorry, Tua will be
No,
the quarterback next year. He will
but here's the
definitely be
thing.
the quarterback next year.
If the Zach Wilson thing doesn't work out, well, I mean, I'm quite. Here's the thing. I think
If
the
Tua
Dolphins are
stays healthy,
at
the
the
Zach
point now.
Wilson thing didn't work out.
I think the situation is right now is that we're going to draft a quarterback until we make a hit. That's
Yeah,
how I
keep
feel.
drafting. That's the big goal plan.
You keep drafting until you get a hit. And we right now, Tua, even if he does, let's say, pep up this season coming up, I still think they're going to move off of him because
What?
I still think they're going to eventually move off of him because he's a high risk because, like I said, he's had the hip injuries and the concussions, and I pray and hope that he does stay healthy. And then like I say, he has to play. He has to take his skill set to another level, to a higher level than he's been had since he's been with us. So
So
those,
you don't think by him winning the division and sweeping Buffalo, getting a home playoff game, you don't think that's taking his
I
game
mean,
to
injuries
another
in the
level?
season.
we have to see.
And that's why I was bringing that question up when I first came up with Ali. And I told him and Bryson, like, hold on, there's a chance we could possibly go 7-10, miss the playoffs, and we're sitting here next year like Tua is the starter. Why is that out of question? If Tua has a fantastic, healthy season and your prayers come true, right, Mr. Park? And he stays healthy, and he has a marvelous Joe Burrow MVP type conversation type season, but we
I'm
just
all
don't
for
win the
that.
games. You know what's gonna happen? Tua's here next
You're
year.
gonna cut him.
Tua's here next year with a 7-10 record. He
Yeah,
stayed
he's gonna get
healthy,
cut.
had a great, fantastic statistical season. The secondary didn't win. What if we have a Joe Burrow like type season last year? Statistics look great, but they blame the defense. You might not like it.
It's not
First of all,
possible with the
let me ask you
You
a
guys might
question.
not like it, but
Let
there's
me
a
ask
scenario
you.
where
It's
that can
impossible
happen
with the
too.
Let me ask you this question, because the season that Tua led the league in yards passing, right? That one statistic that had him leading the league there. That wasn't a Joe Burrow-esque season, in my opinion. So, what season or
right.
what
It
has he
already
done?
was.
What has he done to really show that he can have a Joe Burrow-esque season? And no, it wasn't. If you really look at the stats, it
Ali,
really
you're
isn't.
absolutely right. It wasn't a Joe Burrow type season because Tua did enough in that season to make the playoffs. Joe Burrow didn't.
Well, I'm just
Right,
saying that
but Burrow already went further with less.
His
yeah.
stats didn't. Well, Tua didn't have to
Well,
put up those type of numbers or even more numbers based on the situation and the games we were playing. We had a good defense. So when you have a good defense, you chew clock more. Bengals had a bad defense. Had them going and taking deeper shots and playing and getting more stats. It all falls. Look at Sam Howell a few years ago when he was like what? Top 4 passer in the league with the passing yards. He didn't have a defense.
No, he was number one until the week they played us.
There you go. He was top and number 1, leading the league. Sam Howell in passing yards.
And what
There's
is
a
Sam
chance.
Howell doing now?
There's a chance Tua could go out there, and I hate to even say it, being labeled the Tua hater. The Tua hater hates to admit it, but the truth is, a 7-10 season, Tua stays healthy. He has a huge statistical season. He puts up numbers he did better than the other years because the defense is so crappy. I'm sorry.
I think
That guy's gonna be
it
the
also
starter next
depends.
year.
But here's the thing, and I understand what you're trying to say, Pete. But
He would
you
have
also
to
have
have
to
a really good season.
recognize it depends on how he gets all those stats. If he's sucking in the beginning of every game and we're getting our ass whooped and it's like 40-0, but in the fourth quarter when they
He's gonna
decide to
get
put the
benched.
third and fourth strings in and he's dumping and passing and all this stuff against these, non-starters and getting all
Yeah,
these stats on
if
the
that's
tail end of every
happening, he
game,
won't finish.
I'm sorry, but let me finish, bro. That is not a wow world beater season. Yeah, he may have the stat because it actually happened in the game, but really look at who he's doing it against, right? That's really going to be my biggest question mark, to be honest. Go ahead with what you want to interject with.
I know. I get what you're saying. That's a good point. It depends on who he does it on, but in reality, it really doesn't matter because if he's doing it, it doesn't matter how he's doing it. All that matters is the stat.
But it does, because think about this: if we went 7-10 in your scenario, we went 7-10. Why was the reason we only won 7 games? It can't just be all on the defense. The defense would have to have an absurd collapse, and to the point where we're not playing defense. If he's having that stellar of a season, there's no reason why we can't put enough points on the board to at least either have the edge or at least tie some of these games.
Ali,
I don't see how that scenario works, to be honest.
34-31, Tua didn't put up enough points. If we're losing 34-28,
obviously we didn't.
Isn't enough.
You're telling me that the defense is going to blow it up, so obviously no, we didn't. We didn't put up enough points. So no, we didn't.
Well, look at the season Burrow had last year.
That's what
he
I'm
was
saying.
lighting them up, but the Bengals suck because they didn't have a defense.
I don't hear the Bengals fans saying Joe Burrow sucks.
They're not. They're not
because he had 29 touchdowns
and the
and
general manager.
11 interceptions.
Joe Burrow had to throw almost every down because the defense couldn't keep the ball out of the end zone. So he had to throw.
And
They
the
had to move
fact
the
that he
ball.
had to throw all that many times is a testament how good he really was because he only threw 9 interceptions.
I'm sorry. The fact that we're even comparing Tua to Joe Burrow is absurd. I'm sorry. I'm not going to play this exercise because I think it's absolutely
had they won
ridiculous.
12 games, he would have won.
No, there's no comparison between the two. I'm just saying, look how good Joe Burrow is in his stats. Look what the Bengals did, though.
Exactly.
I get what you guys are saying, but I
fell
just
apart. Yeah.
I don't. Tua hasn't shown me anything that could be a possible variable. I'm sorry. That's where I'm at.
Well, I can't compare Joe Burrow to Justin Herbert, but he had that happen. You know, he's had that happen to him too, where he had the 31st ranked defense, and he constantly
Yeah, he had
had
5,000 yards. Yeah, in 2 seasons before. Yeah, that
No
happened to
wide
Herbert too.
receivers. With no wide receivers to Herbert. Yep.
Yeah, Herbert had. Yeah, you're right, Shake.
Look at
You're right. Herbert
look at
actually did
Justin
have 2.
Herbert. They say they love to clown Justin Herbert. Oh, he doesn't have a playoff win, but Justin Herbert had like a 21-point lead in the playoff game.
See, when you bring up Justin Herbert, then I can kind of see your point. But the problem is that even with that 4,000 some yard season that Tua had, he still didn't put up Justin Herbert numbers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Justin Herbert out the gate was ready to play football. We have a guy who wants to play football, but he's not necessarily ready to play football. That's the issue.
He wants to play against Buffalo, Ali. He wants revenge on Hamlin.
Then put him in a boxing ring. Wait a minute, can't do that because that would be, we might be a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit.
That fight would look like that Instagram I sent earlier.
Oh, I didn't see that one yet, Michael K. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'll have
that's
to see
a good
it.
one.
But no, my point.
Yeah,
look, I know I sound like a Tua hater, but the problem is I'm a realist, bro. The thing is that the scenario you guys are bringing up, one, I don't see it ever happening, to be honest, based on what the history has shown. And two, I'm sorry, but I don't believe this defense is going to have such a collapse that is strictly the defense's fault that we lost certain games throughout the season. 10 games, it's all on the defense? You might as well fire. Then that means we should fire Weaver. Weaver's the worst defensive coordinator we've ever had. Then at that point, the head coach should be fired at that point.
That means Weaver's losing his job. I don't think Weaver's going to lose his job.
No, I don't think so. And Weaver, if we had such a season where it was solely on the defense losing 10 games, the head coach and the defensive coordinator needs to go.
Both of them gets fired in that.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this: can you? All right, the secondary as currently constructed, would you put it above any other secondary that Flores, Josh Boyer, and Big Fangio had?
No, but without Ramsey, this is going to be the weakest secondary we've had. Correct.
Right, definitely.
I agree with you.
They're not going to be above that, Shake.
No.
Not Flores.
And that's another thing. I'm not going to be sitting here saying. And first of all, we can't say without Ramsey. Ramsey's a Dolphin until he's not a Dolphin. And right now,
okay, I hear you, but I just don't see it's not going to happen.
I'm starting to get the feeling Ramsey ain't getting traded nowhere, bro. That guy.
He's either going to be a Charger or a Ram. You heard it from me.
Oh, he followed all the Steelers players. He's going to leave.
He's getting traded Tuesday.
He's already bought a condo
on 3 Rivers.
I'm saying he could be a Charger. That's what I'm saying. I think he's a Charger.
I'm thinking he's going to be a Falcon and he's going to bring us back Kyle Pitts. Or he might even be a Raider and is going to bring us back Michael Mayer.
Or he's going to bring us back Christian Wilkins.
Oh, he's going to bring us back Christian Wilkins. That's right.
You guys do realize
he's going to
that
Kansas
he brought
City.
up.
He's going to get us Mahomes.
Hey, crypto. You do realize he just brought up the Falcons himself, right? Just gonna point that out.
Yes, Ali.
Hey, listen. Hey, crypto. If the Kansas City Chiefs trade us Mahomes for Ramsey, that is the true definition of selling the car for gas money.
Yeah. Yes. Oh man.
Mahomes is untradeable, right?
Andy
I would
Reid's
say
in
so.
talks right
I would
now, and
say
they
so.
trading him
Yeah,
up.
because you'd be insane to trade him.
I
Could
think
you
Andy Reid is
imagine that the
quietly trying to get
GM
rid of him, Pete.
the day
I don't
that
think.
Kansas
Yeah, I
City
don't think.
trades Mahomes, the day that Kansas City trades Mahomes is the day that the GM of the Dallas Mavericks becomes the new GM of Kansas City. That's what Nico Collins, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
You don't think the
yeah.
GM from the Chiefs gotten phone calls about like
I'm sure he's
trying to
gotten phone calls, but he probably
like
laughed his ass off after taking them.
like like what type of offers you guys think those other GMs try to sneak in there? Because they do get hung up on, but they throw their little offer
Yeah, I'm
quick
sure they have thrown a
just
little
to get a
offer quick.
giggle. Oh, hey Leach, I'll give you 5 first, man. Boom, they get hung up on.
Can you imagine Andy Reid and that commercial he always doing on the airline? And he's laughing and chuckling his ass off. Like, can
But
you
you
believe he
guys,
just got a phone call?
you know what's crazy? I've been trying to predict and try to forecast who's the big name quarterback that is, even with a contract and everything, in the AFC that is most likely going to get a bad reputation and after a bad season or two. That everyone knows it's
They're
Tua,
getting a bad
but
reputation.
that might be not make it. They might not like how Trevor Lawrence is getting treated. That's one of the guys that I
Oh, they're
think.
gonna give him the Trevor treatment.
Yeah, that's the Trevor Lawrence is another one that I think might not survive if he doesn't have a big season this year.
He's gonna have to win the division for him to survive.
You think he's in
I
that
think,
scenario?
yeah, he's gonna have to beat because he can't keep letting C.J. Stroud win that division, or freaking Cam Ward come in and out of nowhere win the division. There's a lot of pressure on him to win that division.
What about
Especially
you
if
see?
Cam Ward wins it. If Cam Ward wins the division, then it's gonna be really some heads rolling.
They don't call me.
Think so? Cam Ward, man, I'm telling you. If he pulls it out, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a lot of people looking crazy out there.
A lot of people aren't going to be looking crazy. He's a #1 overall pick. The trash
But they
Titans picked
already
him up.
trashing on him. They're already talking bad about him for some reason.
Actually, I've seen a lot of great rave reviews about him. It's been
Yeah,
the
in training
opposite on
camp,
my
but
end.
yeah. I'm talking about as far as people trying to downplay him. Oh, he didn't do nothing in Washington. He got lucky in Miami and all that other stuff.
There was a lot of haters on him.
Yeah, they was hating big time on him. Batman was one of them. Where you at, Batman? They might win that division.
Oh man, and we're talking, and you know, I had Cat for Life on my show yesterday. We were talking about how we're talking about former Dolphin content creators. Man, damn man, we talked about how much we miss Larry L and Batman.
Yeah, yep, the YouTube icons. But they got a long way to go, Shake, before they get up to Dan Mitchell's level.
Well, that's anybody.
Oh my God, Dan Mitchell's he's the most clueless fan there is.
I want to say that sometimes Dan Mitchell is worse than Pete. At some
No. The other day, Dan Mitchell. The other day, Dan Mitchell was talking about Joey Bosa and how bad his hands are. And then you listen to all these actual NFL analysts say he's got some of the best hands for a defensive end in the league. Who are you going to believe?
Honestly, I think Pete should go on Dan Mitchell's show and make Dan Mitchell's show better again, if it was ever better at any point. To be honest,
it's not good.
He's gonna get a lot of reviews.
It's not good. He just does not know what he's talking about, and he makes the Buffalo fan base dumber every time he opens his mouth.
Yep, he does.
Damn.
He's not even from Buffalo, from what I understand.
Allegedly, he was born here, moved to South Carolina when he was 7 or 8 or something. I don't know.
No, I thought that was Amicus. I thought Amicus was in South Carolina.
Well, he is, but Amicus never lived in Buffalo. I don't even know how he became
out there.
I don't even know how he became a Bills fan, but it's unbelievable, and
A
the
bunch of
guy actually
Josh
makes
Allen
money.
chasers, bro.
They're all members of the Josh Allen Bone Stroker Club.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, okay, what about Sean? Is he from Buffalo or from New York?
He's from Central New York,
Okay.
Syracuse area.
Yeah, I saw him earlier today.
Yeah, he's from Syracuse area. But and it's just unbelievable. And not saying YouTube's it's a fun place and you hear a
Yeah,
lot of
but
good stuff.
Michael K, well, you can sit here because a lot of people like to do that. They like to talk outside one side of their lip, but they don't give us what it is. You can easily say Dan Mitchell sucks and put a bad reputation on his name and a bad look out there, but you haven't really told us why you think he sucks.
Who, Dan Mitchell?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Joey Bosa has some of the most violent hands for a defensive end in the NFL. And then Dan Mitchell says his handwork sucks. Are you kidding me?
But was he
He
saying
doesn't know that
his
he
hands?
uses the
Yeah.
words like one tech, three tech.
Hold on. Dan Mitchell, was he specifically talking about one play? On that particular play, maybe he
No,
had a bad rep.
he was talking about his hands in general. He was talking
His
about his hands
overall
in
skill
general.
level. You talking about his overall
Yeah.
skill level at the position.
Yeah, you're not going to have great hands every single play. You might go up against a right tackle or left tackle, whatever, or a guard, and they might just manhandle you 1 out of 10 times. All right, great. He didn't have great hands then, but don't sit there and say the guy doesn't have good hands. Or yesterday, a buddy of mine sent me a clip. Well, it wasn't a clip. He told me what time it was because that's the other thing. Dan Mitchell won't let you clip his shows because you can send out the idiot things that he says, the moronic things.
Oh, you can still.
He was talking about.
Can't you screen record it?
I don't know how to do that off a laptop or off of a desktop.
Okay.
I mean, I probably could. I could go back at my phone and do it. Yeah, but he was talking about engagements and stuff. Well, first engagements. The dude was engaged the whole time, and he counted it as 4 engagements. The tackle never had his hands off Joey Bosa, and he's talking about losing the first engagement but winning the second 2. How is that even possible when there was only 1 engagement? And he just bull rushed. He just drove the tackle back about 6 yards and got to the quarterback. He's just a moron when it comes to football. He's bad. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. We got this guy Chenault, who I don't even know where Chenault came from. Somebody might know. He's an unbelievable kick returner and a halfway. I believe he's.
LaVisca Chenault, who he came from
Yes.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Yeah, he doesn't even have the dude making the team. He's going to be fighting the guy we got from the Jets, Codrington, for kick returns. He's going to be battling for that position, and he doesn't even have the dude making the team. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, then, Michael K., what are you going to do about all those great notes that you took from him? And
look, I never took a great note from that guy in my life. I take a lot. I take a lot of notes.
Those notes.
I take a lot of notes.
Collection. I wonder you.
Oh no! I got eBay no. That was the moronic. I took notes on the moronic things he said. I had to buy a whole fresh pack of legal pads to start again.
I was gonna say we know what paper you're using.
Yeah, no, I got legal pads.
You did that press, that single hand press paper. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's my desk lamp. It's got soft yellow. So Doc is killing me. He is killing me. Doc, just so you know, I drink my sweet tea. I drink my sweet tea out of plastic cups, and I only use them once, and I drink about 5 glasses a night. And they go right into the garbage. They don't even go into the recycles.
Who's the Buffalo guy?
You don't take
content creator you watch?
What's that, Pete?
Who's the Buffalo content creator that you watch that knows what they're talking about, in your opinion?
I don't watch. I watch Steve Tasker and Chris Brown on One Bills Live.
Oh, I think I follow them too.
Oh, Steve Tasker.
Yeah.
The former player, Steve Tasker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah, that's if I want information, I don't watch any of the local newscasts. You know, all these local guys that never even seen a football field or an ice rink, but they think they know everything about the sport. I don't listen to any of those
What
because you're
about
not going to
Maston
learn.
Park? You don't listen to
I
Maston
haven't seen
Park?
him around in forever. Does he even have a show?
I don't know if he does anymore, but he was on for a while.
He
I
used to
haven't
come
heard
around
from
as
him. Yeah, Maston Park.
TFTG.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He
no,
did.
I don't watch
His
any of
last
those
one was
guys
TFT.
because it's ridiculous. Because then if you go sit in a bar and you're just hanging out with your buddies and you're talking and you overhear people talking football, it's just so infuriating of the stuff they say. You know what I mean? It's just aggravating because they're casual fans.
He
Michael
does
K
block a lot
actually
of
lost
people.
his best friend because he let him listen to Dan Mitchell.
Who was that?
That's what you said. The one time
I
you
told him
said
I
you
never
let
talked to him again.
you said you had
Why'd
your
I
friends
leave?
listening to Dan Mitchell and they stopped talking to you or something
Yeah,
to
they
that
wouldn't
effect.
talk. They wouldn't talk to me for a little while. They
Yeah.
wouldn't talk to me
That's
for a
how
little
bad
while.
Dan Mitchell is. I'm telling you, bro, you lose friends. It's bad.
He's awful, and it's just he says right more than Ali.
Damn, bro, damn.
Yeah, yeah. And then he has one of them zins in his face all the time, and he plays with it like when you were 10, 11 years old and pulling the chewing gum out of your mouth. It's constantly popping out. He's just annoying. Everything about him is annoying.
Golly.
So that's why
All I heard is
because you
he's a
guys,
legend.
yeah, I have probably 9 or 10 names that he's blocked. I got so many Gmail accounts that I got sick and tired of making them because the minute I type something, he blocks you because he does not want any pushback. He wants no
Yeah, he
pushback from
definitely be
anybody.
that AFC
I've watched
East
him. I've
roundtable. He
watched him a
definitely
few
be
times. I
blocking
really
people.
tune in like when it's Bills week, Bills versus Dolphins. I'm on all the Bills content. I watch all of them. Like, how do you
And
feel about Richie?
Pete,
Like,
and you tell me, Pete, do you think he's any good? Do you think he has football knowledge?
I mean,
No, you
I
can say
can't.
it.
I don't recall like what I was listening to. I'll tell you, like I just don't remember what he like. It seems like he wants to be funny a little bit more. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't recall, but like I said, I don't watch him like that. But I've seen it, especially when it's Dolphins and Bills week. I'm tuned in all week to every Bills channel, all of our channel here or everywhere. But
See, I won't even
I
tune
just don't
into him. My
recall.
buddy will text me.
Oh, you know
My
what I
buddy will
do
text
recall? I'll
me.
tell you
Well,
straight up. You know what I did like? I remember this when Dan Mitchell was creating the what was he saying? The year that the greatest story ever told. Y'all remember
yeah,
that
exactly. Yeah,
that
that's the part. He
I
was
was
saying the
like,
greatest story ever told when they was down by 3, 4 games or something like
yes.
that. This
I
is
was
gonna be the
like, this
greatest story
man is
ever
good.
told.
And you know what I was like, this man is gonna be so happy, bro, because I felt like that was coming for him. I really felt like that it was
Oh
gonna happen.
man. Yeah, he
He's
was telling
a
us about the greatest story ever told. That was wild.
That was wild.
Yeah,
I think there was
enjoyed that.
some. I'll tell you what. I stopped listening to Dan Mitchell one day when he was at the end of his episodes. He usually puts out like a bet that he swears you'll win money on or whatever, and he's giving his
Yeah.
thoughts and advice. And it was such a ridiculous bet that I was like, "Watch, I'm going to put this bet in, and I guarantee I'll lose money, and I'll bet money that I would lose money." Right? And you better believe I lost money, but then I won money on the fact that I bet against of what he said. So,
yeah,
yeah. So I will
absolutely.
don't ever trust any of his bet advice. It's horrible, bro. It's absolutely horrendous.
Well, what got me though is we signed Connor McGovern when I can't remember his first name now. When Morris retired, or we cut Morris. We cut Morris and he went to Jacksonville for 1 year, our center. And the Bills drafted Van Pran Granger. I don't know where he came out of. I don't know nothing about the guy. But the Bills had already signed McGovern knowing they were going to put him at center. And he said that there was no way in hell that McGovern could ever play center and he'd never be any good at it. And actually, he's starting, and the Bills have a top 5 offensive line. But he was certain that Van Granger, a rookie, was going to start at center for the Buffalo Bills last year. And it's just his statements. And then he gets people that are all excited about this. He just doesn't know what he's talking. He just talks to talk without even thinking what he's saying. And just because one guy's played one tech in college football, if you watch the Buffalo Bills defense, you got Ed Oliver who plays a 3-5 tech, and then the other guy on the other side plays 1-3-5 tech as well. And then they got the defensive ends way out at 7 or 9. So our Buffalo Bills, we don't have the team does not play a strict like Kenneth Grant's going to be a 1 tech or 0 tech. He's going to be right on top of the center for you guys because that's what he plays. And that's what they got him for, stuff the center, right? Yep. Holy shit, I just said right. I just pulled an Ali and said right because we're talking about Dan Mitchell.
I haven't
he's
said
talking
it
about
once.
it. I know, but he said that he's talking about how this guy is strictly a 1 tech, and I'm like, dude, he doesn't even watch. I don't even think he knows what he's watching. To be honest, I don't think he can comprehend what he watches. And it's just aggravating.
Was listening right now, he would click that link on you.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. He would not. He will not. He will not come anywhere near me because I will call him out on it.
Is it true, Michael K? I have to ask this question. I heard through the grapevine that he actually has a restraining order against you. Is that true?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm just verifying.
No,
but he did. They're gonna meet when he gets to at one of the games, right, Michael K?
September 18th.
September 18th.
Ali,
yeah,
I cut that grapevine off the damn leaf.
Yeah, no, but he did post my information on the internet, and it wasn't even me. It was somebody else who he thought was me.
Oh shit! That's kind of
fucked
up.
He did what?
He posted my information on the internet because somebody else who knew that I was trolling him started trolling him because I was blocked, and my buddy called and said, "Hey, just so you know, you just put all your shit on the internet." Or it might have been on Twitter. It was on Twitter he put it on. And then he abruptly took it down when he found out it wasn't me. So yeah, because
what was he hoping to accomplish with that?
I don't know. It ain't gonna scare me off. It's not gonna scare me off. That's all I know.
Oh man.
But that's the first time I heard that he had a restraining order out. Because in New York, it's called an order of protection.
If that was happening in this community, they'll be consider him gatekeeping.
Oh yeah, he's a gatekeeper through and through. They all are. They all are. Even TD, he'll block me when I get carried away a little while. When you call him out on something like today, Dave, have you seen his show today where he was rating the NFL quarterbacks? If I would have said something in there, I was doing something, and I had a plane in the background. If I would have said something, he would have blocked me because it was so absolutely moronic how he was doing it. In fact, I don't know who TD. What's that?
You said you were watching TD Finch talk today, and he was doing a quarterback ranking.
Yeah.
No, he was using it how one quarterback versus the other through all the quarterbacks, and they matched up against everybody, and people was picking them, and then it turned out to be actually Josh Allen ended up being number 1 based on TD's poll. How he was doing.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that either, but
yeah,
I still think
he ended up number 1.
Regardless of how it falls, I still think Mahomes is better than Allen. He's accomplished more. He's accomplished more.
I think Allen was 4 on that one. Yeah,
but I've been saying that for 3 years, and people have been calling me crazy now. That if you take the rings away and you just look at the football player, Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the league right now.
TD
Well,
was saying it was
yeah,
Joe
but you can
Burrow.
see, you're right, Pete. You're right. If you're basing it purely on athleticism, absolutely. You know,
Yeah,
you got.
I'm basing it as if I own the NFL team and there's 32 quarterbacks that I get to pick, and I get the first pick at the litter, I'm going with Josh Allen, not Patrick Mahomes, because he is the best quarterback in the entire league. The only argument I will have, right? Listen to me now. If someone comes up and argues me that Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback, that's it. Like in
Yeah, because you're
reality,
going on skill.
those two guys are the best
Overall
quarterback
skill,
in
then be
today's
Lamar. Yeah.
NFL. It's Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Those two quarterbacks are the most deadliest weapons and the most deadliest, scariest quarterbacks to face every Sunday. No one is better than those two, and I stand by that. Now,
Oh
you
yeah,
Yeah, but
start
you're
you know
taking
talking
what?
away
about
all
team
rings.
accomplish. Like I'm gonna tell you straight up, Josh Allen, he does the three-peat that Patrick Mahomes couldn't do. He's able to escape and do more out of having with bad tackles. Lamar Jackson would have three-peated that Chiefs roster and team as well with Andy Reid because they're just
Yeah, I
that
think
a
he would
little
have won
bit
with Andy
better.
Reid.
They're just a little bit better than Patrick Mahomes.
John Harbaugh is an idiot.
These two guys, in my opinion, would have three-peated with the Chiefs under Andy Reid, whereas Mahomes, he couldn't beat 43-year-old Tom Brady in the Super Bowl.
See, and the way you're right, and the way I look at it, Josh Allen isn't as good a passer as Herbert or Burrow. Josh Allen isn't as good a runner as Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen isn't he doesn't run the offense as well as Mahomes can. But of all three of those things put together, Josh Allen is the best package of all three. You know,
Right. He's a
where
Swiss Army knife quarterback.
yeah, and that's the way you look at it. So yeah, maybe Josh Allen is probably the best quarterback in the league, but I can't give it to him yet because he hasn't won nothing.
He
Well,
hasn't
here's the
won a
thing.
Well,
ring.
somebody asked me the other day,
Yeah,
who's
once they
better,
won,
Josh
yeah.
Allen or Jim Kelly? As of right now, Jim Kelly
Oh yeah, I thought
is
you
the.
asked that. Remember?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
should.
Jim Kelly.
So Russell
Yeah.
Wilson is better than Dan Marino.
In other words, hey, so what you're trying to say, Josh Allen is kind of like a jack of all trades, but a master of none?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
exactly.
But when it comes to running the ball, he's not the best. He's not the fastest, but he's the toughest.
He's more of a
He's
physical running quarterback, not a finesse running quarterback. He's not
yeah,
going to
he's the
juke you and
toughest.
shake you out of your shoes, right?
No, he's going to run you over or jump over you.
Yeah,
He's
not
going
right. He's
through
not
you or
breaking your
over you, one of
ankles
the
or
two.
nothing like that. Right.
Right.
He'll run through you, then run around you.
Where you from, baby?
If he tries to
dog's
run
gotta
you
go.
around you, then he's probably going to get injured.
I think this
That's not his
actually could
thing.
be the Bills' year, and I'm speaking prematurely, but I think this could be the Bills' year because the offense didn't get worse. If anything, the offense got stronger with the receivers they brought in.
How
So the
many?
same running backs, still the same tight ends.
So Shakir is going to be your number one receiver or Coleman?
I don't know if any of them are. I don't know if we're going to have a number one. We didn't last year. You know what I mean? And
Who
that's
did you bring
the whole
in?
thing.
You said
We
you
got
brought in
Elijah
somebody.
Moore. Yeah, we got Elijah Moore, Josh Palmer.
Palmer. Oh,
one
he's
other.
the new guy on the block. Okay, Palmer.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Elijah
the
Moore.
Chargers.
And by the way, Michael K. And I tell you what, if this isn't the Bills' year, you could have you could be your consolation prize is me telling you the Bills have 0 Super Bowls for another year.
Yeah, well, that is what it is.
Yeah.
All right,
it is what it is.
Shake.
All right, deal.
That's always the consolation prize.
You can put that up whenever you want. It's true. Because I had nothing to do with any of that.
You
But if
remember
you go
Chris
with
Berman, right,
championships,
Michael K? You remember Chris
every
Berman?
year.
He had the Bills playing the 49ers every year for 1 decade.
Yeah, every year.
He picked the Bills against the Niners for 10 years in a row. I'm like, this guy doesn't change his picks. The Niners and Bills Super Bowl, and they never got the Niners Bills Super Bowl. I'm like, man, damn, Chris.
No, I never
Berman.
got one of those. I think the 49ers are going to step back this year. I think the Eagles are going to take a step back this year.
That would be crazy.
Like
Finally, they played each other and Chris Berman, you won't be able to see it. You know,
He ain't on his
that's crazy.
deathbed yet, is he?
No. I'm just saying, like it'd be the year that he like when he's gone, and he never getting to witness his prediction.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Bills defense though, because they made a lot of upgrades. They made a lot of upgrades, and it's just going to be exciting to see him because I think this is going to be the first year that McDermott actually lets Bobby Babich do his thing. I think last year McDermott kind of had his thumb on Babich. I don't think he had full control of the defense, and I think this is the year.
Why doesn't he trust him?
Because it's first time DC. He's young. You know what I mean? But he worked his way up. I think he started as the safeties coach and then moved up to linebackers and then said assistant defensive coordinator, and then now he's the defensive coordinator.
Buying that crap, crypto. That's their damn scapegoat, bro. They're building up their scapegoat, their defensive coordinator.
Defensive coordinator.
He's
gonna get fired
mid-season.
So what's the
Buffalo's defense is gonna collapse, and you know who's gonna?
Who was that coordinator they fired before?
Wait until.
Well, they didn't. Leslie Frazier stepped down. Now he's with Seattle.
I'm glad y'all got that defensive no-name defensive coordinator. Tua's gonna feel confident as hell. Tua's probably gonna be 28 for 33, almost picture perfect, 283 yards, 3 touchdowns in a primetime game, bro. Tua's gonna be throwing signs.
Come on, Pete. Tua was concussed by a dead guy.
You crazy?
A zombie.
Jesus, that's crazy.
He was getting by the bicep.
I was being nice. It's actually going to be 383 passing yards.
Well, the first game's on a Thursday night.
You guys you guys are scared of Tua so much. You guys want to take him out. You play dirty.
Tua's going to shrivel up on a Thursday night like a nutsack in a cold tub.
You guys are afraid of Tua and this scheme and this offense. You guys hate it. It's your weakness.
No, actually, you know what? Not really. I'm not afraid of, number one, I'm not afraid of anything because I'm not out there playing. But I don't think the Bills have any reason to be afraid of anybody.
Yeah, you tell him, Michael K.
You know, in all honesty,
they're afraid of their own defensive coordinator, Michael K. You just said it. They're afraid of their own coordinator.
That defensive
well, and that's just speculation, Crypto. That's just speculation because a lot of what Babich talks about from when he took over to now, his press conferences are totally different with what he's saying. You know, when we had Frazier, we hardly blitzed. We were the second or third lowest blitzing team in the league. But we also had the number 2, number 3 defense. For a while, they were number 1. And that was with the Josh Allen offense. And that Brian Dable.
I'm going to give it to you because I do think it's Buffalo's year as well. But I'm not going to sit here and not act like it ain't either Baltimore's season either.
No, Baltimore
got Baltimore.
I'm actually
I don't know.
higher on
They've upgraded some
hold
pieces.
on, the Steelers might win that division.
Well, the Steelers always play Baltimore tough.
Look, now that
they do.
Like,
Steelers do play everybody tough.
Okay, about the top dogs in the league. Now that Baltimore
they're gonna lose to Cleveland
like that, Baltimore made a move getting Jair. That's a come-up move. In my opinion, if you guys want to solidify it, you guys have to trade for Tyreek Hill.
Ooh.
For who? Trade Reek to who? For what?
An individual.
Bills wouldn't take Tyreek Hill. Bills would not take Tyreek Hill. If
him and Keon Coleman on the same team, that would be wild.
He might not even play this
That's
season.
who you guys are.
Can you imagine Keon Coleman and Tyreek on the same team?
So
that would be a headache.
Keon Coleman's not
surgery. So he's probably not even going to play.
See, and it's funny, and I wish Cap for Life was up here too, because I'm going to say something that he would absolutely go nuts over. We wouldn't take Tyreek Hill just for the fact that he doesn't fit in the Bills culture. Wouldn't take him. Wouldn't take him.
He said
he's a cancer.
He'll fit in
we wouldn't take him.
perfectly.
Y'all had
Him and
Stephon
Keon
Diggs,
Coleman will be the
him and
best of
Josh Allen
buddies.
fighting for 3 years, Michael K. You gonna say
What's
he's
that?
fit to coach her? Come on, bro.
Exactly. He'll blend in right away, especially with
Right
Keon
away.
Coleman. That's his buddy.
Tell him.
When do you ever hear the nonsense coming out of the Buffalo Bills locker room like you do Miami's?
Every offseason, Stephon Diggs is
Every
there.
season.
Well, and even then,
They love it.
it was
They
all
want him back.
speculation. Who wants him back?
Buffalo quietly wants
Stephon
Stephon Diggs
You guys
back.
did, yeah. You guys
No, they
did have
don't.
conversations about bringing him back before he went to
They
the
want him
Dolphins.
back. Yeah.
Uh,
They want to pair
I
him
think
up.
Diggs wanted to come back. But
Yeah, Diggs did want to go back. That's what we're talking about.
because I don't think the Bills were going to take him back though.
The contract. You guys
I
didn't
think
want to pay
Diggs
the
wanted
contract.
out. I think Diggs wanted out because the Bills' offense went in a different direction and knew that Stephon Diggs was being double teamed all the time, so Allen wasn't going to throw him the ball. There was no reason to force the ball to one guy when you had 3 other guys open. Diggs got butt hurt. Maybe said 1 or 2 things. He didn't say it in social media or in public. He said it to somebody in the building, and that caused a rift. But then you got idiot Bills fans saying Josh Allen's original sucky bus was banging Diggs. And that's what led to Diggs wanting to leave Buffalo. Josh wanted him out. And that's just the nonsense you hear around here. It's just unbelievable. But you don't hear that stuff coming out in social media, with the exception of Cook putting on Twitter that he wants $15 million a year, and he barely cracked 1,000 yards. Yeah, he had 16 touchdowns or 17 rushing touchdowns. I think he had over 20 with receiving touchdowns. But Bills aren't going to pay him that. They're not going to overpay somebody just because he had, scored 16 touchdowns. But you don't hear it, and that's why we wouldn't take. That's why we got, and they made the mistake of cutting that Matariza, the punter, because of the allegations against him that came out after we drafted him, and then they cut him. They released him because of the allegations, and it turns out they were
Right,
untrue.
then he got cleared.
You know what
Yeah.
else is
Which
weird
is
about
crazy.
Buffalo? Players don't want to go there.
No, you're right. And when they get here, they don't want to leave.
You guys are not a sexy market, even with Josh Allen. You guys aren't attracting veterans there. Like Jair Alexander, he chose Baltimore over Buffalo.
Well, no, that's not true. The Bills were talking about him before the draft. Nothing ever worked out. So
you guys were trying to trade for him.
Yeah,
he became available for free.
Okay.
And he still chose his own destination in Baltimore, meaning he didn't he don't want to go there, bro. Players don't want to go to Buffalo, regardless if you guys have Josh Allen or not.
I don't know. Trey White came back. Levi Wallace came back. No, Dane Jackson, not Levi Wallace. Dane Jackson came back. Players come back all the time. The defensive tackle you guys had that came to us, what was his name?
Jordan Phillips.
Jordan Phillips came back twice. Yeah, once players get here, they don't want to leave. We got Joey Bosa. They overpaid for Von Miller, but they only overpaid for him until he got hurt. He was well worth the money before he got hurt, and then all of a sudden he overpaid for him.
Mm-hmm.
But they cut ties with him right away.
Like you guys,
the only one I'm disappointed about.
How come you guys didn't get Devon? Why don't y'all try to give Josh Allen a weapon?
Because he doesn't need one.
This is
it's just like Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a weapon.
And remember, you said that. I hope you clip that. Remind
Clip it.
yourself this time next offseason around this time. Remember, you said that. When this guy is
what weapons did he have last year?
When he faces the Chiefs and when he faces this is what I'm saying. I'm talking about the playoffs, the championship game, trying to get to the Super Bowl. This is where this particular weapon, you could be all nice and cute, ditching it around the court, passing it all over. But you're gonna need that one guy in that one big game to come up clutch. You need
And you're
that.
right. And you know what happens in that one big game, Pete? The weapon gets double teamed and he can't throw him the ball anyways because you got to
You
protect the
need him to
the
come in
football.
clutch. You need that. And by you guys lacking that, I'm serious, bro. There's something inside of me that tells me that Tyreek Hill is going to be a Buffalo Bill, bro.
You know what?
Week 9, the Dolphins are going to more than likely be stinking it up, and the Dolphins are going to. And you guys, let me tell you something. Don't laugh that I just said the Dolphins are going to be stinking it up. There's a chance we're going to be stinking it up, but so are you guys. You
They're gonna
guys
make that
might
move for Tyreek Hill.
No.
desperately, Crypto, because they're going to be like they're still going to be winning the division. You hear me, Crypto? They might be
Yeah.
7-4. We might be 4, like 3 games behind. The Patriots might be 3 games. Everybody's 3 games behind the Bills, but they're staggering away from that 1, 2, and 3 because you got the Ravens at 8-1. You got the Chiefs at like 10-1, the Ravens at 10-1, the Bengals at 9-2, and the Bills are sitting there at like 7-4, falling off. They
So
just
they
got
need
another
they
loss.
Tyreek. They need that one person to get them over the top. They're
Exactly.
gonna call
That's
up
what
Greer and say, "Listen, you give us Tyreek Hill, we'll give you a second."
as
The Bills scored the
desperation.
most
No,
points in the NFL last year, and they need
they're
weapons. I don't
probably gonna
understand that. Make that make sense.
last year, buddy. The Dolphins
Well,
were
they
the
can
number one
solidify
scoring
that,
team. They
Michael
had
K.
Raheem Mostert with 20 touchdowns one year. Next year, that guy's riding the bench.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
absolutely.
He was on the
Absolutely. But they
bench.
don't have any aging players. They got Curtis Samuel's old. You got Josh Palmer and
You
Elijah.
got
How do you
James
know that
Cook
those
that
two?
doesn't want to.
Who did?
You got James Cook that wants to be paid that's been missing the whole camp.
You're gonna pay him. You're gonna
Wait,
pay
wait, whoa,
James
whoa,
Cook,
whoa, whoa,
Michael
whoa,
K.
wait a
Whether you
minute, wait
like
a
it or
minute, wait a minute.
not.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on. What did you just say, Pete, about James Cook missing the whole camp?
He's skipping out on the camp.
No, he's not. What are you talking about? He
He
ain't
didn't
getting
show up
fined.
to
He
the
was at the
OT.
3 days of mandatory mini camp.
He went to mandatory. He didn't go to voluntary. He sat out those
Do you actually think that training camp is voluntary?
OTAs.
Yeah, he sat those out.
That's
Organized
what I
team
was talking
activities.
about. We're not at training camp yet.
Yeah,
And
he ain't going to
training,
sit out of training camp. He'll be there every
might.
single day.
He might.
Because
He
you know
might
what?
miss
Because
a few the first 2-3 days.
he'll be there. He'll
Standing
be
on.
there day one. He'll be there day one. And
You're gonna pay
I'll
him no
even bet
matter
on.
what, Michael K. You guys are gonna give him the bag.
No,
He's
they're going
gonna
to
get
give him a.
paid.
They're going to
Yeah.
offer him.
He's gonna
They're
give you
not going to give him the
17
bag.
million, and that's what's gonna happen.
And I
They ain't
think
going to
it's
give him
going to
17
happen
million.
before training camp, Crypto.
Yeah.
They
He's
might
gonna
do
get
No,
that.
about 17
They
million.
might make him the highest paid running back in the league, Crypto,
no, no,
this
they won't.
offseason.
No, they won't.
Yeah.
If anything happens, he's asking for more money than the transition tag is worth. They'll transition him next year.
They might give him $1 less than Saquon, Crypto.
Yeah. He'll say, "Hey, Saquon, what you got? Give us those
If they
numbers." They're
wanted
gonna
to
give
do
him a
that,
dollar
He's
less.
the market.
if they wanted
The
to do
market
that,
is
they
the
would have done that
market. You
already.
might not like it, Michael K, but the contract is up, buddy. He's going to get paid. Expect it. Big numbers jumping. Big
Well,
checks.
it's going to go one of two ways. It's going to go one of two ways. He's going to make his 15 million this year, or 12 million, or whatever he's making this year.
I'll tell
And
you
if he
what.
has a good season, and if he has a great season, the Bills might pay him. If he doesn't, then he'll go play somewhere else, maybe get more money that he's not worth, or he's going to go somewhere else and play for less.
I'll tell you what. It was
He's
all
gonna get
cute.
17 million.
It was all cute. Yeah, exactly. It was all cute. You bringing up Ray Davis and he has a nice ESPN story. All that was a nice story. But I'll tell you one thing that I know that's a fact. You guys don't make it to the AFC Championship without his 20 touchdowns in that season. He's a big, valuable part of that offense, and he deserves to get the bag. You don't just score 20 touchdowns at what? How old is he? 23? Pay that man.
No, he's older.
He's
He's
gonna
got to be
get the
older than
bag.
that. 25.
24. He's about to get the bag. 5-year deal, largest contract.
No,
Saquon is old. At least James Cook is young. You guys are about to pay that man a big extension. That's why you guys didn't go out and address that wide receiver position. This is the bad decision I think.
no, they didn't go out and they didn't adjust the wide receiver position because they don't have any money.
Number one,
Because they paid Deion Dawkins, they paid Dawson Knox.
It feels like, look, number one, Elam, you guys reached for that. He's not a first-round draft pick. It didn't feel that way. Nobody had him as a first-rounder. You guys picked him because he was the fastest player in the draft. You guys are more worried about Xavier Worthy than you guys are actual team building. Kiem, like let's be honest. That what's his name? Hairstone. What's his name? The cornerback.
Max Harrison.
Hairston. There you go. Drafting him for his speed only because you're scared of Tyreek Hill and Xavier Worthy. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah,
the moves you guys are making are backwards. That's what they're worried about. Crypto. Xavier Worthy, who's going to take on a bigger role this year with the Chiefs, and they're worried about the Miami Dolphins speed with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
I think Worthy is the fastest guy now. He's clocked as the fastest guy now.
He's the fastest guy in the league.
And wasn't Harrison the fastest guy at the combine for defensive backs?
And let me ask you this question, Pete.
Yeah, he was the fastest guy in the combine in the entire. He was the fastest guy in the entire combine, Michael.
Hey, Pete, let me ask you this. Yeah. What if, like you said, the Dolphins are tanking and they just like we traded we're going to trade Ramsey back to the Rams. What if we trade Hill back to the Chiefs?
You know what?
If he go back to the Chiefs, the league's going to block that, Shake. I think the league is going to block it.
No. Listen, Shake. I really feel like if Tyreek Hill goes to
let it happen.
These three teams are automatic Super Bowl winners. Chiefs, for instance, if he goes back to the Chiefs, they're winning a Super Bowl for the next 2 years with Tyreek Hill and that team. The Ravens, if he goes to Baltimore, I got the Baltimore Ravens winning a Super Bowl. And if he goes to Buffalo, I think Buffalo's winning a Super Bowl. Those are the three teams. Like, if that guy lands in those three teams in those situations, he's getting another ring. And you know what? I have a dark horse.
It's going to be hard to beat them teams with that.
I have a dark horse team in there as well.
Packers, Lions.
I didn't even think of Lions. That's a good one. That is a dark horse. But I was thinking more so with the Rams. Plug them in over there with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and Stafford in LA. I think they can make a move with Tyreek Hill. With Tyreek Hill, you put that in there with Matthew Stafford, he's winning the NFC West, and they might run that home field advantage all the way up to the Super Bowl.
I don't think Devontae Adams is all that much of a player anymore.
You don't think
that's
so?
That's why.
I mean, he's still got enough juice left in the can.
He had 1,000 yards last year, but that's why he needs like Tyreek Hill to open him up and take some pressure off of him. Devontae Adams is still good, but he ain't that same Devontae Adams for sure.
Yeah, if he has a speedster on the other side, he can still work the middle of the field.
Exactly. Him, Tyreek Hill, and Puka Nacua, that would be a deadly trio right there. They all complement one another, all of them.
I'm still thinking about that double move he put on Jaylen Ramsey and put him in the spin cycle, and Aaron Rodgers blew the pass. That's crazy. I'm like, oh, man.
Every other team Tyreek Hill goes to, he'll elevate that quarterback. But I don't know.
I don't see it being the Bills.
Yeah, I feel like the Bills should do it. If you guys really,
I don't think the Bills would take on. I don't think they would take his attitude.
Like how bad?
I don't think the team would accept him.
That means Buffalo don't want.
They love that. They love Buffalo. They love that attitude, Michael K. What do you mean?
What are you talking about, Crypto? They love that attitude.
Want a Super Bowl?
I'm telling you,
you pay the price, bro. Straight up. You guys could probably be back-to-back winners. You get Tyreek Hill in the next 2 years. You could probably show up to the Super Bowl this year. You might lose it. Next year, you rebound and win it. It's a 2-year. It's a 2-year thing. Give us 2 first-round draft picks.
No, they ain't give no. Number one, the Bills would never give. They would if let's just say for this bullshit of it that they did want to take, or they did trade for Tyreek, you wouldn't get more than a fifth from the Bills. They're not giving up 2 firsts for a 32-year-old receiver.
No, you're getting in the third and the second.
They wouldn't even give that up.
You got to come up with a third because he's still durable. He's serviceable.
You know how many teams offered a first round for Tyreek Hill? We're not letting Tyreek go for a first rounder. A first. We want 2 firsts. And if the season is crappy, if he blinks, it's because someone on the season is going crappy, Crypto, and someone above him probably made that decision because he's about to get fired. If this thing goes sour, if Greer pulls off a trade where he gets 2 firsts for Tyreek Hill, I think that's going to be our general manager for a very long time. I'm talking Mickey Loomis.
Wait, what did Vegas get for Devontae Adams?
A 5th rounder or something like that, or a 4th. I think it was a 4th or something like that. It wasn't much.
Yeah, there's no way Hill's going to get 2. Nobody's going to give 2 first rounds for Tyreek Hill.
Why? Because Michael K said so.
No, because it's just not realistic.
You're comparing Devontae Adams, who you just clearly stated you saw regression from, right? You see him getting.
What did Hill do last year, Pete? What did Hill do last year?
I don't give.
Did he get 1,000 yards?
You know what? I'll tell you what Hill did a few days ago. If you really want to be real about it, you know what he did a few days ago? He ran 100 meters in 10.15. 10:15. Okay.
It's not losing speed, Michael K.
That doesn't look like a guy that's regressing to me. It doesn't look like a guy that, for being considered a speedster and a weapon on the electrifying weapon, he's not losing speed to me.
He's still in shape, Michael K.
He's only 31. I'm not saying that he's not, but he's got his body's old. Just because he can run fast doesn't mean he can take a hit.
He's been taking hits.
He's gonna run by you.
Perfect. The only thing that
you don't need to take a hit. He's just gonna run past you.
Like a little lightning joke. That's what Buffalo needs, bro. 13 seconds. Never forget it. You know y'all need that.
You think that speed would help you get past them 13 seconds, Michael K?
What's that? What's that, Crypto?
No, that's
who do you run against? He ran by himself, didn't he? He didn't even run the other guy.
No, I'm saying he was in that. Matter of fact, he was in that game. He was a part of that game. If I recall, Tyreek was on the Chiefs at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was part of the 13-second game. Oh, that 13-second game. Yeah.
Yeah. He was actually a part of that game. Imagine if y'all had Tyreek that game. Y'all would have went to the Super Bowl.
They would have probably been back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
Yeah. But if Tyreek elevates every team he goes to, why didn't he elevate the Dolphins?
He did, in a way. In his own way. He did. He did his part in elevating us. Defensive coordinators was afraid of him more so than anybody else.
Michael K., we had 5 starting quarterbacks last year with Tyreek Hill with bad wrists, and we won more games than Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
All I'm saying is Tyreek's not worth the first rounder. If he was, the Dolphins would have already got rid of him if they were going to rebuild. That's number one.
We're about to get 2 first rounders for Tyreek at minimum, a first and a third. We're probably going to get a first and a third at minimum in a desperate situation like Crypto was pointing out because we fell out. We're sitting at 3-6. Trade deadline is here. Yeah. Everybody is broken, and we traded him for a first and a third. And everyone knows McDaniel is out the door because Tua is crap the bed. But if everything is going great, I still think if we're hitting on good strides and Tyreek Hill is not a part of the offense like he used to be, and we're winning, that's how we're going to get the 2 first rounders from you guys.
Well, number one,
Chris Greer already put it out there, bro. There's nothing, you can't go less than that.
You can't expect nothing what the general manager already stated. You want Tyreek Hill on your team? Give me 2 first-rounders. One of these teams are going to come coughing up. One of these teams with a quarterback that they're paid big bucks to, or they just drafted in the first round that's not panning out in a desperate situation, is more than likely going to call for Tyreek Hill.
Trade post June 1st. Well, I don't think any. Number one, if Tyreek Hill is traded, there's no way that the Dolphins won't have to be forced to keep his contract.
You know what?
Because the team's not going to pay $51 million on a cap hit for him with his contract.
I'll give you an example, Mike. Okay, let's say it's week 8, and out of nowhere, the Patriots are in first place in the division with a 6-2 record at week 8. 6-2. Patriots are sitting at first, but you guys are right behind them at 5-3 week 8. The Patriots are a team where I can see cough up 2 first-round draft picks to try to stay ahead of the division and give Drake May another weapon.
Maybe he does go with Patriots.
Yeah, they'll definitely go. They'll go for Tyreek at that point. They're all in at that point.
Will
They're
Vrabel want
6-2
him?
and leading the division. Yeah, they'll give up a first for him.
Isn't Vrabel a no-nonsense coach? You think he wants that attitude on his team? He already took. He already took.
had D-Hop at one point, didn't he? No. What they had? No, somebody else they had.
He had D-Hop. He also had what's that other receiver?
The one that went to the Eagles. Then they traded away the guy to the Eagles.
AJ Brown.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, they had him before.
Okay.
They like all that. If you got talent, some of that don't matter because they're bringing you in to win, bro.
Now the Bills culture doesn't.
You gotta remember, Michael K. A lot of these coaches that deal with that no nonsense crap. In that situation, the Patriots are sitting at number 1. That coach is riding high. That player that's disgruntled. Players aren't disgruntled when things are going good and things are winning. So there is no culture. There is nothing broken. Tyreek Hill is going to be praised there to help the team win. Everybody's happy. He's not going to a sad situation.
Shout out to the Houston Oilers legend, man. Shout out to Doc Brown.
Yeah, the Houston
What's
Oilers
going on,
right
Doc Brown? It is always good to see you, my brother.
Doc Brown.
Oh, man.
Shout out the Red.
Hey, don't worry, Doc Brown. EM has been notified on your presence as an Oiler. He has been notified. We're gonna make him a believer.
I'm a believer.
I'm gonna tell Doc Brown right now. Shout out to him because I think I've finally seen the light and the gift that Tua brings.
Doc Brown.
Everybody jumping off Tua. I feel like Tua
Doc
might
Brown
shut
is
everybody
a
up.
legend.
Tua is on his way to shut everybody up. And with this defense,
you sound like Jaylen, Pete. You sound like Jaylen.
With this defense, I'm being honest. That week 3 game versus Buffalo, I think is going to be like a Super Bowl to Tua and this culture. That's the team that we got to get. We got to pop that pimple. Honestly, it's that annoying forehead pimple we got it right there. Yeah, it's like that overnight a pimple grew on the forehead. We got to get rid of it. We got to pop it. Get that thing out of here. And Buffalo
prime game in Skidmark Stadium. Prime time game in Skidmark Stadium. The Dolphins, they're probably already 21-point underdogs.
That's the thing. That's fine.
Oh man.
That's what makes our team scarier this season.
Oh
Everyone
my
has
God.
jumped ship. Nobody believes. Now the players feel that. The players feel that the fans are not really behind them like that. They
Wait, nobody
feel it.
jumped ship. You must be talking about the fans because obviously Jonathan Smith and Jaylen Ramsey jumped ship.
The players are
Steelers going to
jumping
jump
ship.
ship when they don't pay him.
That's
Wait,
another
hold
guy.
on. What's that again? Who's the jumping ship? Who's not getting paid?
No, Pete said nobody's jumped ship, and the team sees that. Well, except for two other players that want to be gone.
No, I said everyone is jumping ship. Even
Yeah,
the
at that
fans.
point, everybody's off the
Oh, you said
board.
everyone's jumped. Okay.
Yeah, everyone is. All the fans are jumping off. Nobody
Yeah.
believes in the Dolphins anymore. And the players feel that.
Yeah.
Hey
And by
Pete, what's
that,
up, Pete?
that's what Mike
Damn,
make.
eBay just changed my MasterCard.
Hey, what's
Oh,
up,
what up,
Pete?
Big Nick? Haven't heard you
Hey,
in a
let me ask
while.
you a
Gotta
question.
check
But
them.
but
Hey Pete,
that's
let me
what.
ask you
But
one
Michael
question. I
K.
just need
Hold
one
on. Let
question.
me just tell Michael K.
Wait,
something real quick.
Pete.
That's
Wait,
what
Pete, because I don't
actually
want to slip my
might
mind.
make. That's
Pete,
what
I'm getting
actually
older. I don't
might
want it to slip my
make
mind.
Tua
Write yourself a
stay
note,
healthy.
Nick. Pete's talking.
No,
Hey
no, no, no,
Pete,
no.
hey
I'm
Pete,
sorry. Go ahead, Big Nick. I'm glad
Pete, let
somebody
me ask
else
you
is
a
up here.
question. You said you think the players are aware that the fans are start. Do you think there's a waiting list for Dolphin season tickets right now?
They're being sold, Big Nick,
Is
and
there a
and a lot
waiting
of
list, Pete?
and a lot of
Well,
those
I think it's always a waiting list, ain't
season
it?
ticket holders, they're being sold, and a lot of those season ticket, they're regretting their purchases. They're regretting their purchases, and you
Crypto,
know
is
it.
there a waiting list
It's
for the
a
Dolphin season tickets?
There is a
yeah.
waiting
Every
list,
year it's a waiting list.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay, I'm
always
done.
been. Yeah.
All right.
but guess what? They're regretting their purchases. Those
He
sales
said they're
reps, those
canceling
Dolphin
everything.
sales
Big
reps,
Nick.
they're yeah, those
Pete said
sales
they
reps,
canceled them.
they're calling their members like
Then
20
there
times
wouldn't
a
be a
week
waiting
trying to
list
get
if
them
they're
back.
canceling.
There's no waiting list. That waiting list is over with, bro.
They went through all
Call
the
right
waiting
now.
lists with people. So can I get a season ticket for about $400 this time?
You could get them, crypto. Call right now.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, go.
I'm trying to get it for $400, Pete.
That waiting list
Batman said
ended
he's
in
paying
20 crypto.
$2,000.
Hey,
Crypto
you can't get a parking pass. You
that
can't get a
waiting list
parking
ended
pass
in
for $400.
2024. That waiting list ended in 2024. You don't even have to buy the fast pass. It feels like a fast pass. You just go right in and get it, crypto. Season tickets on board. They're
I'll
begging
just
to
walk
sell
right up,
season
get
tickets.
it. Damn.
Yeah, they're begging. They're begging. They're not selling right now. I don't know what Big Nick thinks because they sold out for the first 3 seasons under Tua. He thinks that's gonna last forever. Show me the record where it says. Show me the numbers, Big Nick. You got them? Because that happened the first 3
Big
seasons.
Nick
But
said he just renewed.
I don't know about the last 2 seasons. Yeah, Big Nick could renew, but there's other fans that, like I said, they're not renewing. A lot of people they're regretting their purchases.
Hey, Shake, is there a waiting list for the Miami Dolphins right now for season tickets?
I'm gonna see if I can purchase. I'm gonna see if I could purchase some.
Yeah, show it.
Go ahead, spend that money.
I'm trying to
No,
get a discount.
You don't have to fully go through the whole full checkout. Just
No,
see.
I'm not. But I'm just saying if I could buy if I could buy season tickets.
It sucks. You're
Bub
gonna have to
Liv,
put your
get it in
email
a
and phone
suite
number,
level.
and you're gonna see how desperate they call you because they know this thing is about to tank. So they want to sell bad. They're gonna be blowing your phone up, calling you, giving you offers.
I told you
It's
about that
desperate.
hedging your bet shit. If the Dolphins suck, Pete get to say, I told you so. If the Dolphins win, Pete get to say, I'm a Dolphin fan. Go Dolphins. I told you about that hedging bet.
You see, Big Nick, you haven't been hearing me lately then.
2 days ago, per Miami Dolphins, season ticket memberships continue to be sold out. for the 2024 season. Wait,
No, that's 2025.
this was posted 2 days ago, and they put 2024 season.
Actually, here goes.
That's ridiculous.
Join the season ticket member wait list. So yeah, there is a wait list right now.
Season ticket member wait list. Well, we
That's
got 2 Dolphins fans that canceled.
You know what? You know what?
That didn't renew.
You know what? They're scamming you. Because the moment you go through with that and you join the wait list, no, they're using that as a charade, bro. They're lying. That's a mirror. Because the moment you do that and put your information, how long is the wait list? 72 hours? Because they start blowing you up and calling you. They start blowing you up.
72 hours.
Can you look up the most valuable NFL franchises?
They got a 72
hour wait list.
72 hour wait list.
Yeah. I guarantee you, put that information in.
There we go.
Blowing you up like 5 times a week.
Damn,
Desperate for you to
Pete,
buy
5
those
times?
tickets.
Damn.
5 times. It's like the potential scam.
I hope I could clip that. That was classic, Pete.
Yeah. Oh man. That wait list is gone to 0. It's expired, huh?
Yeah,
damn.
Wait list, a 72-hour wait list. Yeah, it's Friday. They don't come back till Monday, Big Nick. They don't work on the weekends.
No more weekends. They're gonna pick them up. You can just walk up and at the window, look up at the counter, Pete. Can I go up to the window booth and tell them expedite my order?
They'll let you right in. You talk like that.
Yeah, I want to expedite my order. Tell them that Stephen Ross put me on the special assignment.
The Packers have like their thing sold out for like forever. What's up with Buffalo?
Yeah, Lambeau is always sold out.
Yeah, that thing is sold out to like 2050.
The whole town of Lambeau goes to freaking Green Bay goes to the stadium.
How come you don't go to the games anymore?
The whole
What's
town.
that?
I said, how come you don't go to the games anymore?
Because their fans are a bunch of idiots.
No, man.
I'd rather watch. Honestly, I'd rather watch it.
They're building a new
I ain't
stadium.
going to the new one.
You're not going to the new Skip Mark Stadium 2.0?
Nope. That bullshit PSL that Rula put on.
Are you gonna go to
for where my seats were? It would have been $26,000 per seat.
Damn.
Plus the season ticket.
Are you gonna go to the?
No, I won't go to the new stadium. No, I think it's a joke. I think it's a joke. $2 billion.
The fans don't do it.
You know how crazy
fans are doing it.
If we had Josh Allen, we would probably be at the stadium right now, all of us talking on our phone, sitting next to the stadium. You're not going
Michael
to
K
watch
said,
Josh Allen, bro.
Not in the new stadium, Pete. He said that it costs too much.
This man is not a Buffalo fan. He's just You're not a football fan, bro.
Why? Because I drop my season tickets because I refuse to pay the money.
Oh, so
you go to Sabre games at least?
Yeah, I go to Sabre games. And they suck.
You don't have a special suite? You don't have a suite? You're not in the seats and the press box?
No, it's because you said you're not going to the Buffalo games because of your stupid fans.
Bills fans and Sabre fans are different. Bills fans and Sabre fans
they all the same? What do you mean they're totally different? They like Green Bay fans. They all live in the same town.
Yeah, they're different. It's just a different breed. So if you take a diehard Bills fan and a diehard Sabres fan, they're the same person. They're different people depending on which game they're watching. You know, it's just weird. Yeah, you get your drunk fans at everything, but the Bills fans are just out of control. But when they talked about the PSL, they dropped the tickets because I'm not paying that kind of money for 25 years or 30 years or whatever they are. It's like $1,000 a year per seat.
Oh, you could buy that far in advance, 26 years?
No. You're buying the right to that seat for the next 25 years.
Man, I didn't know they selling packages like that.
You're not buying the tickets, crypto. You're just buying the seat. And the
Yeah.
thing was, and the big stink was, if they have concerts or something in the new stadium, you're not
Yeah.
guaranteed that seat for that concert. You don't get first right of refusal for that seat. It's only for Bills games,
Yeah.
so it's only for 8 or 9 games a year for the next 25 or 30 years.
Right. Damn.
It's just stupid. And there's a lot of teams that do it, but I think Minnesota Vikings has it, but it's only like $300 or $400 a year. So what's
Right.
400 times 20 is what, $8,000?
Yeah. Roughly.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And for the Bills fans to pay $20,000 to $30,000, it would one dude was in a suite. He was in a suite. It was like I don't know, maybe I think there's 100 seats in this suite, and he had like 8 tickets. And his PSLs for 30 years was almost $500,000 plus the price of his tickets.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, you got to research the Buffalo
500,000.
PSL bullshit.
Mhm.
And that's just another way for Pagula to make his money. And you can only transfer him
Damn.
to
People
an
paying
immediate family member.
$500,000 for season tickets for a special
No, the guy
price for
didn't
30
do it.
years.
The guy dropped his seats. He said, "I'm not paying that."
Yeah.
And there's still a waiting list. All the Canadians are coming down buying tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The game I was at, people came from England. Said he flew over from England. He was in the country. He said he flew over.
yeah. A lot of people.
Josh
A lot of
Allen
people will
has
come
them
over.
flying in from everywhere, crypto. Josh Allen is today's Dan Marino.
Yeah, I asked the guy in the parking lot. I'm like, damn, where you come from? He's like, I flew from England. Like, damn. They were doing that in Texas too. They was at the Houston game. I'm like, damn, they coming in from everywhere. But I don't know if he is a season ticket holder. I don't know if he paid 500 grand. But
No, that's for the new stadium. That ain't going on this year. There's no PSLs for the last season.
Uh,
But the ticket prices for
yeah,
the last season, oh my God, the ticket prices went up like 80%.
Michael K., how would you feel the last year?
yeah,
The state, this feels like a written story. The last time the Buffalo Bills are going to play in that stadium, they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, that would be great. It would be great. I don't know if
they
it'll
may be
happen.
cursed for after that. In the new stadium, they go 0-16.
Well,
Hey, crypto, the Super Bowl slump, Super Bowl hangover. Buffalo is going to be hung over. You're right, crypto.
And
Buffalo
I tell
might
you what,
win the
and
Super
if
Bowl,
that
and they're going to
happens,
be
I have to
so
delete
hung
this
over.
Yeah,
meme. I can't use this
They're
meme
gonna,
anymore if that happens.
they're gonna be
right.
so hungover
And I
they
got to
might
update the
You're
relapse
trophy
right,
for like
Shake.
case.
3 seasons.
Yeah, you're right, Shake. You won't be able to do that. The trophy case no more.
Yeah, you
Would
can.
you?
You can do the trophy. You can do a throwback trophy case.
I
Whoever
don't
made
know.
it, though,
Yeah,
whoever made
Uh,
it shouldn't have used a lowercase O. They should have used a 0.
yeah. That was Chris Berman in there. The photo, ain't it?
Yeah, holding up a Bills jersey, but somebody photoshopped a lowercase O instead of a 0.
Instead of a 0, right? Yeah. O wins.
but how would you feel
They
I
got
about
mean,
that, Michael
O
K?
wins.
If y'all finally break that curse, win the Super Bowl this season, and y'all going to the
oh,
new stadium next season, that's a disaster. From that standpoint, you guys might as well not even try for the Super Bowl. You guys might as well tank for something. Tank for like tank this year. The Bills, the Bills are tanking.
well, you do. You know what? You know
They
what?
gonna
The
take.
Bills are gonna tank their last
Um,
year in that stadium, so you guys can try to get like a top defensive end in the draft
No,
this
I already
upcoming
know
season.
what it's going to be. It's going to be Mayday for Manning.
Mayday for Manning.
You
Yeah.
guys are gonna do the 49ers. They had a bad season that one year and they got Nick Bosa out of nowhere. That's what you got. You guys
Yeah,
got
Nick
to hit a
Bosa.
lick like
Yeah.
that.
That's what.
I think there
That's
was
one.
tampering that
That's
year
one.
too.
So that was a suspect. If Joey Bosa stays healthy, I think that transforms the defense. That is if he stays healthy,
Yeah.
though. He's already
They were
hurt.
tampering.
I got more faith that Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips will stay healthier over than Joey
I'm not
Bosa.
gonna lie
I got
though,
to be
man. You
honest.
know what trips me out is I want to say culture, Buffalo culture, but if you look at the Buffalo sideline, you could tell there's genuine continuity with the players.
Well, you know, it's shaking. You're right, and it kind of goes along with the whole hockey culture. And I think I was on Pete's channel, might have been TFT. I can't remember where it was, but hockey culture among the 32 teams in the NHL, it's all the same because it was instilled in the players at a young age.
Mm-hmm.
When you come to Buffalo, because it's such a small town, there's not much. I mean, there's stuff to do, but it's not like, you know, you have your pick of 85 different things to do in Miami or in LA or in Dallas. You know, all the team is always together, and they all go out to dinner together, and they all have parties at the house together, and they're just a team. You know, they're always together, and that's a big difference, and that's part of the culture building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's just like
Miami's
the hockey
favorite
culture.
word. Miami's favorite word, culture.
Yeah.
But I would say
Especially when it comes to the
there's more
basketball team.
continuity than culture. You know what I'm saying? I don't say about
Oh,
culture.
I meant the Dolphins' favorite word.
Man.
Well, I think you're right though, but I think continuity and culture go hand in hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you have your best friends that you hang out with all the time, and you have that culture when you're around them.
Well, yeah. What you
You just
mean,
have
Michael
it.
K? That's us.
Well, whatever. You're right. But the players of Miami don't have it. You know, the one big thing, and this is huge, and it's a big talking point now. The Bills go an hour away for training camp to a little college called St. John Fisher in Rochester. It's only an hour from Buffalo, but they're there for 3 weeks. They live on campus. They get to go home once a week. You know, feed their dog, feed their cat, whatever it is they got to do. But they're there the whole time, and it's just them and the team. You know, and only 3 or 4 teams do it now. You know, the Bills, before home games, they sleep in a hotel. They have a curfew. A lot of NFL teams, they don't force the players to sleep in a hotel the night before a home game. You know, so now you got, say, one of your star receivers is out at the titty bar until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen in Buffalo. You know, and that's just, you know, it's structured, and it's just amazing how they do it. You know, I remember when Jim Kelly was here, and after every single home game, win or lose, the team went back to Jim Kelly's house. The whole team and friends and family, and had a huge party in his basement. You know, granted, it was, you know, they were a pretty good season, so it was mostly a win. But it's been like that for years because there's nothing to do in Buffalo.
Yeah,
that's
You
all
know,
it
if
is.
you go to, and it's culture, man, and they're always together, and they want to win for each other. You know, when you line up next to a guy, you don't want to disappoint the guy next to you, and that guy doesn't want to disappoint you. So what are you going to get? You're going to get the best out of everybody with that, and that's what the culture is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just show up for work at 8 o'clock in the morning and say, "Oh, we have culture," you know, and everybody punches the clock at 5:30 and goes their separate ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. And you know what's funny is, like for instance, like the Dolphins, we got all these name brands. You're pretty much playing a team versus mercenaries. You have 11 mercenaries versus a one unit.
Yeah.
And when you talk about mercenaries, they don't care about the other guy. Mercenaries only care about themselves and their accolades and things like that.
Right?
Our
How good am I going to look on tape?
Lifestyle. Our team likes the flashy lifestyle.
Exactly.
And just like a brand, whatever brand.
That's why
hot,
Jaylen Ramsey
up on.
wants to leave the team and wants to probably stay in Miami.
And when he did have a coach, we did have a coach that tried to bring structure. They kicked his ass out.
They ran him out of the building at that point. Yeah.
That's the only thing that's hurt me. Like as a fan, that's been one of the most hurtful things. Other than that Skylar Thompson playoff loss to these Buffalo Bills, man. Those were the two. Firing Flores seemed like the worst thing the Dolphins ever did in my fandom.
It came out of nowhere. I have to admit, nobody expected that one. They're like, wait a minute. He finished strong, and the next thing you know, boom, he's out the door. Tony
Well, there
Dungy's
was
like, damn, I
definitely.
was ready to vote for him.
Well, Crypto, you don't remember that 0-7 or whatever bad start we did? There was already
That's what I
fans
say. He
saying
finished strong.
there was
Yeah.
already the two and ears were already saying that Flores is bad. They're flipped on him. You don't remember that?
Yeah, they were saying about the 0-7 start or 1-7 start.
If you go back to that,
He finished 8-8 or something like that.
The two and ears in that time, early portion, they were blaming Flores. Then they made amends with Flores, right, because of the way the season ended, and then boom, he got fired out of nowhere. So they went back.
Well, obviously,
Flores.
Then they went
obviously
back to
there was
hopping on him.
There was something going on in the front office that got Flores fired, whether it be tampering or whatever his accusations were. I don't think it had anything to do with the way he coached the team. Unless he wanted something and the Miami Dolphins weren't willing to give it to him, or the Miami Dolphins wanted him to do something and he wasn't willing to give it to them. It was definitely something.
Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't his job.
And we all know who was
spearheading
we already know who was spearheading the Cuban Ron Jeremy. Big O.
Yeah. Exactly, Shake. He was spearheading. He was out ahead of it, you know. He was spearheading and making sure that the management really came down on him. I mean, he was bad mouthing him at every turn. You know, I'm like, damn. What did he do? Now he's kind of trying to do it to McDaniel in a way too. I kind of see him in a way almost giving McDaniel the same treatment.
Well, yeah, because he's already saying that there's a coach in the building, and that's Weaver. He said that's our next head coach, Weaver.
Yeah, he's kind of saying that. Yeah, he is saying that. Big O. Yep, he's saying the next coach is in the building, which means he squadly won't to shove McDaniel out the door like he did with Flores. He's softening up his followers to be anti-McDaniel now. Everybody see what the Big O's doing. I was like crazy. Tony Dungy was going to vote for Flores to be coach of the year that he was about to give him his vote. He's like, man, I didn't expect this.
And I respected that so much, the way Flores turned it around, because you already knew the tension with him and Tua were up in the air. Everyone already knew it. And the roster wasn't really that good.
This just in. Jaylen Ramsey prefers trade.
He prefers a trade? What do you mean, prefer trade?
Says
to who?
Prefers that other than getting cut.
Says Jaylen Ramsey prefers trade to West Coast with Rams, Chargers as possibilities.
Rams and Chargers. Okay.
That came out this morning on Pat McAfee show. Adam Schefter reported it.
So the Chargers is on the list too? Man. We played both of them. No, we played the Chargers. We don't play the Rams.
He's going back to Seattle, Tonk.
He's going to Seattle?
Mm-hmm. He was in Seattle. He was like, damn, I like the life here.
Yeah. You mean to tell me he's got a spot on the Wall Street that he goes to, Shake?
Yeah. He's going to have his own parking space at the Space Needle.
Yeah.
Is that a restaurant, by the way, the Space Needle?
I'm not sure.
Up at the top, they got a dining area. I think they do, Shake. I think they do have
I think it's a fine dining.
But I was up there before, and it looked super empty.
Yeah, now they got the dining spot. And then one of them needles, they got a freaking roller coaster. I wonder if it's Toronto or the one in Vegas. They got a roller coaster on the top of that damn thing.
I might go there then. This fine dining. I might go to Space, have dinner at the Space Needle.
One of them I know has got a roller coaster. I think it's the Vegas one.
Yeah, it's not a full. It's not a full service revolving restaurant. It once was.
Right, it was. Back in I think in the 70s, it was a first full service. Yeah.
The Lupe Lounge, specialty cocktails.
Yeah, there was like nothing going on up there.
Yeah.
They offer pies and soft serve on the upper observation level.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, it spins around. It's like slowly moves, rotates.
It's honestly kind of scary up there because it doesn't
Yeah,
feel like there's much. It just feels like you're on like a giant toothpick. And so I'm like, I don't know, man. I
yeah.
went.
If you ever saw
A
the
friend of
movie The New
mine,
Final Destination, you'll be like, yeah,
a friend of
I don't want
mine
to go.
lives in one. I don't know. He was renting an apartment in one of the skyscrapers here in Seattle, and I was up there, and I was looking out on the city, and I was like, "There's no way I could live in one of these." It's just, I don't know, man.
No,
That
I
stuff is
can't.
it's scary up there.
It really
It's up
is.
there. It's about what 60 stories though. It's
It,
pretty
yeah, he
tall.
was like on like he was on like the 80th or 90th floor, and we were up there, dude.
Nah, bro.
Hey,
Get me
Shake, here's
down.
one for you. The CN Tower in Toronto is home of the world's high. It's the home of the world's highest wine cellar.
Damn, which
Oh, there
one?
you go, Shake.
There you go. Yeah,
There you go,
Probably ice
Shake.
wine.
the highest wine cellar. Huh?
1,150 feet above the ground.
Damn.
Ice wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. The
I
CN
thought we
Tower.
were
Yeah.
trading. So we're trading everybody to Pittsburgh. Jaylen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith. We're just about to
I
fleece
know.
the
Why
crap out of
why are
Pittsburgh.
we giving everybody to Pittsburgh? Why does everybody want to go there?
They're taking the Aaron Rodgers train.
Yeah, that's right. Aaron did go there too, so that could be it.
One more push.
Mike Tomlin got everybody on board.
Mike Tomlin about to do it again.
They're gonna have a bunch of ex. Maybe that's the team that Tyreek Hill goes to.
Wow. If they
Can you
get those three
imagine
Dolphins, if they get those three Dolphins,
those three
Scribble,
Dolphin players?
what do you think about that?
Man, that'd be wild. They'd be like Aaron Rodgers did something that Chris Greer didn't do. Damn.
Three high-paid guys. Well, they're gonna have to make Jonnu give him more money
Yeah.
too. They might have to pay all three of those guys
John.
new contracts.
Yeah, that'd be
That
crazy.
would be like,
Didn't they get DK Metcalf?
yeah, but they
I'll
got
go
rid
over
of
there
George
too.
Pickens.
And then they got rid
Something
of Pickens,
happened.
so they replaced
Yeah,
him with
yeah.
Hill. That'd be crazy.
Something happened. Had to happen. Aaron Rodgers probably didn't want Pickens there or something.
What's
But
wrong
you know
with
what?
Pickens? What happened with Pickens?
It's
What
this.
did he do?
You know what? That's another dark horse team. Honestly, if the Packers were to trade for Tyreek Hill, they give us
Yeah.
2 firsts, and Aaron Rodgers has DK and Tyreek, the tight end, Pat Fryermuth. That defense, I think they could be a dark horse for the Super
Yeah,
Bowl.
because they've always had good defenses. Yeah. They've at least had good defenses in them. They get him another offense.
Look what they were able to do last year with the team last year.
With that, yeah. They was able to make best out of 7. You know what I'm saying? The top
They went
17,
10-7.
and they didn't
They
even
went
have a quarterback.
Russell Wilson falling apart. The whole fan base begging for Justin Fields every week.
And
Matter
then
of
the wide
fact,
receivers having issues.
Yep. That was the Mike Tomlin just keeps finding a way to win.
Yeah. Now if he gets Tyreek Hill, Jaylen Ramsey, Jonnu, and what's his name already still there? That's gonna be and DK Metcalf. That's gonna be a good offense.
It's not out of this world that they actually do end up getting both of those guys. They could potentially easily trade for both Ramsey and Jonnu.
And remember, we're gonna do our Insomnia Pick'ems league this year again.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they quiet. Everybody's sleeping on what the Steelers are quietly doing. Everybody's like, okay, it's the Steelers. They just leave them alone. They don't even pay no attention.
They gave Deshaun Elliott a contract extension recently. They have Minkah Fitzpatrick. Matter of fact, they were rated the top safety duo in the NFL last year. Minkah and Deshaun. They got Joey Porter Jr.
It wasn't the Pete. It wasn't the Broncos. They wasn't top of the league last year.
No, it was. I thought it was Jordan Porter and Javon Holland.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Porter and Holland. That's right. Shake.
Yeah.
Where's Lewis at? Lewis said he was going to be
all right, Mike,
Hall of Famer.
Appreciate you for coming up here. Anyway, listen, I'm gonna shut this down anyway. So, hey, Pete, man,
man.
I tell you what, I appreciate you for number one for putting up some content during the week. Because to be honest with you, I kind of get bored with the spaces. You know what I'm saying? But so I appreciate that, Pete. Real talk.
Oh, I appreciate that. You too, man. Same to you.
Keep us going.
Yeah.
You had Tri-State on there. Yeah, that's interesting. And what's his name? What's the guy from Tampa Bay guy?
Actually, my favorite panelist.
Perez.
My favorite panelist
tell me.
I'm gonna tell you who my favorite panelist on there is.
I'm trying to see where the hell Fred at. I hope Fred is okay.
Yeah. Me too.
It's already
my favorite panelist is by far is True Fin Talk.
True Fin.
Yeah, True Fin. Yeah.
Did you hear him today?
No, I didn't hear him today. What's True Fin?
Oh my God. Y'all gotta tune in to Paul Calzone.
Paul Calzone.
If y'all watch the show, y'all will understand what I'm saying with Paul Calzone. He stepped out.
Hey, listen. When I was watching, Snorty Jordy was giving a tour of Canada.
What?
So he went
to Canada.
Hey, so look, so y'all, because if y'all watch it, y'all gonna realize it's him because he ends up saying it's him. But he's True Fin fan. Then he jumps out of the panel. Then I see a new name come in the back. It says Paul Calzone. I allow Paul Calzone. Hey, new guy, how you doing? Whatever. Now, when I heard the voice, I knew it was True Fin fan. It was so funny. But he came in like some Italian mob boss. It was oh my God. True Fin fan is a character, man. Yeah, you're right, Joe. Joe Riss was there. Joe Riss couldn't stop laughing. That I'm telling you, it was hilarious. True Fin fan is a character of his own, man. That guy is hilarious.
But my favorite is when True Talk and True Fin start clashing.
Yeah. Me too, yeah. But True Talk and True Fin.
Yeah. That's for real. That's a show.
Yeah, True Fin, boy. Until True Talk, boy, I tell you.
And then also the guy.
I'm not gonna lie. Lately, I ain't gonna lie. Lately, Mr. Park, I didn't even know you were up here. Shout out to you, dude. You've been quiet, but lately, Mr. Park has been snapping on me, and I've been loving it. Shout out to you, Mr. Park. hey, Mr. Park came in the other day because I go back and listen to him, right? And I just couldn't stop laughing. Mr. Park came in. He turns around and goes, you know what, Pete? And let me come up here and kill some narratives right now. Because Jaylen Wright, he goes, Jaylen Wright will be part of this offense. And Ollie Gordon too. And he just came in snapping. I loved it.
Pete is a cerebral assassin.
I had you going, huh? Oh, it was the stream with the Devon A. Chain 300 plus touches.
Yeah, that was that stream? Okay.
Yeah. Wait until you catch Mr. Park jump up early on in the show, like 15, 20 minutes in. He jumps in and hear how he pops off on me. He's like, Pete, I'm killing this narrative that you got going on. Because we going to share this rock. We got 3 running backs. We going to rotate them. He just... Oh, Mr. Park, it was awesome, man.
Man.
Pete, you're the man. You the man. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You're the man, Mr. Pope.
There's a hell of a stream.
Exactly.
Especially when y'all have them... Pete, you got to get somebody from the Saints division up there. Cause we got a Falcon guy up there. We got a Panthers guy up there, and the Buccaneers. You got to get somebody from the Saints up there so they can go at each other.
Yeah.
You got to get somebody from the Saints.
I don't know if there's any Colts, but we got to make it happen. Try to find a Colt guy with a couple Colt fans. Come up.
Yeah, a couple
Colt hate week, all type of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I want to see them fight each other. I want to see them go against each other. Freaking Real Talk Perez talking trash to Tri-State.
For Real Talk is a trip. He is a trip.
Yeah, him and Color always going at it. Every time it seems like Perez always going at it with Color.
Oh my God!
Perez
be snapping. Hey, Perez be snapping.
Yeah.
And when he screams, hey, I ain't gonna lie, that dude, where's that type of fan at? He's hilarious too, man.
It's like, look, I think Real Talk Perez tries to overcomplicate things. He turns simple into complicated.
Yeah.
He overcomplicates shit so much that you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
You forget the main point.
Yeah.
Right.
Until he finally finishes, like, oh yeah, that was the point. Okay, I got you.
It's like fucking. He takes the long way home. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, man.
Yeah, the long route.
Well, golly, Jake, why you
I think one time he was like saying Brady's not a good quarterback. I'm like, wait a minute. What?
And then it's a guy from.
Pete, here's the thing. My belief is, if you're in a panel with 5 guys, I think you should be clear and concise on what your message is, so other people could talk. Now, if you're doing a show like TD, then there's no issue with finding the long way home.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
You mentioned Larry L's name earlier. Remember how he used to always say, "Pete, make it quick."
Yeah. That's how he called everybody a moron. You're like, you moron. Let me tell you something, you moron.
You schmuck.
Oh, man.
You schmuck.
That's the other.
Yeah.
What used to be funny is because I never used to take it personal. I used to laugh more, and then I used to like retaliate with it the same way. But when people used to get mad at Larry because he called him a moron, I used to laugh so. Because what's funny is he was able to call people whatever he wanted, but when they called him something, he used to snap on them.
He go crazy,
my God. Yeah,
yes,
I used to love it. I used to love Larry, man. Shout out to Larry. Hopefully he's listening in the shadows and he at least tweets this time.
Yeah. Larry Legend, man. Larry Legend.
That's the first panel. That's the first YouTube panel I've been up on. Larry.
Yeah, I want to say TD's than his. Yep.
Oh man. Hey, listen, I was going through back some footage of TD Fence Talk, right? And like I said, this is how far I go back with Pete. I'll never forget, before TD Fence Talk used to do panels, he would give you a burner number and you would call the phone. And I was listening to some of the phone calls. Pete was on there, Insanity was on there, Mr. Ballgame was on there, and there was a couple other people. I can't remember who they were.
Hey, shout out to Insanity and Ballgame.
Well,
they
Reason and what's the name went on there at the time?
They ended up coming later. They ended up coming later. Yeah, they ended up coming when
Reason
StreamYard started popping up.
Right, yeah. That's
Pete had his other name. It was another account they used to use on that channel. I'm not gonna say what it was, but
yeah, it was basically my name.
What was it?
It was Pete, and I have my last name.
Yeah, look on that. You have Life is a Gamble on that other side?
No, that was this account that I'm on right now.
Oh, okay. That's on that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, how do you real quick,
I
need your help real quick, because the reason I'm asking you is speaking of which, because I know you say you still have that other account. How do you create? Because I want to do a new account for wine. What do I need to do to create a new account?
No, you just all you need is a new email address. That's all.
That's
and
it.
then link everything to
I can't
that.
use the same email for new YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't really remember.
Well, yeah.
No, this is the same.
I
just went on settings on YouTube and changed "Life is a Gamble" to Pete's Take. That's all I did.
Okay.
I just changed. But if you're gonna create a whole new channel, I don't know. You just do it under Shake Money, and then just because you got to keep Shake Money. I got you. Yeah, you're gonna have to create a whole new one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do another email or something as a.
Yeah, I'll just do another.
But if you change your name to whatever your wine channel is, I'm gonna know you're Shake Money, you know, and then everybody else is gonna probably know you as Shake Money, but you're the wine channel.
Have that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just you know what? I'll just create a new a Gmail and call it a day.
Yeah, then when you can have everything specialized under that, you could do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shake got me good the other day.
Yeah.
What was that?
He told you to drink a wine. He told you to drink a wine.
What you say now?
No, he said you got him good. I thought you told him like you offered him like some sort of
So
drink.
what happened was we're doing the Super Box. He's owed me $100, right? And so when he called me, I said, "Hey, I got the $10. You're gonna send me the 90 tomorrow?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, I got you. I got the $10. So the 90's tomorrow. Then he said, well, "No, man, I sent you 100." I said, "No." I said, I just got 10. And he went, "Hold on, let me check." And I said, No, don't worry. I just messing with you.
I'm about to jump off of there and call the credit union and say, "Listen, y'all better get this thing straight." I'm about to go off on the credit.
Like when they took some of the money, they took $90.
There you go.
He was using my 90-10 rule I had for Michael K.
He know he hit that 00 twice. Mr. Park didn't. He saw it. It wasn't 10.
Now, wait a minute. Dell took all the money.
I could only imagine that one live. You got him real good, Shake.
Yeah,
real good.
Man, I was laughing about that all day.
But I wasn't gonna milk it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I didn't want to get him in trouble and shit. I'm like, oh damn, he's fucking keep motherfuckers out.
All I know is that beginning of the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna start hot, guys. 1-0 versus Colts, 2-0 versus Patriots, 2-1 versus Bills, 3-1 once we beat the Jets, 4-1 once we beat the Panthers, 4-2 we might lose to the Chargers. You never know. That's a toss-up. But we get back on the win column after the Chargers. The next two games are easy winnables. We're 6-2. 6-2. That's a hot start. We might be right there tied at the top with Buffalo or one game behind.
And that just sets us up for the epic collapse.
What if we come out 2-1 out of that scary 3-game stretch? Now what?
It'd be fool's gold.
We beat Bills and Commanders. I don't think we're beating the Ravens, but we beat the Bills and the Commanders. We beat the Bills at home and the Commanders in Spain. 2-1 in that deadly 3-game stretch.
That's not.
We're talking about. That's not, but that is possible.
That's impossible.
You guys don't believe in our team. This is insane.
Yeah, man. Like I said, like I was saying, man. Like I was saying, Pete. I said for once, they finally, they always say, "Hey, man, when are you going to be positive?" And when you finally positive, they're like, "Damn, what the fuck?"
That's what I'm saying, Shake. Like this is what I'm saying, Shake. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm like WTF in my head. Like, how are you guys not seeing it this way right now? It's not making any sense. We got better.
Because
I thought it was always about getting better.
No, this is the 2019 season all over again.
We got too many stars to consider it 2019 season. 2019 season, we didn't have any stars.
That team was just as talented as this one.
No, bro. No. We didn't have this defensive line like this. We didn't have an offensive line like this. I
It's
just
gonna be the
can't
same
wait.
result.
How many more days? How long till the season starts? Golly, why does it feel so far away? September?
Oh man, don't say
Dude,
that.
why does it feel so far away right now? It feels like this whole little thing that Shake plays during the whole time, this drive time, it's like it never stops. It's just a car with endless gas. Just drives for hours. I never seen this car stop at the gas station once. I've been having my eyes at it. And you know that's a gas guggler. Look at that thing.
Hell yeah.
Big, it's a gas guggler. Looks like a big
Well,
box Chevy.
but see, I think it's the spaceship that's keeping it going. See the spaceship that's above it?
Oh, it's a 73 Classic, but electric now.
Good.
You done made the 73 Classic into an electric vehicle.
It's going in a continuous loop.
Well, Shake,
it's stuck in the matrix.
That's where you foggy goggle eyes guys are at now. You guys are stuck in the matrix.
Hey, no, not me, man. I'm with you. Hey, listen, Pete. I could say I'm with you, man. I'm with you, 100%.
Zach, you heard Zach Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Zach Thomas was really more so talking about that defense. Our defense is going to be scary this year. That front five, if these guys can stay healthy, we are going to cause chaos. Chaos with this front five. It is going to be tremendous. I can't wait. Turnover cities, making plays on defense.
And that's a key spot I'm going to be watching is that defensive line.
By the way, are you going live tomorrow, Pete?
No, not the weekends, man. Try to do my thing and spend some time with the family.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate that about
That's
you.
cool, bro.
That's
cool. Pete. That's cool.
So anyway, we're about to wrap up tomorrow morning. If you're into the wrestling talk, me and Dolphin Winters are always going to be, we're going to be doing our thing. And then, of course, I'm going to be substituting in for late. It's going to be called Shake Night Exhale.
Mm-hmm.
For the XL, yeah. Shake Night
You guys,
XL.
you know what? TFTG needs to start pulling up to these wrestling matches, reporting live from WWF.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is doing that? Nobody else is doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing it on football. You got a bunch of YouTube channels going out there, going to the stadium, showing training camp plays. But who's out there, Shake, doing WWF breakdown?
No, it's
doing that?
It's two other guys that do wrestling.
Bobby Finn,
Josh and somebody.
Are they pulling up to the stadium and showing the?
You talking about going to the actual wrestling events?
Oh, going
exactly.
to okay, that's
going to the wrestling
we
event.
Go to wrestling matches.
Yep.
SummerSlam and WrestleMania. Yeah,
even to those backstage things.
That.
Go through those backstage things. Pull up, get videos out there, show them up, report it live. Boom, big time. There's WWF fans everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they go back.
It's wrestling fans. It's not even WWF no more. What is it now?
WWE.
WWE. World Wrestling Entertainment. It's all in the name.
Yeah.
Entertainment.
Wrestling has a big following.
What did WW World Wrestling Federation, right?
Yeah.
And then WCW was what was WCW?
World Championship Wrestling.
World
Championship Wrestling. Which one was
and
TNT?
WCCW.
TNA? You talking about TNA?
No, there was one that was like, what was it, TNA or TNT?
No, TNA.
Oh,
WCW was on TNT though, the channel network.
Yeah, TNT is a channel. Cable
channel.
Okay,
yeah, TNT. It was on TNT channel. I used to be watching it back in the days like that.
Yeah, it was TBS and TNT. Right. Those were the main two.
And they were owned by Turner.
And you know what happened to me? I got mad that I started feeling that wrestling was fake because I understand that the moves are not fake. obviously the moves. You can't power bomb nobody on a. You hurt somebody if you power bomb them in real life. So I'm pretty sure those power bomb hurts when they do them on the stadium. But it's like knowing that the game is scripted, the winner is scripted. Like there's been times my favorite wrestler, you can't get pinned right there like that. You couldn't get off of that. You couldn't get off of that pin. He pinned you 1, 2, 3, and you let that happen. I used to get so mad the matches were scripted. So then I turned around and started trying to like, what was that other wrestling one that was backyard wrestling?
Mhm.
Oh my God. We used to do backyard wrestling at our home. ECW?
Yeah, ECW was good. Yeah.
ECW, there you go. That was like the backyard wrestling, like that made it feel like it was more real. But at the end of the day, it ended the same. It felt like it was scripted. But they just went a little bit harder.
ECW.
Yeah,
Hey, Shake,
ECW was crazy.
Then you got the
I got family
foreign
coming down
Japanese
tomorrow
wrestling.
morning. I got family coming down tomorrow morning, Shake. So I'm gonna see if I can jump on there. I may not be able to 'cause if they come if they come the time I think they come.
Yeah.
I mean, you can send me the link, but I'm gonna see if I can try to jump on.
Yeah,
Pop in and out.
We'll end up dropping the link too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Shout out to you guys, man. You guys have a good evening. Thank you for having
You
me
too,
up,
man.
Jake. Keep it up, man.
Hey, man,
All the
same
time.
to you, bro.
Love listening to all of you guys. Crypto.
Enjoy you, Pete.
Yeah.
Shake. Crypto.
We're
for
winning,
sure.
bro. We are
Yeah.
winning.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah. Hands
All
up,
right,
baby.
Miami Dolphins. Hands up.
Y'all have a
Yep,
good night,
hands
man.
up.
We out this bitch. Peace.
All right.
I'm here. You can't hear me. Michael K. Just chat it.